Chapter 284. Beg for mercy 3 times, Grandpa? Hearing this, Jihuang Demon Lord's rage surged up. Powerful demonic chi flowed out of his body and turned into 9 black dragons that coiled around him. Each dragon was hundreds of meters long. They roared at Zhou Xuanji, and their might shook the heavens. Zhou Xuanji did not panic at all. He provoked Jihuang Demon Lord on purpose. With the World Fool Sword, Jihuang Demon Lord could hardly remain calm. Zhou Xuanji could only find an opening by making him mad. He was not at his peak state after all, and the injuries inflicted by Yang Di had not fully recovered. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha swung its 1,000 swords toward Jihuang Demon Lord. The 1,000 swords moved like afterimages, dazzling the onlookers. The domineering sword chi gathered together and rose like a golden crescent, but it was blocked by Jihuang Demon Lord's black shield. The 9 black dragons around Jihuang Demon Lord roared and swooped down. They tore apart the golden sword chi and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha did not dodge but swung its swords quickly. Heavenly lights. Thousands of suns, moons, and stars shot out like a meteor shower. It was extremely majestic. Boom! The 2 powerful forces clashed together and shook the entire space. It was like the beginning of the world. A boundless and powerful might ravaged the heavens and earth like the manifestation of the heavenly law, and all living beings shuddered in fear. The battle between the human and the demon could be sensed by all the demons within 10,000 miles. Countless demons looked up at the same time. This guy is the second in the world indeed. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart as he controlled the 1,000-hand sword Buddha to attack. Even though Jihuang Demon Lord was injured, he was still powerful. Compared to Huangquan Drake King, he was even more powerful. But he was not the same as before. Swoosh! 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 The legendary sword surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi shot out. The sword chi was dozens of meters long, and to the 1,000-hand sword Buddha and Jihuang Demon Lord, they were like golden arrows. Jihuang Demon Lord slashed with his saber and sent the legendary swords flying away. Next, he spun around and appeared behind the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. He held his saber in a reverse grip and pierced it into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's back. Brat, I will let you taste the true power of the demon sovereign. Jihuang Demon Lord shouted coldly. With a loud bang, a terrifying demonic aura burst forth from the long saber. It was like a nuclear explosion, directly blasting the 1,000-hand sword Buddha into countless sparks. A giant hole appeared in the sea of clouds below, as if the sky had been torn apart. This scene caused the spectators on Skyfall to tremble in fear. Was Zhou Xuanji going to lose? The power of the demon clan's supremacy? Do you know the power of the Sword Emperor? Zhou Xuanji's cold laughter came from the powerful light, followed by a world-shaking dragon roar. The 5-clawed golden dragon, which was thousands of feet long, was accompanied by countless golden stars. It crashed into Jihuang Demon Lord with an unstoppable force, causing him to fall from the clouds and crash to the ground. The 2 huge figures smashed into the mountains like meteors. The ground collapsed, the mountains shattered, and the trees were uprooted. Rows of dust soared into the sky. Zhou Xuanji returned to his original form, looking like a golden Buddha surrounded by heavenly lightning. He held the ancient god sword and sky-extinguishing sword in his hands. Jihuang Demon Lord also returned to his normal size, holding a saber in one hand and a shield in the other. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, his eyes were so red that they looked purple. He hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. This brat was actually able to fight evenly with him. To him, this was an extraordinary humiliation. If Zhou Xuanji did not die, how could he have the face to be the second in the world? He raised his long saber high, his expression becoming ferocious. Boom! A black beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the long saber in his hand. Black lightning circled around the beam, and the heavens and earth changed color. The people from Skyfall and the 36 demon chiefs were all frightened. What is this? Such a horrifying aura. Is he going to use his full power? SSS. If this continues, can Zhou Xuanji hold on? This is the power of the second in the world. Great tribulation scattered a mortal. So powerful. Jihuang Demon Lord's aura filled the entire heavens and earth. It rose steadily, which made them feel like they were facing the heavenly might. Far away, Dao Seeker stood on the white cloud and looked at the battle. He was shocked in his heart. How did this brat suddenly become so powerful? Could it be that he used the saint energy? No. It should be those swords. Facing the arrogant Jihuang demon lord, Zhou Xuanji was fearless. With the support of the sky-extinguishing sword and saber monarch Dong Hai, he still felt that he could put up a fight. Just in time. I'll show you how powerful world reincarnation is. He smiled, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This was the moment when Jihuang Demon Lord was at his weakest. Go to hell. Jihuang Demon Lord laughed furiously. He swung his right hand forward, and the black beam turned into a blade and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. This slash was as though it was going to cut the heavens and earth in half. Zhou Xuanji neither defended nor dodged. He welcomed the slash calmly with a smile on his face. Just when the blade was about to touch his hair, the black beam exploded with a loud boom. A horrifying shockwave swept toward the opposite direction and sent Jihuang Demon Lord flying backward with blood spurting out of his mouth. His body smashed through mountains one after another. The ruins below collapsed again. Soil, rocks, and trees were all turned into ashes. Everything was like the end of the world. Everything was crushed into ashes, and the shockwave swept out in all directions, creating a gigantic crater on the ground that continued to expand. Zhou Xuanji's body swayed, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Jihuang Demon Lord's cultivation was too powerful, and he was still injured. But compared to him, Jihuang Demon Lord was more severely injured. When everything calmed down, a horrifying crater with a diameter of a few hundred miles appeared on the ground. Dust curled up like smoke, and the air was filled with an oppressive aura. The demons at the edge of the crater trembled in fear. All of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. Such destructive power. Could an immortal god have descended into the mortal world? On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord, who was covered in blood, lay in the collapsed mountain. He tried his best to climb up and stand up with difficulty. The black armor on his body was shattered, and the cloak on his back was burned. Blood covered his body, and one could vaguely see his white bones. He gritted his teeth and looked toward the horizon. Fear could be seen in his eyes. What was that just now? Waves of shock surged in his heart. He could not figure out what Zhou Xuanji had done. He slashed with all his might, but why was his attack reflected back? Could it be the Tianxia map? It must be. He opened his eyes wide. Jealousy, anger, and unwillingness intertwined in his eyes, forming a boundless rage. He swore to get the Tianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, who do you think will die now? Zhou Xuanji's voice came from above. He looked up and saw a blazing sun above his head. His body was golden and surrounded by lightning bolts. Dozens of legendary swords levitated and pointed at him. He squinted his eyes and said with gritted teeth, Zhou Xuanji, don't use the Tianxia map if you have the guts. Somehow, whenever he got close to Zhou Xuanji, he became agitated and could not maintain his rationality. You think I'm using the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji said with contempt. His expression made Jihuang Demon Lord furious again. Boom! Jihuang Demon Lord soared into the sky. Demonic energy came out from his palm and turned into a sharp claw that clawed at Zhou Xuanji. Before he could touch Zhou Xuanji, he was once again covered in blood from the impact and fell down. Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 285. The summit of Skyfall was in complete silence. Everyone looked at the mirror of light created by Daoya Old Man, dumbfounded. In the mirror, Zhou Xuanji was high up like a god looking down at the mortal world, while Jihuang Demon Lord was in such a sorry state. He soared into the sky again and fell down again and again. Facing Zhou Xuanji, the world's second seemed so weak. They have a sense of unreality. It was like a dream. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful, but they did not expect him to be so much more powerful. This brat. Daoya Old Man swallowed his saliva in disbelief. Jiang Shui snorted proudly. The world's second is going to have a new owner. The others also chimed in to express their excitement. On another summit, Xian Xianghua and the 36 demon leaders fell into silence. They felt even more surreal than Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others. Especially Xian Xianghua. Although that guy is severely injured, he still has the power of a first tribulation scattered immortal. Xian Xianghua mumbled to herself with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She felt a little proud in her heart. Her foresight was so accurate. She had taken a liking to Zhou Xuanji before he grew up. If it were now, that brat would probably look down on her even more. She felt a little angry at the thought of this. Regardless of beauty, power, or influence, she felt that she was the best among all the women in the northern wilderness region. Why did this brat look down on her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She swung her sleeves and sent Qin Zheng flying away. Qin Zheng slammed into a giant rock. He was stunned and looked at Xian Xianghua pitifully. The other demon leaders trembled in fear and kept quiet out of fear. On the other side, Jihuang Demon Lord had already fallen dozens of times. He did not have enough demonic energy. He panted in the ruins. His eyes were still filled with rage as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. His heart was filled with shock and indignation. Why? Why? He was the sovereign of the demon race, and yet he was forced to such a state by a human brat. Tianxia map. At this moment he was almost possessed. His mind was filled with the Tianxia map. Jihuang Demon Lord, as the sovereign of the demon race, you have lived a glorious life. Don't be disappointed. Dying in my hands will not bring shame to you. In the future, I will surpass Yangdi and complete your unfinished dream. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said coldly. Speaking of which, Jihuang Demon Lord was rather pitiful. In the past, he was suppressed by Xian Xianghua. Now, he was suppressed by Sunlight Emperor. He had never become the number one in the world. His desire to be number one in the world was not any weaker than Xian Xianghua's. Zhou Xuanji, you think you've won? Jihuang Demon Lord roared furiously. He hated Zhou Xuanji's confident attitude the most. It made him feel disgusted and humiliated. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji swooped down with the 8-step sword lunge. Puchi! The sky-extinguishing sword pierced into Jihuang Demon Lord's chest. Zhou Xuanji stepped on his shoulder with one foot and on his abdomen with the other, forcing him to lean backward. But he had a backbone and did not fall down. His body remained leaning backward. Zhou Xuanji immediately used world internalization and quickly absorbed Jihuang Demon Lord's demonic energy. He wanted to break through to the Mahayana realm quickly and could use Jihuang Demon Lord's help. An image of mountains and rivers appeared around them, faintly discernible. My demonic power. Jihuang Demon Lord's eyes widened. He wanted to struggle, but he could no longer move. The intense battle just now had already inflicted more injuries on him. With the help of the Tianxia map, he could no longer resist. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold and did not speak anymore. Jihuang Demon Lord felt despair in his heart. He looked at the scenery around him and was shocked in his heart. Tianxia map. This is the Tianxia map. He fell into a frenzy. Together with the influence of the World Fool's Sword, his rationality began to decline. The crisis of death and the Tianxia map's approach made him collapse instantly. I want to get the Tianxia map. I want to become the top cultivator in the world. I want to be invincible. Jihuang Demon Lord's body trembled as he mumbled to himself. His face was hideous. The scenes of the past flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. He remembered the past. Back then, he was still young and had just transformed. It was a forest. He stood on a hill covered in injuries and looked up at an enchanting silhouette. It was Xian Xianghua. With her back facing him, Xian Xianghua laughed condescendingly. Little demon, you are still far from being the top cultivator in the world. As long as I am in the northern wilderness region, the world belongs to me. She laughed presumptuously before leaping up and flying toward the horizon like a fairy. The young demon lord gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His face was filled with indignation. The distant memories became clearer, and the hatred in his eyes grew more intense. Boom! Zhou Xuanji broke through to spirit refinement level 8. Jihuang Demon Lord still could not move and was in complete despair. He turned his head with difficulty toward the horizon, toward where Xian Xianghua was. If there's a next life, I must let you see me become the top cultivator in the world, he mumbled to himself as his eyelids drooped. He had thought of many endings, but he had never thought that he would die to such a young cultivator. Indignation, regret. There was also an indescribable sense of relief. Zhou Xuanji felt strange in his heart. Could it be that this guy had feelings for Xian Xianghua? He did not think too much and did not let go. When a person was about to die, they would always reveal their true feelings. Back then the Empress of Great Zhou was like this, and so was the Diablo. But this was the human world. The cycle of life and death was as such. For himself and the people he cared about, he had to kill Jihuang Demon Lord. Massive amounts of demonic energy flowed into his body and turned into spirit energy, which flowed like a massive river and charged into his bones and tendons. Even after the battle, the demonic energy in Jihuang Demon Lord's body was still massive. Most importantly, Jihuang Demon Lord was still creating demonic energy endlessly, just that it was not as fast as Zhou Xuanji's absorption. A while later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Spirit Refinement Level 9. Another half an hour passed. He broke through to Spirit Refinement Level 10, and Jihuang Demon Lord died completely. The demon race's sovereign died here. The world was silent, and a cold wind blew across the ruins. Zhou Xuanji drew the sky-extinguishing sword and took off his storage ring. Just when he was about to leave, a voice came into his ears. "Zhou Xuanji, come over. I have something to discuss with you." He remembered this voice. With a thought, he immediately disappeared from where he stood. On the other side, Skyfall was in an uproar. Everyone was exhilarated. On a mountain that was thousands of meters tall, Xian Xianghua heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Xuanji had the upper hand, Jihuang Demon Lord was a 10,000-year-old demon after all. He might have some tricks up his sleeve to kill Zhou Xuanji by surprise. Fortunately, he didn't. Why did this guy lose his mind the moment he touched Zhou Xuanji? She was confused, but she didn't think too much about it. She stood up and left. The 36 demon leaders were unable to contain their excitement and began to discuss excitedly. In the forest, sunlight shone on the grass through the gaps between the leaves. Zhou Xuanji and Dao Seeker stood face to face. He asked softly, "Speak, what's the matter?" Dao Seeker took a deep breath and cupped his fist. He suddenly half-knelt before Zhou Xuanji. "Oh." Chapter 286. "What are you doing?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He had always been wary of Dao Seeker, and even felt that he was more dangerous than Jihuang Demon Lord. Dao Seeker took a deep breath and said, "You've already mastered the second level of the World Buddha technique, right?" With this, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. How did this guy know about the World Buddha art? Could it be that he had really lived for countless years just to pry into destiny? I've seen 3 owners of the Tianxia map. All of them had only reached the second level, but it was enough to rule the world and be invincible. Dao Seeker continued to speak, and Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled a little. According to historical records, the last owner of the Tianxia map was 20,000 years ago. At that time, even the Hegemon Sword Emperor had to lower his head in front of him. After that powerful cultivator ascended, the Tianxia map disappeared without a trace. That was why the Hegemon Sword Emperor, the evil king, and the Haotian sect's evil ancestor had blossomed. 3. This guy was at least 30,000 years old, maybe even older. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked. After living for so long, why did this person not ascend? Was the mortal world that good? Now that he thought about it, it was indeed good. It was just like playing a game. A high-level player would open a SMUF account to beat a low-level player. Every time they beat, they would feel good. What's important is that I see hope in you. I see hope that you can master the 3rd level of the World Buddha art. Once you succeed, you will be the master of the heavens and earth, and your fate will be connected to the heavens and earth. At that time, you can even go to the Yellow Springs. I am willing to help you, and I hope that in the future, you can go to the Yellow Springs and do something for me," Dao Seeker said seriously, which made Zhou Xuanji frown again. Yellow Springs? The Netherworld? Without waiting for him to ask, Dao Seeker took out a bronze dagger and said, "If you have any issues in the future, you can contact me through this dagger." Zhou Xuanji took the bronze dagger and played with it as he asked, "Let's talk about it first. If you want me to deal with the leader of the Netherworld, won't I be seeking death?" There were many records of the Yellow Springs in the northern wilderness region. Legend has it that there is a blue sky Yellow Springs in the Netherworld. Once you enter the Yellow Springs, you can be reincarnated. I only need you to save one person. I don't know what this person's identity and situation is in the underworld. After all, 70,000 years have passed. Dao Seeker replied calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitch. 70,000 years. This person was indeed an old thing that wouldn't die. What can you help me with? Can it fight against Yang Di? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He would agree first and he would try his best in the future. If he could not do it, there was nothing he could do. Dao Seeker shook his head and said, I can help you gather information and help you establish your sect, but I can't help you kill. If I were to kill, I would instantly turn into ashes because I once asked the heavens for help and used this ring to exchange for immortality. Zhou Xian was even more curious, and asked how he could plead with the heavens. Indeed, Dao Seeker kept his mouth shut. His eyes were filled with fear, and he occasionally glanced at the sky, causing Zhou Xuanji's hairs to stand on end. Could it be that God really exists? If that was really the case, just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. It was as though he could already feel a pair of eyes staring at him. Deal. Zhou Xuanji agreed. He did not need any help for now and only wanted to break through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. The two of them chatted for a while before dispersing. He had wanted to invite Dao Seeker to Skyfall, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, he did not understand Dao Seeker, so he could not just listen to him. However, judging from Qiu Dao's appearance, he did not want to stay by his side either. At Skyfall, Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted followers and told them about Dao Seeker. As for the second-generation disciples, they were all practicing their sword techniques at the foot of the mountain. 70,000 years. 3 owners of the Tianxia map. If what he said is true, he might be the person who has lived the longest in the world. Daoya old man said with a frown as he rubbed his chin. Compared to Dao Seeker, he was like a little kid. Xian Xianghua said, It's better to be careful. This person knows too much and he might be plotting against you. She had never heard of someone like Dao Seeker before. She suddenly felt that she did not understand this world as thoroughly as she had thought. Only God knew how many powerful cultivators were hiding here. After that, everyone's topic shifted to Jihuang Demon Lord. They were all curious about how Zhou Xuanji could defeat Jihuang Demon Lord. Even if Jihuang Demon Lord was injured, he should not have been defeated by him, right? I already said that I had a breakthrough in my divine energy, so it's not difficult for me to defeat him, Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. Zhou Xuanji said indifferently. After that, he sighed and continued. This feeling of constantly growing stronger is a little tiring and lonely. Everyone rolled their eyes and were speechless. They did not ask further. Everyone had their own secrets after all. Zhou Xuanji had already taught them a lot, and they should not be ungrateful. Within 2 days, the news that Jihuang Demon Lord was killed by Zhou Xuanji spread across the demon race. The battle that day was so earth-shaking that countless demons witnessed it. The death of the world's second was earth-shattering news. How can it be? The sovereign is dead? Yeah, he was killed by Zhou Xuanji, and he could not fight back at all. Could not fight back at all? Bullsh *T. The sovereign was very domineering. It must be Zhou Xuanji's evil plan. My God, this guy is really on par with the 9 emperors of the Swords Way. He could kill the world's second at such a young age. Countless demons cried out in shock after hearing about this. Skyfall quickly became a forbidden ground for the demon race. No demon dared to offend Zhou Xuanji. Of course, many demons wanted to join Zhou Xuanji. The news could not be stopped. It swept across the human race like a hurricane. The 8 sanctums, 7 empires, and countless other factions were in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji was already so powerful? Didn't that mean that the top 5 rankings were all taken by the human race? Great Shang. Yang Xindi listened to Yang Zhongtian's report and was in a daze. All the officials and generals were silent. A long while later, Yang Xindi sighed and said, We should have tried our best to rope Zhou Xuanji in back then. Du and Yang Renlong, who fought against Zhou Xuanji in the World Hero Conference, looked at him with complicated expressions. Now they could only look up to Zhou Xuanji. Great Zhou. Zhou Chengxin, who was sitting on the emperor's throne, was agitated. Xuanji is already the world's second? He asked with a trembling voice. Killing Jihuang Demon Lord. That was something that even Yang Di could not do. Of course, it was most likely because Yang Di did not want to kill Jihuang Demon Lord. It should be. After all, not everyone can kill the demon race's sovereign. Shitan Changsher said with a smile. He looked calm, but his right hand was trembling in his sleeve. The Great Zhou dynasty had produced an incredible person. Since ancient times, Great Zhou had never produced the world's second, not even the top 50. Great Chen Bantian, who had the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon, was petrified after hearing his subordinate's report. A gentle breeze blew into the stone pavilion and messed up his heart. Should I have followed him back then and not returned to Great Chen? He mumbled. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 287. On the 10th day of Jihuang Demon Lord's death, the Songhai Ziggurat released the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness again. The number 1 in the world, Sunlight Emperor, the Eternal Emperor, dominating both the past and the present. Second in the world, Zhou Xuanji, the current Sword Emperor, the owner of the Tianxia map. Third in the world, Zhang Wudi has reversed yin and yang and mastered the Qilin zither. Fourth in the world, Xian Xianghua, Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. Zhou Xuanji had officially become the world's second. No one doubted this. That was because he had used Jihuang Demon Lord as a stepping stone to his current position. His reputation had also reached its peak. As time passed, Zhou Xuanji would become a legend in the hearts of the northern wilderness region's humans and demons sooner or later, even a myth. The news also spread to the Sun Tomb. Sun Hill was located in the east of the northern wilderness region. It was surrounded by mountains and mist. There were many treasures and rare beasts hidden here. Because of Sunlight Emperor's fame, this place was also a pure land. In the bamboo forest there was a stone pavilion. A man in luxurious golden robes was reading an ancient book while drinking tea. His expression was grave and stern. Between his brows was a flame diagram, a strange and divine steed. His entire temperament seemed extraordinary and refined. Together with the immortal mist around the stone pavilion, he was like an immortal hidden in the forest. He was the number 1 expert in the world, Yang Di. Ascension is long, the prison is replaced, he muttered to himself, his brows slightly furrowed as he fell into deep thought. At this time a boy in a doo-doo flew over. He rushed into the stone pavilion, knelt down and said, Great Emperor, the owner of the second in the world has changed. His face was full of surprise. However, he did not panic. No matter who was the second in the world, the first in the world would not change. Oh? Xian Xianghua? Sunlight Emperor asked in a low voice, his eyes still fixed on the book. No, it's Zhou Xuanji. The boy replied. Sunlight Emperor slowly put down the ancient book in his hand. He relaxed his brows and asked curiously, the 30-year-old heaven's favorite? He had lived for thousands of years and thought that he was the most powerful genius, but compared to Zhou Xuanji he seemed to be a little lacking. Of course, talent did not mean anything. He had absolute confidence that Zhou Xuanji could not catch up to him. It's him. He killed Jihuang Demon Lord. The boy nodded. He was excited at the mention of this matter. He detested Jihuang Demon Lord. At that time he didn't understand why Sunlight Emperor spared that guy's life. So be it. I hope that Zhou Xuanji has the guts to go to Duantian Cliff. This emperor wants to see how powerful the number 1 genius is. Sunlight Emperor said with a chuckle. After that, he picked up the ancient book again. From his tone, it was obvious that he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously. The boy cautiously asked, Do you need me to kill him? Even though he had confidence in Yang Di, Zhou Xuanji's talent was simply too outrageous. Moreover, he had the Tianxia map, so he had to be on guard. Sunlight Emperor did not take his eyes off Zhou Xuanji and said unhurriedly, Don't worry about him. The ones who can be this emperor's opponents are the 10,000-year prince and Tian. As for Zhou Xuanji, I'll leave him for the next generation. If this emperor ascends, at least there will be someone who can withstand the northern wilderness region's fate. Emperor's emperor was already top in. From dynasty. He Emperor Zhou Zhou and Yang and Emperor in Yang dynasty. Yang Zhou Emperor asked said in Zhou dynasty. Emperor Zhou. His tone was casual, but the boy named Fu Hao looked awkward. Great Emperor, there is no news about the Son of Fate. He might not be born yet. As for Tian, he has already come to the northern wilderness region, but his whereabouts are mysterious. He might be trying to become more powerful. The 10,000-year prince has not been found yet. According to my conjecture, The 10,000-year prince has just been born, so he should not be powerful. He might even be weaker than Zhou Xuanji, Fu Hao replied. He scratched his head. At the mention of Zhou Xuanji, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He thought of something and continued. By the way, Dao Seeker has already hooked up with Zhou Xuanji. Apparently, he wants to assist Zhou Xuanji. Do we really not need to deal with him? Sunlight Emperor glanced at him and said intently, Fu Hao, you seem to want me to become enemies with everyone in the world. Fu Hao heard him and was covered in cold sweat. He did not dare to speak anymore. At Skyfall, Lin Chang'e was preparing to head to Duantian Cliff. The group was reminding him to be careful. If you encounter danger, try your best to avoid it. Zhou Xuanji patted Lin Chang'e's shoulder and said. He was now the world's second and had the Tianxia map. He was worried that someone would capture Lin Chang'e to threaten him. Lin Chang'e nodded and chuckled. Don't worry. I'm at the great realization stage after all. There are not many who can defeat me. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still escape. The other said a few words before Lin Chang'e left on his sword. Daoya old man divined for Lin Chang'e and said with a smile, Luckily, this brat is lucky. He will not die at Duantian Cliff. Hearing his divination, the group was relieved. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked Daoya old man to concoct potions for him. He planned to speed up his cultivation. He wanted to break through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. The reason why he did not absorb others' cultivation to become more powerful was simple. He was not at the great realization stage, so it would not be of much help to him. There were not many great realization cultivators in the northern wilderness region. After the war between the two races, there were even fewer. Those who were still alive were the pillars of their respective factions. Zhou Xuanji took out the resources he got from Jihuang Demon Lord and Huangquan Drake King, and asked Daoya old man to concoct potions. The others continued to cultivate. Jiang Shui stood beside Zhou Xuanji and asked, Xuanji, have you thought about the name of your sect? This matter had been delayed for many years. Now that the world's heroes had gathered, they could not keep saying that they were from Skyfall. I've thought about many things such as the Divine Sword Way, 10,000 Sword Sect, Skyfall Sword Sect, Emperor Sword Court and so on. Let me think about it, Zhou Xuanji said with a headache. It was too difficult to choose a name that was awe-inspiring and meaningful. Jiang Shui suggested. I've decided that you can add Xuanji to your sect's name because you are the best name. After that, she turned and left, not bothering him. At my own name? Xuanji Sword Sect? Xuanji Divine Sword Way? What a Chunebu! Zhou Xuanji shuddered and did not think too much about it. The most important thing now was to break through to the great realization stage. Just as he was busy cultivating, Xian Xianghua and the 36 demon leaders were secretly plotting. Sect Lord, will it really work? Qin Zheng asked with a frown. The other demon leaders were also very nervous. Xian Xianghua said calmly, I have the final say. Go and prepare. I must see results within 3 years. Yes. The 36 demon leaders cried out in unison. All of them turned into black beams of light and flew in different directions. Xian Xianghua turned to look toward the south. Her eyes were filled with worry. Time passed. 2 months had passed. The world's heroes gathered at Duantian Cliff. Every human city was discussing this. They were all curious about what Yang Di was going to do. Soon, a shocking piece of news shook the entire northern wilderness region. Yang Di was going to establish an empire to become a great fate empire and lead the human race's fate. Chapter 288. At the top of Skyfall. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from a gigantic cauldron. Zhou Xuanji, who was half naked, sat in the cauldron. Massive amounts of spirit qi gathered above the cauldron, forming a vortex that was 9 meters wide. Daoya old man stood at the side, stroking his long beard and smiling. He was amazed in his heart. How powerful was this brat's body? He felt that Zhou Xuanji would break through to the great realization stage soon. At this moment, Haotianbo King appeared behind him suddenly. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating, Haotianbo King did not dare to disturb him. He told Daoya old man about the information he had gathered and left quickly. Great Fate Empire. What ambition! Daoya old man mumbled to himself with a serious expression. Once Yang Di succeeded, he would possess the human race's fate, and the fate of the human race would be in his hands. How could anyone feel at ease? Right now no one could stop Yang Di. There was an insurmountable gap between Yang Di's power and the second in the world. However, to create a great fate empire was not something that could be done in a day. It would take decades or even centuries. He looked at Zhou Xuanji. How powerful would Zhou Xuanji be in decades? Time continued to pass. After 10 days and 10 nights, Zhou Xuanji finally flew out of the cauldron. His body was golden and was surrounded by lightning. He gave off a powerful aura. With a thought, he exited golden invincible form. He used his spirit energy to evaporate the medicinal liquid on his body before walking up to Jiang Shui. He asked her to use a water spell to bathe him and wipe his body. How do you feel? Jiang Shui asked. Her actions were gentle and she wiped him carefully. Zhou Xuanji muttered. It's all right, but I'm still far from breaking through. The spirit energy required for the great realization stage is too much. Actually, he understood that he was just special. He cultivated in both energy and physique, and he cultivated the world Buddha art. As such, the amount of spirit energy required for each stage far exceeded that of others. It's all right. There's no hurry now. Jiang Shui smiled sweetly. She then told Zhou Xuanji about Yang Di creating a great fate empire, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. Creating a great fate empire? This guy had Fate Emperor River, and wanted to gather the fate of the northern wilderness region. Why did he feel like something was wrong? Could it be that he wanted to absorb all the karmic luck in the world to strengthen himself? He had once heard that there were cultivation techniques or divine abilities in this world that could absorb destiny. If a person's destiny was sucked dry, they would die very quickly. Without luck, it was just like the movie Final Destination in his previous life. An unexpected disaster could cause one to choke to death just by drinking water. Zhou Xuanji had never seen Sunlight Emperor before, so he did not dare to be sure. Perhaps he was doing this for the peace of the human race? After that, he and Jiang Shui returned to the house to rest. Time passed. 3 months later, Lin Chang'e returned to Skyfall, and Zhou Xuanji gathered everyone to hear about what had happened at Duantian Cliff. Actually, the banquet at Duantian Cliff didn't cause too much disturbance. Facing the powerful Sunlight Emperor, no one dared to oppose him. Lin Chang'e had a deep impression of Sunlight Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said profoundly, Yang Di gives off an unfathomable feeling, like a mortal facing a land immortal god. Not only that, but the boy beside him is also very powerful. The might that he gives off is even more powerful than that of Jihuang Demon Lord. A boy? Everyone was surprised and hurriedly asked. Lin Chang'e only knew that the boy's name was Fu Hao, and he was Yang Di's personal attendant. Fu Hao? I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. Daoya old man mumbled to himself but did not dare to divine it. Such a mysterious and powerful cultivator would surely bite back at him. Also, after the banquet, Fu Hao told us that the 10,000-year prince and Tian were born. He asked the human race to be careful and to keep this a secret. Lin Chang'e continued, and everyone's expression changed slightly. The 10,000-year prince would soar into the sky after he was born. Tian specialized in killing monarchical violet qi. He once fought the Diablo and Hegemon Sword Emperor alone. Neither of them was easy to deal with. Zhou Xuanji became anxious again. He could only feel at ease if he broke through to the great realization stage as soon as possible. Sigh. Why didn't any powerful villains come to find trouble with me? He sighed in his heart, feeling a little worried. At the south of the northern wilderness region, waves crashed onto the beach, and many birds circled above the sea. At this moment, a silhouette walked out from the sea. He was wearing a tattered black robe and had a head full of white hair. His face was expressionless, and he was drenched from head to toe as he walked toward the shore. He looked up at the end of the continent and mumbled, Monarchical Violet Qi. There are 2 very powerful Monarchical Violet Qi. If I can absorb them, I will become an immortal. He walked at a steady pace, leaving 2 rows of footprints on the beach. Behind him, the seawater suddenly turned red and spread rapidly. Corpses of sea demons floated up, and it was a horrifying sight. Time passed quickly. Another few months passed. After the banquet at Duanqian Cliff, the world was shocked. Yang Di personally visited the 7 empires one by one. This made everyone understand that a great fate empire was about to rise. At Skyfall, analyze that the sword owner has reached 32 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Glorious Gold Soul-Slaying Demon Dragon Sword, Gold Evil Crimson Sword. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he opened his eyes slowly while he was cultivating 2 legendary swords, one of which was Glorious Gold. Although it could not increase his power too much, it was at least 2 steps closer to 100 swords. Next, the information of the 2 legendary swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Soul-Slaying Demon Dragon Sword Grade. Glorious Gold description: a legendary sword forged from the soul of a demon dragon. It can devour the souls of all creatures and contains the divine power of the demon dragon. Sword name: Evil Crimson Sword Grade. Gold description: legend has it that there are 7 colored legendary swords in the evil abyss. Each color represents a type of desire, and red represents rage. If all 7 legendary swords are gathered, they will merge into an ancient demonic sword. The 2 legendary swords were not bad. He took them out and familiarized himself with them. Until today, the number of his divine swords had already reached 69. He was getting closer to 100 swords. He had not used the 3rd form of the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation, the 100 Swords mode, and he was looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He stored the 2 legendary swords into the supreme storage and continued to internalize qi. About 6 days later, an uninvited guest came to Skyfall. The world's second Zhou Xuanji, come down and fight me. A cold and arrogant voice resounded across the sky. Even everyone at the top of Skyfall could hear it. They saw a man in purple standing on the tip of a leaf. His robe fluttered in the wind, and he had a handsome face. He wore a violet gold jade crown on his head and exuded a noble aura. His eyes were filled with disdain. Ning Zifeng pierced through the sea of clouds and flew over on his sword. Where did this worm come from? How dare you challenge our master? He laughed coldly. Without a word, he charged toward the man in purple with the ancestral dragon sword. The ancestral dragon that he transformed into was only 3 meters long. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, the difference was too great. The man in purple laughed with disdain. I'm the emperor and have the bloodline of an immortal. It's Zhou Xuanji's honor to fight me. Yes, yes. Chapter 289. Celestial Bloodline? Ning Zifeng frowned slightly but did not slow down. He continued to charge toward the purple-robed man with an unstoppable force. Emperor? There are many emperors in this world. Who do you think you are? Remember, the person who defeated you is the Chaos Tide Sea's peerless sword immortal. His loud laughter was filled with arrogance. His arrogance was no less than the purple-robed man's. Facing the peerless sword immortal, the purple-robed man smiled. 2 beams of purple light shot out from his eyes. The 2 beams of purple light expanded rapidly. Silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared above them. They were translucent and looked like illusory shadows. Each of them held a weapon and charged toward the purple light, roaring continuously. Kill! Kill! Shouts filled the heavens and earth. At one glance there were at least 1 million of these purple soldiers. When they got close to Ning Zifeng, they leaped up and charged toward him like arrows. The 5-clawed golden dragon that Ning Zifeng had transformed into was engulfed instantly. He did not even have time to resist. This is my Violet Soul Divine Army. How can an ordinary person like you defend against them? The purple-robed man laughed arrogantly. He did not take Ning Zifeng seriously at all. However, Ning Zifeng appeared behind him suddenly. 8-step sword lunge. Bastard! Have a taste of my sword. Ning Zifeng held his sword in his right hand and stabbed forward. The blade pierced into the purple-robed man's back. It was as though he was stabbing an illusory shadow. There was no obstruction and no blood. His pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated in fear, distancing himself from the purple-robed man. Who are you? Tell me your name. Ning Zifeng cried out loudly. Just when he spoke, Lin Chang'e flew down too. Little madman, you can't do it. He laughed loudly. The two of them surrounded the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man did not panic at all. Instead, he looked even more condescending. I'm Lu Tienge, the emperor of the Dongxing Empire. Hurry up and ask Zhou Xuanji to come down and fight with me. After I kill him, I still have to kill Yang Di. The purple-robed man laughed wildly, which made Ning Zifeng open his eyes wide. He cried out in shock. You are the emperor of Dongxing? How can it be? Why are you in the northern wilderness region? Lin Chang'e frowned and asked in astonishment. What? Isn't he from the northern wilderness region? Lu Tienge raised his right hand, and a ball of light condensed in his palm. The surface of the ball was wrapped in purple flames. It was beautiful, but it also had an extremely dangerous aura. He turned to look at Skyfall and cried out, Zhou Xuanji, if you don't come out, I will destroy this mountain and kill everyone on it. You should know that great realization cultivators cannot hurt me. His aura erupted, and the pressure of a great tribulation scattered a mortal wreaked havoc in the world, causing the forest to shake and the wind to blow. He's from the boundless ocean, and he's the ruler of a part of the ocean. He became a great tribulation bodiless immortal 1,000 years ago. This is my first time seeing him, and I've only heard of his name, Ning Zifeng said with a serious expression. He shuddered at the thought of the legends about Lu Tienge. Lin Chang'e frowned. He didn't expect Lu Tienge to have such a powerful background. He did not know much about the overseas region. He had only heard Ning Zifeng mention some people and things occasionally. At this moment, a figure slowly descended from the clouds, emitting an extremely powerful aura. It was Zhou Xuanji. With the sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god sword in his hands, 67 legendary swords levitated above his head. With a cold expression, he looked down at Lu Tienge and asked, You're from overseas? Lu Tienge smiled and looked back at him. His eyes were filled with the will to battle. I have people in the northern wilderness region. I've been monitoring the northern wilderness region and know the situation there. How can I not be curious about a genius like you? Just when he finished speaking, silhouettes of purple soldiers appeared behind him. Tens of thousands of soldiers and horses spread across the sky. It was a majestic sight. Zhou Xuanji chose to possess Saber Monarch Donghai's remnant soul straightaway and charged down. Since he could not avoid it, then he would fight. No matter if he came from overseas or within the ocean, he only needed to step on him. Roar! He activated the ancestral dragon sword and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body was radiating with a golden radiance, and his body was hundreds of meters long. He smashed toward Lu Tienge like a mountain range, which shocked Lu Tienge. The silhouettes of the purple soldiers were torn apart by the 5-clawed golden dragon. In the blink of an eye, the 5-clawed golden dragon came up to Lu Tienge and was about to swallow him. Lu Tienge put his palms together, and a purple radiance shone from his fingers. The radiance turned into a gigantic purple saber and penetrated the 5-clawed golden dragon's head. The 5-clawed golden dragon exploded immediately. Zhou Xuanji leaped up to Lu Tienge's head with his 2 swords and dozens of legendary swords. 10,000 ultimate steps. Lu Tienge's vision blurred. Before he could react, his throat was penetrated, and blood gushed out continuously. How can it be? How can your sword hurt me? He turned around and asked in astonishment. His divine ability allowed him to keep his body in an illusory state. With this divine ability, he was rarely injured. Zhou Xuanji turned around and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. My sword can cut anything, he said. The Heavenly Soul legendary swords possessed the power of creation. Even if they were not real, they could still cut anything. Good. Very good. Lu Tienge wiped the blood off his neck and laughed wildly. The Purple Soul Divine Army swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji like a swarm of bees. They were so dense that they covered the sky. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly and activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. A majestic golden Buddha that was 500 meters tall appeared, and he entered it. Thousands of arms grew out from the back of the golden Buddha, each holding a golden sword. Divine might descended. Ha! The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, and 2 rays of golden radiance swept across the heavens and earth. Even Lu Tienge had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes, the thousand-hand sword Buddha's storm-like attacks landed on him. Boom! 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 Thousands of gigantic golden swords slashed wildly and destroyed the purple soldier silhouettes. The ground crumbled and a violent gale swept up trees. The horrifying sword gale swept across thousands of miles. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were forced back. Lu Tiange, on the other hand, was tongue-tied. His face was filled with shock. What divine ability is this? He cried out in shock. Before the thousand-hand sword Buddha, he felt so tiny. It was like an ordinary person facing a high and mighty God. He trembled and his soul trembled. In a short while the purple soul divine army was completely destroyed. The thousand-hand sword Buddha looked at Lu Tiange with its cold and majestic eyes, which made Lu Tiange break out in a cold sweat. Emperor Dongsheng? That's all. Zhou Xuanji's voice came. He felt that Lu Tiange was at most comparable to Huangquan Drake King, but not even the injured Jihuang Demon Lord. Lu Tiange was infuriated. He stretched out his arms and streams of purple dragon qi shot out from his body toward Zhou Xuanji. The gigantic thousand-hand sword Buddha slashed and slashed at Zhou Xuanji without any pattern. It was purely based on speed and brute force. Sounds of explosions came one after another. It was like a grand display of fireworks that blossomed in the sky. The thousand-hand sword Buddha was getting closer to Lu Tiange. He could already feel the tip of the sword. Damn! He has not even reached the great realization stage, and yet he is so powerful. No wonder he could become the second in the world in the northern wilderness region. Lu Tiange thought with gritted teeth. He had not tasted such helplessness for a long time. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 290. Tell me, what are you trying to do in the northern wilderness region? Zhou Xuanji, who had transformed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, cried out with a deep voice. His voice was like thunder and resounded across the sky. Lu Tiange looked up at him and opened his hands. Two curved blades appeared in his hands. The curved blades were engraved with tadpole-like black patterns, which looked eerie and horrifying. What am I trying to do? To dominate the northern wilderness region, of course. Lu Tiange laughed coldly as he swung his blades. Countless curved blades appeared from the two blades. They were all the same and there were millions of them. They charged toward the thousand-hand sword Buddha from different directions like an inescapable net. Why are all of this brat's attacks so fancy? Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He was a little envious of this scene. He had been fantasizing about controlling 10,000 legendary swords, and Lu Tiange completed it for him. Although it was spectacular, it was not enough to defeat him. The thousand-hand sword Buddha ignored the curved blades and flew toward Lu Tiange. All the golden arms raised their swords and slashed at Lu Tiange. They were like afterimages, and a powerful gale blew down, crumbling the ground. Lu Tiange quickly dodged. He turned around and realized that the thousand-hand sword Buddha had already disappeared. He was stunned. A chill came from his back. He turned around and lashed out with his leg, which was like a sharp whip. The wind was sharp. Pissing. The sky-extinguishing sword pierced into his chest, but his leg was still dozens of meters away from Zhou Xuanji. He felt that his spirit energy was being sucked away by the swords and was greatly shocked. Swoosh! 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 Numerous legendary swords flew toward him and pierced into his body. He could not dodge in time. In the blink of an eye, he looked like a hedgehog. Blood spurted out from all over his body, and his body twitched slightly. The battle ended. Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e were dumbfounded. Isn't this too powerful? In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji completely crushed Lu Tiange. No matter how many spells Lu Tiange used, he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji. The entire battle took less time than they could finish a pot of wine. Weak. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and snorted coldly. This guy can help me break through to the great realization stage. Lu Tiange was greatly shocked. Fear enveloped his heart. He asked with a trembling voice, "What did you do to me? Why my spirit energy?" He suddenly widened his eyes. Could this be the reason why Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was ridiculously high despite his young age? Zhou Xuanji did not reply and gripped the sky-extinguishing sword with his right hand, absorbing his spirit energy. In just a short while, half of Lu Tiange's spiritual power was sucked away. "I admit defeat. I was wrong. Spare me, brother Zhou." Lu Tiange shouted in fear. He didn't want to die. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today, so how could he fall and waste all his previous efforts? Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. Big brother. I was wrong. Senior Zhou. What will make you forgive me? I don't want to die. Grandpa, please spare my life. Can I call you Grandpa? Ancestor. Seeing that Lu Qianga was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and stopped absorbing his spirit energy. Even so, Lu Qianga felt that his cultivation level had regressed a lot, and the spiritual power in his body was almost depleted, which made him sad and angry. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "Either be my dog or die. Choose one." Running dogs. Such a humiliating word. Lu Qianga was furious but dared not to say anything. Master. He forced a smile and said. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and carried him like a dog, flying toward the peak of Skyfall. The second-generation disciples, who were watching from the mountainside, were all amazed. He's so powerful. I feel that the Grand Teacher's power will grow by leaps and bounds every now and then. I feel the same way too. Compared to him, we are so stupid. Don't compare yourself with the Grand Teacher. He's the world's second most powerful cultivator, the top genius. Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha is so powerful. I really want to learn it. Impossible. Even personal disciples can't learn such a sword technique. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng looked at each other and saw the will to fight in each other's eyes. Before they met Zhou Xuanji, they all felt that they were powerful and awesome. But now they felt that they were so weak and puny. Sigh. The heavenly law is unfair. On the other side, on the peak, Zhou Xuanji threw Lu Qianga onto the ground. Xian Xianghua, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, Huang Lianxin and Zhou Xiaoqi surrounded him. As for the others, they were not on the peak. Instead, they were scattered around Skyfall to cultivate. I want to take him as my slave. Is there any way to restrain him? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Xian Xianghua, and Daoya Old Man Xian Xianghua said with a deep voice, I have an insect that attaches itself to the inner pellet and astral infant. It can make people wish they were dead. Lu Qianga, who was lying on the ground, shuddered. Such a vicious woman. He immediately looked up and cried out, Master, I will never betray you. I, Lu Qianga, am a man of my words. In the face of death, he could no longer care about the dignity of the emperor. I have a divine ability called Oath. After he makes a promise, if he dares to break it, his spirit energy will be in chaos, his qi and blood will be unstable, and his fate will gather. Daoya Old Man said with squinted eyes as he stroked his long beard. A great tribulation scattered immortal could indeed be taken in. Oath divine ability. The group was shocked. There's such a divine ability? Lu Qianga shuddered and looked at Daoya Old Man fearfully. This old man is so ruthless. After that, Daoya Old Man took out a drop of his essence blood and began casting the spell. What venomous oath do you want him to make? Let him repeat it. Daoya Old Man said to Zhou Xuanji. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Even Xian Xianghua was the same. She thought to herself, this brat has learned a lot. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. Lu Qianga swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning. Whatever Zhou Xuanji asks me to do, I will do it because he's my father. After Zhou Xuanji finished speaking, the summit fell into silence. Everyone was trying to hold in their laughter. Lu Qianga's face was red with anger, and his eyes were filled with fury. This was a complete humiliation to him. This was intolerable. He gritted his teeth and said, Zhou Xuanji, are you really going to bully me? Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji took out the swine-culling sword and walked up to him. He pierced the sword into his abdomen and began absorbing his spirit energy. Lu Qianga's expression changed drastically. He wanted to resist, but he could not. Seems like this guy has a backbone. Huang Lianxin covered her mouth and laughed. No one stopped Zhou Xuanji. Lu Qianga was too arrogant just now. A while later. Wait. Stop. Lu Qianga cried out suddenly, and Zhou Xuanji stopped too. His eyes turned sharp. He took a deep breath and said, Zhou Xuanji, I'm Emperor Dongsheng, the descendant of an immortal. Zhou Xuanji continued to activate world internalization. Lu Tiange was anxious. Can't you let me finish what I want to say? I respect Zhou Xuanji as my father. If I dare to harm Zhou Xuanji or any human or demon related to him, I will die a horrible death. If I lie to Zhou Xuanji, I will be struck by lightning. The fourth update. I have already updated all the information about the legendary swords in the forum. Those who want to know more can take a look. The attributes of the legendary swords will be updated regularly. There will also be voting for various storyline characters. It's worth your participation. Come. Wonderful Book House. Come. Chapter 291. After Lu Tiange swore, Daoya Old Man took his essence blood. He then asked for a drop of Zhou Xuanji's essence blood and combined them. Essence blood referred to fresh blood and essence qi. The essence blood of different humans or demons was different. In the cultivation world, it could be used as an identity. For example, enchanted artifacts and enchanted treasures required essence blood to recognize their owners. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand, and the essence blood in his hand dissipated into the heavens and earth. It was invisible and soundless. That's it. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. Why did he feel like a fraud? Daoya Old Man nodded and said proudly, of course. This divine ability is not simple. In the entire northern wilderness region, there are less than 5 people who know this divine ability. Xian Xianghua asked curiously, you and Xuanhe received an ancient legacy. Which powerhouse's legacy is it? A long time ago, Daoya Old Man and Xuanhe Divine Monk were ordinary. After they received the legacy of an ancient powerhouse, they were reborn. Why should I tell you? Daoya Old Man said arrogantly. He used to be extremely afraid of Xian Xianghua, but now he was not afraid. If you want to marry my granddisciple, you must support me well first. Xian Xianghua's eyes turned cold, and a murderous aura emanated from her. He was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange sat on the ground in despair. Scenes of the past flashed before his eyes. If this were to spread to the Dongxing Empire, would he still have the face to be the emperor? Suddenly, he regretted giving in to her. But he really did not want to die like this. Once he died, he would have nothing left. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Tell me, which sea region are you from? He said softly. He heard from Ning Zifeng that the ocean was much bigger than the continent. The Chaos Tide Sea was only a small map. Even so, there were great tribulations scattered immortals and more than one of them. He had always suspected that there were many powerful cultivators overseas, and they might be more powerful than the northern wilderness region. If so, why did they not attack the northern wilderness region? There must be a lot of unknown secrets behind this. Lu Tiange's expression changed, but he decided to bear with it. After all, this was the northern wilderness region and no one knew him. After he returned, he could remove the divine ability and deny everything. Therefore, he told them about his background. It turned out that there were 108 sea regions in the ocean, with the northern wilderness region as the center. There was a powerful barrier between these sea regions and the northern wilderness region, and one could only enter and exit through the illusory void hole. The void was flowing, located in the seawater, unable to be seen with the naked eye. From ancient times until now, no one could calculate how many voids there were. A long time ago, the empires of the various sea regions had started planning to invade the northern wilderness region and occupy the land resources. However, the void was unstable, and they could not invade on a large scale. Moreover, the sanctums of the northern wilderness region were guarding the borders of the sea regions, so the sea region empires could not invade the northern wilderness region. In the past, there were many heroes and geniuses in the northern wilderness region. Ever since the hegemon sword emperor ascended, the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were several people like Sunlight Emperor in every era, even in the double digits. It was said that the northern wilderness region was originally much larger, but because of the battles between the strong, many lands were sunk into the sea. 500 years ago, someone from the Dongxing Empire accidentally entered the northern wilderness region. That person was loyal and devoted, and since then, he had been gathering information for the Dongxing Empire. Lu Tiange thought that the northern wilderness region had fallen into desolation, So he searched for the void and entered it. But reality gave him a heavy blow. He cursed in his heart. It's all that guy's fault. How did he gather information? TSK. This guy's mood is the same as mine. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted after coming to the northern wilderness region, but… Haha. Ning Zifeng laughed mercilessly, which made Lu Tiange's veins bulge on his forehead. We are all from the sea region. Why make things difficult for each other? Zhou Xuanji asked a few more questions, and Lu Tiange answered them honestly. There were empires in every sea region, which meant that there were hundreds of empires overseas. However, the population of these empires was far less than the empires in the northern wilderness region. After he finished asking, he asked Lu Tiange to find a place to stay at the waist of the mountain. Zhou Xuanji asked Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng to keep a close eye on him. This person was a great tribulation scattered immortal after all, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. Seems like this world is more exciting than we imagined. Daoya old man sighed in amazement. After hearing Lu Tiange's words, he suddenly felt that the northern wilderness region was very small. A bunch of natives from overseas dares to encroach on the northern wilderness region? What a fool's dream. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly. The others sighed in amazement as well. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about another question. Who set up the barrier around the northern wilderness region? After Lu Tiange joined Skyfall, he ended up as Zhang Quanglan. Every few days, Zhou Xuanji would find him and absorb all the spirit energy in his body. At first he was furious because he thought that Zhou Xuanji treated him like a pig or a dog. 3 months later, Lu Tiange was numb, and his body became noticeably thinner. During this period he saw Zhang Quanglan. The two met and their gazes met. Their silence was filled with sorrow. With the great tribulation scattered immortal providing him with endless spirit energy, Zhou Xuanji was getting closer and closer to the great realization stage. Another 4 months passed and he finally had an opportunity to break through. He left Skyfall and went to undergo the tribulation 100 miles away. He took out the thunderclap sword and was prepared to absorb the power of heavenly lightning. He brought Lu Tiange along on purpose so that the latter could watch from the side. Boom! Thunderclouds gathered, and a horrifying heavenly might spread across the wasteland. There were no trees within a radius of a few thousand meters, only weeds. Under the cover of the thunderclouds, the world was dark and looked extremely bleak. Lu Tiange was 100 meters away from Zhou Xuanji. Lu Tiange was completely different from half a year ago. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression and cursed in his heart. To him, Zhou Xuanji was provoking him on purpose. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his spirit energy to obtain an opportunity to break through, and he had to watch from the side. It was an absolute humiliation. Zhou Xuanji sat down with the thunderclap sword hovering above his head. He activated golden invincibility, and strands of heavenly lightning coiled around him like dragons and snakes. An extremely powerful aura exploded from his body, causing the ground to tremble slightly. At the same time, heavenly lightning appeared in the thunderclouds like numerous lightning dragons tumbling in the sea of clouds. Roar! A world-shaking roar came from the sky. Lu Tiange looked up, and in the next second, he opened his eyes wide. A gigantic Qilin head emerged from the thunderclouds. It was formed by interweaving heavenly lightning, and it was as huge as a mountain. Its eyes were beaming with a powerful radiance as it looked down at the ground like a supreme ruler. Qilin divine tribulation. How can it be? This is a heavenly tribulation that only great tribulation scattered immortals can encounter. Lu Tiange cried out in shock. He had seen a powerhouse encountering this tribulation before. The world-destroying scene was still fresh in his memory. He immediately distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji to avoid being accidentally injured by the heavenly tribulation. Qilin divine tribulation? Such a good name. But it's nothing before my legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji laughed softly. Just when he spoke, bolts of heavenly lightning struck down crazily. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 292. An hour later, Lu Tiange swallowed his saliva and tried to stay calm, but his body couldn't stop trembling. What did he see? When Zhou Xuanji was breaking through to the great realization stage, he had encountered the scattered immortal tribulation, and he had passed the tribulation unscathed with a single sword. How could this be? That was the Qilin Sage tribulation. How could that sword block it? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the sword seemed to have absorbed the lightning. The wasteland was filled with charred smoke, and there were potholes everywhere, formed by the heavenly lightning. Zhou Xuanji levitated in midair. His spirit energy exploded out, forming a tornado around him with a powerful aura. He had already put away the Thunderclap sword. After absorbing the Qilin Divine Tribulation, the Thunderclap sword would level up again. His cultivation base had already reached Mahayana level 1. Sword owner has reached the Mahayana realm. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations, sword owner has obtained Amethyst Ghost Weep Sword, Sealing Dream Sword Formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Ghost Weep Sword Grade. Amethyst description. A sword that makes thousands of ghosts wail in the netherworld. It possesses an extremely strong murderous aura that can easily make people lose their rationality. Zhou Xuanji did not take out the Ghost Weep Sword but looked at Lu Tiange. Facing his gaze, Lu Tiange hurriedly lowered his head in fear. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's domineering tribulation, he only felt fear in his heart. You can leave, Zhou Xuanji said slowly. After breaking through to the Great Realization stage, he no longer needed Lu Tiange. Lu Tiange was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He cautiously asked, "Where are we going? Could it be?" His heart began to beat faster. "You can go wherever you want," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. It was not suitable to leave Lu Tiange in Skyfall. His existence was a threat to everyone else. It was impossible for him to be completely convinced. "Are you really going to let me go like this?" Lu Tiange asked in surprise. He had a surreal feeling. He had thought that it would take decades or even centuries for him to have a chance to escape. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously. "No matter where you go, we will meet again one day." Lu Tiange shuddered in fear and immediately flew away. After he left, Zhou Xuanji took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Song. Intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. This was the first time he had taken out this sword. Ever since he obtained this sword, he had been looking forward to it. After all, this was the strongest sword he had so far. A crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal blue in color, and its blade was sharp. There were intricate patterns on it that looked like the scales of a divine dragon or a Qilin. It looked very mystical, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary sword. With Heavenly Retribution Martial Song in his hand, Zhou Xuanji felt a coolness seep into his palm. He subconsciously poured his spirit energy into the Heavenly Retribution Martial Song. Boom! The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and a horrifying aura exploded out. With Zhou Xuanji at the center, a visible gale swept out in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly cut off his spirit energy, and cold sweat covered his forehead. So powerful! He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with surprise. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, his spiritual energy had leaped in quality and quantity, becoming more than 10 times stronger than before. Just now, when he had used Heavenly Retribution Wuchu's power, he had felt as if the entire world would be destroyed by him. This feeling of strength was unprecedented, and it caused him to shudder with fear. As expected of the intimidating Spirit Legendary Sword. Too powerful. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. Who would win the battle between him and Yang Di? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Before Yang Di offended him, he would not seek trouble with him. His priority was to continue cultivating. He wanted to be the top cultivator in the next World Millennium Duel. From then on, he would continue to be the top cultivator, surpassing his predecessors and reaching the pinnacle of history. Back at the top of Skyfall, everyone gathered around him. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through, they were all very happy. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the safer they would be. No one objected to Lu Tiange's departure. "Master, do you have the confidence to defeat Yang Di now?" Zhao Tsongjian asked with great excitement. Previously, Zhou Xuanji had been emphasizing on breaking through to the Great Realization stage as soon as possible, and they were all looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously and said, I have never seen Yang Di before, so I don't know how powerful he is. However, I feel that no one in the world can kill me. Before breaking through, he could already defeat First Tribulation scattered immortals. Now that he had broken through and obtained a legendary sword of a higher grade, how could he not be more powerful? Yang Di's cultivation might have already reached Third Tribulation scattered immortal. In the current world only he has reached that level, Xian Xianghua said. She was a Second Tribulation scattered immortal. Great Tribulation scattered immortals were divided into 9 tribulations. Normally, a Second Tribulation scattered immortal could dominate the world. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. No matter how powerful he is, we just need to cultivate hard. In a few years, we should let the second-generation disciples go out to train. Just training hard was not enough. They needed actual combat experience. He planned to arrange for the second-generation disciples to train in batches. At the same time, he would give them the opportunity to take in disciples. Every time they went out, he would arrange for people to protect them in secret. The group began to talk about the future plans of the sect. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and began to inherit the Sealing Dream Sword formation. Memories flowed into his mind, isolating his consciousness from the current world. The Sealing Dream Sword formation was a sealing sword formation. Once hit, one's spirit energy and senses would be sealed, and one would become a puppet. This sword formation was very domineering, and it made up for one of Zhou Xuanji's shortcomings. Even though he was unparalleled in the way of the sword, he was lacking in other areas. For example, he needed Daoya Old Man's help to seal an enemy's cultivation. As for spells of the 5 elements, he did not care too much. He could rely on the way of the sword in battle, and he had Jiang Shui to help him in daily life. Even if he could not, he could store some scrolls of spells of the 5 elements and use them like tools. After he finished inheriting the memories, he took out dozens of legendary swords and began to practice. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Ning Zifeng Lin Changge, Huang Lianxin, and Beixiao Wangjian immediately came over and watched excitedly. At the same time, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the Great Realization stage spread throughout Skyfall. All of the disciples and demons discussed this excitedly. I feel that the Grand Teacher's breakthrough speed is even faster than ours. His cultivation stage is so high. How far do you think the gap between the Grand Teacher and Yang Di is? I think it's about there. The Grand Teacher's power has already surpassed our imagination. Can there be someone more powerful than him in the Northern Wilderness region? I feel that the day of establishing the sect is getting closer and closer. Everyone cultivate well. In the future, there will definitely be more geniuses joining Skyfall. We cannot be surpassed. After a while, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the Great Realization stage spread among the demons and then into the human race. After all, there were many demons around Skyfall, and there would always be demons who could not control their mouths. A 32-year-old Great Realization cultivator. Everyone in the world discussed Zhou Xuanji again. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 293. In an inn in Great Zhou's royal city, a storyteller was waving his fan as he spoke. Nearly 100 customers were sitting around him. That day, the sky was clear for thousands of miles at Skyfall. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered, and a demonic wind blew. So it was the arrival of the demon sovereign. He declared that he would take the Tianxia map and asked the Sword Emperor to come out and accept his death. Who is the Sword Emperor? He's the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou's history, and also the most powerful prodigy in the entire Northern Wilderness region. How could he be so noisy? The storyteller looked like he was in his early 40s. He wore a hat and had a slightly tanned face. When he talked about the key points, his eyes would widen, which made the customers' hearts jump. He would tell Zhou Xuanji's story every day. Some stories had been repeated hundreds of times, but he would still tell them because there were so many people who liked to listen to him. Ever since Zhou Xuanji became the world's second, very few people called him Sword God Zhou. Instead, they called him the Sword Emperor. Since ancient times, the word emperor represented the supreme meaning. Sword God Zhou, on the other hand, sounded like a swindler. Of course, calling him Sword God was just as impressive. I heard that the Sword Emperor has broken through to the Great Realization stage. Is it true? Before he broke through, he could already kill the demon sovereign. Does he have the capability to become the world's top cultivator? A customer asked curiously, which attracted the attention of the others. The storyteller slapped his fan on his palm and said with a smile, "The Sword Emperor has indeed broken through to the Great Realization stage and set a new record as the youngest Great Realization cultivator. But it's still not enough to defeat Yang Di. Yang Di has been the world's top cultivator for 3 consecutive times, and has dominated the northern wilderness region for 3,000 years. It's too difficult to defeat him. He's the most promising person to become a great emperor, and his future achievements will not be lower than the hegemon Sword Emperor." He began to talk about how powerful Yang Di was, which made the customers gasp in shock. At a corner of the inn, 2 women dressed as men sat. They were Princess Xuanya and Princess Lingling. Princess Xuanya had the rare Dao form. With the help of Zhou Qingxin's resources, she had already reached the Soul Fountain stage. Princess Lingling was not as talented as her, but because of her Minghun relationship with Zhou Xuanji, she was treated well. The 2 felt bored staying in the palace, so they would often come out to play. "Sister, why do people always associate Xuanji with Yang Di? There's no enmity between them." Princess Lingling asked in confusion. Yang Di had an extremely good reputation, and Zhou Xuanji was a straightforward and upright person. Both of them were helping the human race get rid of demons, so there was no reason for them to fight. Princess Xuanya rolled her eyes at her and said unpleasantly, "There's no first in literature, and there's no second in martial arts. With Zhou Xuanji's abilities, he will fight to be the top cultivator in the world sooner or later. You've been in the royal palace for too long and don't understand the world well enough." Princess Lingling did not really understand. Was it that important to be number 1 in the world? That's right. Which of us cultivators doesn't want to become the world's number 1? A chuckle came from the side as a black-robed youth walked over and sat down. His face was handsome, and his long hair was coiled into a red string. His figure was tall and straight, and he had an imposing appearance. Princess Xuanya glanced at him and said, "Who told you to sit here?" The black-clothed young man chuckled and said, "My name is Bai Hao Isin, and I consider myself extraordinary. My goal is to become number 1 in the world. I have met 2 ladies by chance, and your smiles have moved my heart. Are you married?" Princess Xuanya and Princess Lingling looked at each other speechless. Where did this idiot come from? Bai Hao Isin could tell what they were thinking. He shook his head and smiled as he said, "You might think that I'm boasting shamelessly, but I do have the qualifications to become the top cultivator in the world. Within 100 years I will defeat Yang Di and the Sword Emperor. At that time I will make you the great emperor's wives." How awe-inspiring that would be. The 2 women heard him and rolled their eyes. They got up and left. Looking at their backs, Bai Hao Isin did not chase after them. The corner of his lips curled up as he poured himself a cup of wine and mumbled, "Interesting. Tens of thousands of years have passed, yet no one knows of my name. It seems like I'll have to turn the world upside down for someone to know of my prowess." Halfway up the mountain at Skyfall, training with the sword requires one's heart and cannot focus on one move. Moves are dead, but the sword is alive. Only by moving with one's heart can one establish a connection with the sword. Zhou Xuanji sat on a large rock. In front of him, 80 second-generation disciples were training with the sword. They were in an orderly formation, and the formation was quite good. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Bei Xiao Wangjian stood behind him and watched silently. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi ran over with the 3-eyed drought rodent in his mouth. "Master, it found another treasure. But it's protected by restrictive barriers. We need support," Zhou Xiaoqi said as he blinked. This little guy was no longer innocent. After following the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch for so long, it was full of evil tricks. Zhou Xuanji did not even look at it and said straightforwardly, "Let Liuwu demon wolf go with you." Okay. Zhou Xiaoqi brought the 3-eyed drought rodent and left happily. A while later, "What do you think about letting the disciples form teams?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xiao Jinghong and the other 2 were stunned and asked how they should form teams. If Skyfall wants to survive for a long time, it must be like the other sects and accept missions from various places to uphold justice. But it's too dangerous to go out alone. I want them to form teams of 2 so that they can look out for each other, Zhou Xuanji said. Along the way, he was leading a team. If he was injured, someone would heal him. If he encountered something he did not understand, someone would explain it to him. It was very difficult to survive alone in this world. That's possible. There are exactly 80 people, 2 to a team. But if someone dies, what about the last person? Zhao Zongjian nodded, but he had his doubts too. Zhou Xuanji replied, "That's why we need to discuss this. Next year, we will pick a batch of disciples with the highest cultivation to go out and take in the third-generation disciples. We can't have a lot of people, because we will need people to entertain guests when we open our sect. How could they entertain guests with less than 100 people? Just Great Zhou alone would send more than 100 people." Xiao Jinghong immediately requested to lead the team. But Zhou Xuanji did not agree. The first batch of disciples must be harvested by powerful cultivators. Although Xiao Jinghong had already begun to break through to astral projection, it was not enough. Su Yang listened to their conversation, and his eyes began to wander around. He knew that his chance had come. The more disciples he had, the more secure his position as the eldest senior apprentice brother would be. 2 hours later, Hao Tianbor King went up the mountain suddenly. He half knelt beside Zhou Xuanji and said with a muffled voice, "Master, someone called Meng Tianlang is here. He said that he is here to fulfill the promise of slavery, but he brought someone with him. His cultivation is unfathomable, just like Lu Tianga." Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still remembered Meng Tianlang. He was Xiao Jinghong's nemesis and close friend. But another person with cultivation like Lu Tianga? Since when were great tribulations scattered immortals everywhere? Smiley face. Chapter 294. Bring them up, Zhou Xuanji ordered. After Hao Tianbor King left, he asked Zhao Zongjian to bring the disciples to another place to train. Xiao Jinghong frowned and muttered to himself. Where did Meng Tianlang get acquainted with great tribulation scattered immortals? Meng Tianlang was ranked second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Han Shimbo was first and Xiao Jinghong was third. But now, Zhou Xuanji no longer thought highly of him. "You will know when they come up," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If a powerful enemy attacked, he would sense it. But now he did not sense any danger. This meant that the enemy was not a threat to him. A while later, Hao Tianbor King flew up with 2 people. One of them was Meng Tianlang. He was not wearing armor but a simple martial robe. He looked a little reserved. The other person looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed strangely in blue clothes and a white cloak. There was a golden crown on his head with a fist-sized ruby embedded in it. "Senior." "Zhou." Meng Tianlang cupped his fist and said awkwardly. When he first met Zhou Xuanji was still a kid, and Meng Tianlang did not take him seriously. But now Zhou Xuanji had grown up and become the famous Sword Emperor. He had to treat him like a junior. "Sword Emperor, now that I've seen you today, you're indeed impressive." The man with the golden crown chuckled. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Xiao Jinghong stared at him and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you?" Meng Tianlang looked at Xiao Jinghong with a complicated expression. He could sense that Xiao Jinghong's cultivation had caught up to his. He might have even surpassed him. "My name is Han Daozi, the ancestor of Tianlang. I've lived in seclusion for thousands of years. Everyone thought that I was dead, including my descendants." The man with the golden crown said with a smile. The golden crown man said with a smile. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian's eyes widened. Beixiao Wangjian looked confused. "Who was Han Daozi? Didn't you die in Xian Xianghua's hands?" Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. Han Daozi was quite famous. He was once ranked 9th in the world and fought with the top evil cultivator, Xian Xianghua. He died in the snowy mountains in the north. Han Daozi smiled and said, "If I did not die, the righteous sects would have brought my entire clan to fight the Tanhua sect. My death can save my clan." In the past, when Xian Xianghua was the number 1 in the world, the righteous path had started a war. If she didn't participate in the war, she would be called an evil demon. Zhou Xuanji and the others had also heard about the war during that period. In Xian Xianghua's words, a bunch of ants overestimated themselves. If not for her magnanimity, she would have slaughtered the entire righteous path long ago. Ever since that battle, The cultivators of the righteous path began to smear her name and exaggerate her sins. Why have you come? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He could sense the spirit energy in Han Daozi's body, and it was as powerful as Lu Tiange's. He was most likely a first tribulation scattered immortal. Han Daozi's smile faded and he said seriously, I want to entrust this task to the descendants of the Han clan. I know you well. You have many geniuses under your command, and even the exquisite sword heart is willing to be your disciple. This shows that your teaching ability is very strong. Meng Tianlang fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead touching the ground. Wait, isn't his surname Meng? Why is he a member of the Han family? Northern Sword Valiant could not help but ask. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was full of conflict with Meng Tianlang. Back then it wasn't that Zhou Xuanji didn't give Meng Tianlang a chance, but he didn't show up. Now that Zhou Xuanji was famous throughout the world, he wanted to climb up the tree? His mother is a descendant of the Han clan, and to this day the Han clan only has one descendant left. Before, this boy didn't know how to appreciate kindness and didn't keep his promise. It's his fault. Hurry up and apologize. Han Daozi slapped the back of Meng Tianlang's head and said in a low voice, Apologies. Meng Tianlang knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Even so, he was not moved. Perhaps Meng Tianlang had great talent, but he did not like people who went back on their word. I won't hide it from you, this boy's fate is that of a 10,000-year prince. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have been able to divine his whereabouts. In the current world, your talent is the greatest. If you can take him as a disciple, he will definitely soar to the sky and serve your sect in the future. Han Daozi continued to speak, his tone sincere. 10,000-year prince. Everyone's expressions changed. How is that possible? He's a 10,000-year prince? What proof do you have? Beixiao Wangjian cried out in shock. All along they had thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince. How could they believe Han Daozi so easily? Han Daozi smiled and said, If you don't believe me, ask Xian Xianghua and Daoya Old Man to come down. With their abilities they will surely be able to see Tianlang's fate. It's as vast as the ocean, unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xuanji immediately gave Xiao Jinghong a look, and asked him to invite Xian Xianghua and Daoya Old Man. At this moment, Xian Xianghua appeared beside him, followed by Daoya Old Man. The two of them looked at Meng Tianlang closely. Such boundless fate. Could it be true? Xian Xianghua had a strange look on her face. Back then, she had mistakenly thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince, which was why she had been paying attention to him. In the end, she was won over by Zhou Xuanji's charisma. If the 10,000-year prince had appeared from the start, she might not have followed Zhou Xuanji so closely. Daoya Old Man frowned and muttered. This boy's fate is indeed incredible. Even Jihuang Demon Lord did not have such powerful fate. As for Zhou Xuanji, because his fate had been changed when he was young, his fate was not obvious and could not be observed. He's a 10,000-year prince. Are you really willing to give him to me? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Han Daozi. Because of Xian Xianghua's appearance, Han Daozi's expression became a bit unnatural, but he hid it very well. He smiled and said, The world is going to be chaotic in the future. I feel that I'm powerless to protect him, so I can only entrust him to you. Don't worry, this child's heart is filled with reverence for you, and he has no ill intentions. Hearing this, Meng Tianlang, who was kneeling on the ground, turned red. In Great Zhou, most people admired Zhou Xuanji, including him. There was no helping it. Zhou Xuanji was just too legendary. When someone is better than you, you may be jealous. But when he was far stronger than you, to the point where you couldn't even catch up to him, you could only revere and worship him. Let's go up the mountain. I have something to ask you. Zhou Xuanji said as he got up. Knowing that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, the dissatisfaction he felt towards him disappeared. Well, the heavens were fair. As long as you were talented, you could open any door you wanted. If Meng Tianlang was properly trained, he might become a peerless talent like Yang Di in the future. He already had a blueprint in his mind. Meng Tianlang joined Skyfall just like that. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Fenyu Dragon King, and the others all sat in a stone pavilion. while Meng Tianlang and Han Daozi sat across from Zhou Xuanji. So it's like that. 10,000-year princes also need to awaken. However, if they don't awaken, their fate will make it very difficult for them to die. No wonder they didn't die at Master's hands back then, Zhao Tsongjian said as he stroked his chin, making Meng Tianlang feel quite awkward. Lin Chang'e crossed his arms and coldly harumphed as he said, I can't take disciples. So what if I'm a 10,000-year prince? I can only be a sword slave. Is my exquisite sword heart bad? Yes. Chapter 295. Lin Chang'e suggested that Meng Tianlang be a sword slave, and everyone agreed. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, this 10,000-year prince did not seem as powerful as the legends made him out to be. It's fine to be a sword slave. According to my understanding, the Sword Emperor personally supports sword slaves, and they are no different from disciples. The only difference is their status. Han Daozi stroked his beard and smiled. His gaze towards Zhou Xuanji contained a hint of curiosity. To be honest, he had always been amazed by Zhou Xuanji's talent. Before discovering Meng Tianlang, he had thought that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince. Even if he wasn't, he should be a child of providence. Otherwise, how could he be so heaven-defying? I'm supposed to be a slave. I don't dare to dream of becoming a disciple. Meng Tianlang said seriously. Back then he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji and promised to be Zhou Xuanji's slave. With his personality, how could he shamelessly become Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, From today onwards, you will stay at Skyfall. He looked at Han Daozi and asked, What about you? Are you willing to stay and become an elder of the sect? Han Daozi was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, and he had even given him a 10,000-year prince. He naturally had to rope him in. Hearing this, Han Daozi secretly glanced at Xian Xianghua and said with a smile, Thank you, Sword Emperor, for your kindness. I have cultivated all my life and I have ambitions. I want to do something for the human race. Recently, Sunlight Emperor wants to establish the Great Fate Empire, and I want to investigate it. I won't stay and waste the spiritual chi of the tea. Of course, when you establish your sect, I will definitely come. In the future, if the sect has any difficulties and needs my help, I will definitely not decline. With that, he stood up, bowed to everyone, turned around and flew towards the horizon, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chongming Demon Monarch muttered, That sounds nice, but he didn't even leave a way to contact me. I won't even be able to find him for help in the future. Meng Tianlang's face was full of awkwardness and he did not know what to say. He also found it strange. Why was his ancestor in such a hurry? Daoya Old Man laughed and said, It's all because of our sect master Xian. Back then your demonic aura was overflowing, and you almost killed him. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xian Xianghua, who had a calm expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at Meng Tianlang and asked, How's your talent in the way of the sword? He was most proficient in sword Dao. The other spells could only be taught by Daoya. Old Man Meng Tianlang scratched his head. Should be alright. Everyone in the Great Zhou Barracks practices the sword, but they're not as powerful as pure sword cultivators. He did not use a sword, but it did not mean that he did not like it or that it was not suitable for him. It was just that the sword Dao had declined in the past. Ever since Zhou Xuanji rose to power, there were more and more sword cultivators in the various empires, especially in Great Zhou. Almost all the young cultivators practiced the sword. When Zhou Xuanji became #1 in the world, he might usher in a golden age of the way of the sword. Have a good rest. I will personally teach you tomorrow and see if you are suitable for sword training. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked Xiao Jinghong to bring him to where the second-generation disciples lived. It was also a good opportunity for this pair of gay friends to be alone. After the two left, Xian Xianghua clicked her tongue in wonder and said, I didn't expect the 10,000-year prince to be someone else. However, it will take some time and effort to awaken him. Lin Chang'e said disdainfully, What 10,000-year prince? In terms of swordsmanship, his talent is far below mine. The appearance of the 10,000-year prince made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. Not only him but Ning Zifeng also felt the same. Their previous guess was right. More and more geniuses would appear in the future, and their positions would be shaken. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not mind their thoughts. Oh, by the way, I plan to go out tomorrow. It might be a few years or it might be decades before I come back. You are fully grown anyway and you don't need my protection anymore. If you stay in Skyfall, you won't marry me. You have to wait until you marry Jiang Shui before you marry me. It's such a waste of time, Xian Xianghua said as she stared at Zhou Xuanji. After living for so long, she finally fell in love with someone. But he had someone else in his heart. Just thinking about it made her angry. Where are you going? Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua had mostly recovered from her injuries, but she was not fully recovered, so he was a little worried. To become more powerful, of course. Xian Xianghua left after saying this. Next, she sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji and reminded him, don't forget to cultivate the celestial devil rebirth technique. Can save your life. Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. This old demonic woman was quite cute sometimes. After that, the group dispersed to rest. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui returned to the house. Jiang Shui poured tea for him as she asked, Xuanji, do you think I have some kind of identity? When I awaken, I will soar into the sky. As she spoke, she became excited. It was as though she was a 10,000-year prince. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and snorted. Yes, I didn't tell you. I already found out when you were very young. Jiang Shui opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked in surprise. Really? Zhou Xuanji flipped over and changed into a more comfortable position. Yes. You are the woman of the future Sword Emperor. You are below one and above tens of thousands. He said with a solemn and sacred tone. Jiang Shui heard him and immediately pounced at him with bared fangs. What? You want me to be below you? To the right of one and above tens of thousands. The next morning, Zhou Xuanji got up and left the house. He asked the little black snake to call Meng Tianlang up. He took out the swine-culling sword and waited by the cliff. After a while, Meng Tianlang and the little black snake flew to the top of the mountain. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji activated Heavenly Lights, Ancestor Dragon Sword, and Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. Meng Tianlang was fascinated by them. As expected, he decided to practice the sword. He first taught Meng Tianlang the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. This guy had a photographic memory. He memorized all the sword moves after seeing it once. However, it took him 2 hours to completely practice the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. The others left the house one after another. Daoya old man stared at Meng Tianlang and began to think about how to awaken this guy. In the next half a month, Meng Tianlang mastered 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. Every move he made was like a swordsman who had cultivated for decades. This time Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and the others could no longer sit still. They all began to practice the sword. Daoya old man came to a conclusion. This guy had already awakened, without any warning. Ever since he started practicing the sword, his talent was fully displayed. Even his internalization of qi was much faster than before. Even he himself was confused. Before this, he did not believe that he was the 10,000-year prince. But now he believed. And he was a little flustered. Because Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e often found trouble with him. They claimed that they were sparring with each other, but they were actually beating him up. And so, he was struck down by Lin Chang'e's scabbard again. Kid, you have improved again. Not bad. You are more powerful than all of us. Lin Chang'e smiled with squinted eyes, which made Meng Tianlang gnash his teeth. Ning Zifeng also smiled mockingly. Before Meng Tianlang grew up, he must bully him, or else there would be no more chances in the future. Chapter 296. The days became peaceful again. Zhou Xuanji taught the Soul Eater Slash to Meng Tianlang again, and left the matter to himself. Meng Tianlang followed Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng to cultivate. Although the two of them were a little jealous, they quickly regained their composure, and their bullying of Meng Tianlang gradually decreased. The relationship between the three became better and better. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji was already 36 years old, but his cultivation was still at Great Realization Level 1. On the other hand, he managed to cultivate the first level of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique and obtained a chance to be reborn. In these 4 years, he'd obtained 7 divine swords, and the highest grade was only at the amethyst rank. It was clear that the heavenly retribution martial punishment had used up all of his luck. The 7 divine swords were the evil purple sword, the torrential sword, the scorching sun sword, the boundless western heaven sword, the flying south sword, the great Kuei sword, and the Zhuyan sword. What was worth mentioning was that Meng Tianlang had already reached leaving Aperture Realm, and he had already mastered the Soul Eater / to major accomplishment. He was currently learning the sky-dominating divine sword. This guy didn't like fancy sword techniques. He liked the domineering sword techniques that could defeat everything with brute force. After all, he had been on the battlefield for a long time and liked the aura of invincibility. In just 4 short years, he had mastered the sky-dominating divine sword. His talent was truly terrifying. He was much stronger than Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng. Fortunately, he was not arrogant and willful. He could still remain humble and polite in front of others. Apart from Xiao Jinghong, he fought with Chongming Demon Monarch and the 4 Mountain Guarding Kings. As they were all body cultivators, they could often engage in physical combat. On this day, Zhou Xuanji gathered Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the others. He was going to select a group of second-generation disciples to go down the mountain to gain experience. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps appeared behind them. Everyone turned their heads and saw a white-haired man standing at the edge of the cliff. He wore a tattered purple Taoist robe, his face expressionless and his eyes cold. "Who are you?" Lin Chang'e asked in a deep voice. The other party had ascended the mountain without a sound, and he had not noticed it at all. The others also looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Over the years, cultivators and demons would occasionally sneak into Skyfall to steal the Tianxia map, but they were all chased away. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He could not see through the spirit energy in this person's body. He had always thought that he could see through all living beings in the world by relying on the world Buddha art. Could it be that this person's cultivation far surpassed his, or that he had a special identity? "Zhou Xuanji, come with me, or else I will kill them." The white-haired man stared at Zhou Xuanji and said faintly. Ning Zifeng looked at him thoughtfully. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You are heaven." "Impossible. Aren't you overseas? Why would it appear in the northern wilderness region?" Heavens! Everyone was greatly shocked. This was an existence even more terrifying than the 10,000-year princes. In the past, even the Hegemon Sword Emperor and the ancient Diablo King could not do anything to him. "Tian is just my identity. I have my name. My name is Xinyuan Zhou." The white-haired man glanced at Ning Zifeng and said softly. Just as he spoke, his eyes narrowed. Apart from Zhou Xuanji, everyone else was sent flying by a formless wind. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god sword and said in a low voice, "You and I will fight in the distance." He didn't expect heaven to find him so soon. However, he had already predicted today's battle. After all, heaven specialized in hunting down people who possessed the monarch purple qi. Xinyuan Zhou lightly nodded and turned to fly towards the horizon. He believed that Zhou Xuanji would follow him. "Xuanji." Zhang Shui got up from the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly. He turned and smiled at her as he said, "You all stay here. Trust me, I will be back. Don't come looking for me." After saying this, he turned into a ray of sword light and chased after Xinyuan Zhou. In the clear sky, Zhou Xuanji and Xinyuan Zhou levitated in the air, facing each other. They were less than 100 meters apart. Their gazes met. Both of their gazes were cold and showed no fear. "I'm very curious about Tian's background," Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. For years had passed, and although his cultivation level did not increase, his power had been growing. Facing the mysterious and unpredictable Xinyuan Zhou, he did not feel any fear and instead felt quite eager. Xinyuan Zhou was not in a rush to make a move. He replied, "Heaven is naturally the law enforcer of the will of the heavens. Whenever there are too many possessors of monarch qi in the world, heaven will appear and kill the possessors, returning peace to the world." Those with emperor qi were all people destined to become emperors. They were filled with ambition and would bring war to the world. When many people with emperor qi appeared, there would often be a massive calamity. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Could it be that you were born from Tian?" Xinyuan Zhou did not reply. He slightly raised his chin and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are different from those with emperor qi in the past. Your fate is mysterious and unpredictable, so I don't want to kill you for now. If you follow me, I can spare your life." Zhou Xuanji laughed. He wanted to subdue him? It seemed that Tian was not completely just and merciless. "It's not what you think. I just want to observe you for a while and use your power to kill those with Emperor Qi, as well as those who should not exist in this world." Xin Yuanzhou continued to speak. His gaze was just as cold as before, and there were no ripples in it at all. He waved his right hand downwards. In that instant, the ground below was torn apart, forming a massive canyon that stretched to the ends of the world. Rumble. Dust flew everywhere, and it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Looking from above, it looked like a semicircle had been split in two. The end of the canyon could not be seen, and it was at least 10,000 kilometers long. Zhou Xuanji frowned, feeling greatly shocked. This power. He could not even see the trajectory of Xin Yuanzhou's spirit energy clearly. He sank into his thoughts, should he act or not? You are at Great Realization level 1, and you have cultivated the World Buddha art to level 2. Your strength is enough to defeat First Tribulation Scattered Immortals, and you might be able to fight against Second Tribulation Scattered Immortals. However, I have the strength of a Third Tribulation Scattered Immortal, so you have no chance of winning. Follow me, and perhaps I can help you become stronger, Xin Yuanzhou said calmly, drawing a large picture for him. Zhou Xuanji thought and asked in confusion, "If you just want to observe me, why do you want to help me become stronger?" Why did he feel that this Tian was different from the legends? In the legends, when Tian met someone with Emperor Qi, he would immediately fight without saying anything. Why would he be so courteous? "I want to see if you have the qualifications to become Tian." Xin Yuanzhou's words were incredibly shocking, and hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. Become Tian? Under the blue sky and white clouds there was a boundless grassy plain. A group of gorgeously dressed women were walking forward. There was a man among them, hugging women on both sides, and his face was covered with red lipstick marks. This person was Bai Hao Yisan, who had appeared at Great Zhou's royal city. When this emperor finds his natal artifact, it will be the day this emperor regains control of the world. When that time comes, all of you girls will become concubines. What do you say? Bai Hao Yisan loudly laughed, looking incredibly carefree and relaxed. A beautiful woman next to him waved her fan and harumphed. Who will be the empress? 1-2. Chapter 297. You want to be the empress? That depends on talent. Little girls like you, your cultivation talent is too poor. You can only serve this emperor. Bai Hao Yisan shook his head and laughed mercilessly, causing the surrounding women to boo him in unison. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 73 women, all of them beautiful and had impressive figures. They were all convinced by his strength and followed him to roam the world. Being this emperor's concubine will still allow you to stand at the peak of the world. Women must be content, understand? Bai Hao Yisan lifted the chin of the woman next to him and teased. He sighed in his heart. The human world was indeed beautiful. In the distance, on a white cloud, Zhou Xuanji and Xin Yuanzhou looked at Bai Hao Yisan. This person is the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? Is that for real? Zhou Xuanji looked quite confused. Seeing Bai Hao Yisan with so many beautiful women, he could not associate him with the incredibly domineering great emperor. Xin Yuanzhou said expressionlessly, since ancient times, all those who became great emperors would be roped in by various immortal sects in the higher realms after ascending, continuing to command the world. However, it's difficult for great emperors to be invincible in the higher realms, so this heartless emperor couldn't help but reincarnate and stay in the mortal world to enjoy himself. Great Emperor Heartless? Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched as he heard this. Does this guy look like he's heartless? We must kill this kind of person who doesn't abide by the rules of heaven. Go and deal with him. If you succeed, I will allow you to return to visit your subordinates after a certain period of time. Xin Yuanzhou ordered, but Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not move. He had no enmity with Bai Hao Yisan, so how could he kill him for no reason? If you aren't willing, when he recovers his peak cultivation and controls the world, he will use all the women in the world as his cauldrons. At that time it will be difficult to protect the women you care about. Xin Yuanzhou continued to speak. Hearing this, Yi Futian's eyes turned cold. Was this guy a stallion? Isn't this the desire of some otaku? He immediately took out the sky-extinguishing sword and the ancient god sword. Stepping on the thunderclap sword, he charged forward. The Thunder Divine Sword had reached the peak of the glorious gold level, after absorbing the heavenly lightning of the Cheelance Divine Catastrophe. However, it had not broken through to the heavenly soul level, which was a pity, but it was still enough. Whoosh, the sound of air being torn could be heard, causing Bai Hao Isin to look back in shock. His gaze met Zhou Xuanji's cold and sharp gaze. "Who are you?" Bai Hao Isin asked in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a white barrier of light appeared, protecting all of his beloved servants. Two black figures appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. They were the souls of powerful beings. They were Saber Monarch Donghai and Demon Lord Ryuan. The ancient god sword awakened a soul every 3 years. Demon Lord Ryuan was the third soul. With the power of two powerful beings and the power of the sky-extinguishing sword, Zhou Xuanji's aura was incredibly domineering as he slashed downwards. Ping! The white light barrier shattered like glass, turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. "Ah!" 73 women screamed in unison. The piercing power of their screams was so strong that it seemed to be able to ascend to the 36 heavens and descend to the netherworld. Impudent! Bai Hao Isin leapt up and slammed his palm towards Zhou Xuanji. A green shield appeared in his palm, blocking the ancient god sword. The spiritual power of the two exploded, directly sending each other flying. The legendary swords overlapped and appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, blocking his way. Bai Hao Isin somersaulted a few times in the air before landing stably. Their gazes passed through the dozens of women and stared at each other. "So many swords. Are you the current sword emperor Zhou Xuanji?" Bai Hao Isin asked in a low voice. His expression was a little unsightly. If it were anyone else, they would have been furious. He was enjoying himself with his women, and now someone jumped out to attack him. How could he tolerate this? However, when his women heard that it was Zhou Xuanji, they immediately exploded. "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? Is it really him? He's so handsome. The rumors are true. He really has many legendary swords. He's so young. I heard that he's only 35 or 36 years old. That's right. That sword strike was so powerful." Hearing this, Bai Hao Isin's face darkened, and veins bulged in his forehead. These damned women. Didn't the path of ultimate bliss make them calm down? Zhou Xuanji straightened his body and looked at Bai Hao Isin as he said, "Great Emperor Heartless, the mortal realm does not want you. Your era has passed. Do you still want to enslave mortal women as cultivation furnaces?" These words made Bai Hao Isin frown. "How do you know my identity? But I'm not enslaving them. I'm using my charm to conquer them. I'm going to conquer all the beautiful women in the world," he said in a low voice. Toward the end, he looked like a pig, which made Zhou Xuanji feel nauseous. "The heavens cannot tolerate you. Don't blame me." Zhou Xuanji charged toward him. He wanted to see what the great ancient emperor was capable of. As for whether to kill him or not, he had not decided yet. He did not trust Xianyuan Zhou completely. If not for the fact that he wanted to use him to become stronger, he would have attacked him long ago. Good. I want to see if the current Sword Emperor is worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. Bai Hao Isin leaped up and soared into the sky. The two of them fought high up in the sky to avoid harming the innocent women. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation, and all of the legendary swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword chi as they attacked Bai Hao Isin. The legendary swords were like the wind, and their attacks were sharp without any blind spots. A layer of silver-white armor appeared on Bai Hao Isin's body. He held a spear in his hand, and the spearhead was connected to a ferocious and mighty dragon head, giving off a boundless and primordial aura. Facing the attacks of the legendary swords, he held the spear with one hand and swept out in a circle, sending all of the legendary swords flying back. Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The 6,000-meter-tall thousand-hand sword Buddha appeared in the air, looking like a god and unparalleled in the world. Seeing this, the women below were completely dumbfounded. Bai Hao Isin was also stunned. It was the first time he had seen the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji fused into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, looking down at the world. The 1,000 golden arms swung their massive swords and madly slashed towards Bai Hao Isin. Sword after sword, they were like massive waves, each wave stronger than the last. Bai Hao Isin swung his spear to defend. He was just as fast and he was able to receive every attack. Zhou Xuanji did not use heavenly retribution martial punishment. It was not that he could not use it, but that he wanted to keep it as a killing blow. He would only use it after he fell out with Xinyuan Zhou. One had to keep a trump card. There was a loud bang. Bai Hao Isin was suddenly blasted back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest with his left hand and cried out, "World reincarnation!" Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. How did this fellow know about world reincarnation? It seemed that in his era, there had been a master of the Tianxia map. Since it was like this, he would not hold back anymore. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha rushed at Bai Hao Isin, and the 1,000 swords wildly slashed out, creating a berserk gale that swept through the heavens and earth. Bai Hao Isin hurriedly dodged, but he could not dodge in time. He swung his sword to block, but he was injured by his own spirit energy. Despicable! How am I supposed to fight like this? He cursed in his heart. If he had already obtained his natal enchanted artifact, how could he feel so frustrated? The third chapter. 2 chapters. The voting for the main character's sect began at 6 p.m. The voting location was at So Run Wuxiao. Chapter 298. Boom! 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 The 1,000-hand sword Buddha continuously swung its sword, making it difficult for Bai Hao Isin to see through it. Every time he counterattacked, he would be struck back by world reincarnation. Injuries piled on injuries, causing his speed to become slower and slower. The huge golden sword landed on his body, but it was blocked by his silver armor and helmet, preventing him from being smashed into meat paste. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Wait! Zhou Xuanji, you and I have no enmity. Can't you just talk nicely? Can you give me some face? Bai Hao Isin said as he gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name before, but he did not take it to heart. However, after today's battle, he understood why Zhou Xuanji could sit on the throne of number 2 in the world. Too strong. He had met the owner of the Tianxia map before, but that person completely relied on the world Buddha art, unlike Zhou Xuanji, who had extremely high attainments in the way of the sword. I'll endure it for now. After Zhou Xuanji obtained his natal artifact and the legacy from his previous life, he would settle the score with Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji did not stop, and the 1,000-hand sword Buddha continued to wildly hack and slash. Even after smashing him into the ground, it did not let him off. This is Great Emperor Heartless? So weak, no wonder he didn't leave his name in history. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself, and his evaluation of Bai Hao Isin plummeted. He started to hesitate. Should he kill Bai Hao Isin? No. This person could be kept to restrain Xinyuan Zhou. Thinking to there, he said, "Great Emperor Heartless, you're only a before me, the Sword Emperor, you're like a pig or a dog, unable to withstand a single blow." His words were filled with contempt and mockery. Within the ruins, when Bai Hao Isin heard this, he became furious. He was the heartless Great Emperor, an invincible existence who had once dominated the world. How could he allow a junior to humiliate him like this? Rumble, a horrifying aura exploded out, sending Zhou Xuanji's 1,000-hand sword Buddha flying back. Zhou Xuanji immediately deactivated the 1,000-hand sword Buddha and pretended to look pale. Immature kid. I'll show you how I became a martial monarch today. Bai Hao Isin's voice sounded out, cold and domineering. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Was it going to explode? He immediately shouted, "This person's strength is not inferior to mine. Please support me." Bai Hao Isin turned into a rainbow light and shot out from the billowing dust, rushing towards Zhou Xuanji. His speed was much faster than before. Zhou Xuanji activated heavenly lights, and the sword chi was directly broken through. Puff! Zhou Xuanji forced out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. Bai Hao Isin stopped, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't use world reincarnation? At that moment, a boundlessly powerful might descended, causing Bai Hao Isin to look up. Xinyuan Zhou hung high in the sky like a sun, divine and majestic. Those eyes stared coldly at Bai Hao Isin, causing his heart to beat wildly. He said with a trembling voice, "Heavens!" His eyes were filled with fear. Xinyuan Tian was expressionless. With a flip of his hand, silver light lit up the world. A huge silver palm appeared out of nowhere, falling down like a mountain. The spectating women were dumbfounded. Boom! Bai Hao Isin was slammed down by the massive silver palm, causing the entire grassy plains to violently tremble. The heavenly might was so powerful. Far away, Zhou Xuanji steadied himself and swallowed his saliva. Looking at the scene just now, he could not help but think of the Buddha beating up Monkey Sunday. Was a third tribulation scattered immortal so powerful? Soon Xianyuanzhou waved his right hand, and Bai Hao Isin, who was covered in blood and looked like a dead dog, rose up from the dust and flew in front of him. The heavenly might cannot be defied. Great Emperor Heartless, you should understand, right? Xianyuanzhou said coldly, without any emotion in his tone. Bai Hao Isin opened one eye with great difficulty and glanced at him. His breath was weak as he said, "Heavens! This emperor is not convinced." Xianyuanzhou raised his left hand, and Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful force wrap around him. He did not resist and allowed this force to pull him over. When he flew to Xianyuanzhou's side, the three of them disappeared into the sky. The 73 beautiful women came back to their senses. The great emperor is so weak? Were we tricked? Damn it. Previously, we served him so well and were so obedient. Now that he's dead, aren't we just wasting our efforts? Woo, my chastity. It's okay. At most, I'll find an honest man to marry. Ta, ta, ta. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and found that he was within a dazzling palace. There were dozens of 15-meter-tall stone statues on both sides of the palace, and they looked exactly like Xianyuanzhou. It was just that their expressions and actions were different. He looked at Xianyuanzhou and asked, "Where is this?" "The heavenly palace," Xianyuanzhou replied. Xianyuanzhou replied before turning around and walking towards the throne nearby. Bai Hao Isin lay on the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he gritted his teeth and said, "You are the owner of the Tianxia map, but you are used by heaven. We cultivators are ashamed." Seeing his sorrowful and angry expression, Zhou Xuanji did not feel any sympathy and instead wanted to laugh. "With your strength, killing him would be as easy as flipping your hand, but you pretended that you could not defeat him. What are your intentions? Don't you want to become Tian?" Xianyuanzhou sat on the throne and asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Bai Hao Isin loudly cursed. "What's so good about being Tian? Only an idiot would be Tian. Abandon your emotions and desires and become a puppet of the heavenly law, never being able to transcend. Don't try to scam my little friend Xuanji." In order to survive, he could only think of a way to rope Zhou Xuanji in. Abandon my emotions and desires? Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked at Xianyuanzhou. This fellow indeed looked cold and emotionless. If you want to become the enforcer of the heavenly law, you naturally have to abandon your mortal emotions, or else how can you be fair and just? If you don't want to become Tian, you can only die. Xianyuanzhou did not try to explain and directly threatened him. Bai Hao Isin could not stand it anymore and cursed out, "Shameless! You're not worthy of being Tian. Bullying my little friend like this. Give my little friend 100 years and I'll definitely kill you." Boom! Bai Hao Isin was slammed against the palace wall by a formless energy, and he almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Can you be a loyal and affectionate Tian?" "No. Heartless. Are you even human? You want to be heaven, not a human. Can I beg you to be a human?" Facing Xianyuanzhou's powerful attack, Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords and prepared to fight. If he had to abandon his emotions in order to become the price of heaven, then he wouldn't mind it. "You want to rebel against heaven? Do you know what will happen to you?" Xianyuanzhou said coldly with killing intent in his eyes. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was just an ant. If not for his incredible talent, he would have died long ago. Zhou Xuanji let go of the ancient god sword in his right hand, allowing it to float in front of him. Then, a crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. Heavenly punishment, martial punishment. He stared at Xianyuanzhou and smiled disdainfully. "So what if you're Tian? In my eyes, you're just a worm without freedom. You're even inferior to a mortal. I, your father, have tolerated you for a long time. Chapter 299. Buck? Xin Yuanzhou slowly got up, the killing intent in his eyes becoming even denser. Since he could not use Zhou Xuanji, he would kill him. That's it. Little friend Xuanji, destroy him. Bai Hao Yisan furiously yelled as he clutched his chest. He also disliked Zhou Xuanji, but compared to Tian, Zhou Xuanji was not much of a threat. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. I'm very curious. What gives you the confidence to say such a thing? Xin Yuanzhou looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked softly, his gaze falling on heavenly retribution martial punishment. Could it be this sword? Zhou Xuanji gripped heavenly retribution martial punishment, and a violet 8 trigrams appeared on his forehead, causing his entire being to become devilish. Traces of intense blue flames flowed along his right arm and wrapped around his body. A terrifying aura exploded out from his body, causing the entire heavenly palace to violently tremble. Bai Hao Yisan's eyes widened, a look of shock on his face. Xin Yuanzhou tightly frowned and muttered, this power. With the intimidating spirit legendary sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji's confidence swelled. Who else but me? How arrogant. So what if it was the heavens? He would still kill him. My confidence? Because I don't believe in the heavens. Zhou Xuanji said as he proudly laughed. He almost yelled out that his fate was not up to the heavens. He stepped out with his right foot and slashed out with the sword. All of his muscles tensed up, and his body was like a bow, looking incredibly domineering. Sword chi swept out, and Xin Yuanzhou instinctively raised his arm to block. Boom! The sword chi swept past him, shattering the palace walls behind him. All of the palace pillars within the heavenly palace trembled. Xin Yuanzhou's sleeves exploded, and his gaze became serious as he said in a low voice, this sword is definitely not something from the mortal realm. How did you obtain it? Bai Hao Yisan was completely dumbfounded. Just then, when he had slashed out with that sword, his heart had jumped, as if he was facing the might of the heavens. What a terrifying sword strike. This is my most powerful legendary sword. Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. It specializes in punishing scammers like you and merciless people like you. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed as he blasted out. Hearing this, Bai Hao Yisan felt a surge of emotions. He liked Zhou Xuanji's attitude. Traces of heavenly lightning wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's body, making him look like a god of thunder. Incredibly domineering. He directly used 10,000 ultimate steps and appeared behind Xin Yuanzhou. Pucci. Blood spurted out of Xin Yuanzhou's chest, and his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed inwardly, so fast. He understood that he could no longer hold back. He turned and struck out with his palm, and Zhou Xuanji blocked it with his sword. Rumble. The two powerful forces clashed together, shaking the heavenly palace. The wind forced Bai Hao Yisan against the wall, unable to move. He looked at the two of them in horror, feeling as though his body would explode at any moment. Damn it! If he was at his peak, how could he allow them to be so arrogant? Xin Yuanzhou's body shone with a powerful light. A beam of light broke through the roof and shone on his body, causing his aura to soar. The might of heaven is vast and mighty. Do you think you can resist the might of heaven just because you have a divine sword? What right do mortals have to fight against the heavens? Xin Yuantian said in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a powerful light shined out of his palm, turning into a sword of light. The tip of the sword stretched out and pierced through the wall of wind in front of him, wanting to pierce through Zhou Xuanji's throat. The thousand-hand sword Buddha came out of Zhou Xuanji's body and devoured him in an instant. 1,000 golden arms grew out of its back, each holding a sword, and furiously slashed out. Dang! The thousand-hand sword Buddha's arms were all repelled. Zhou Xuanji threw out heavenly retribution martial punishment with his right hand. Ranged sword propelling. Pucci, Xin Yuanzhou's chest was directly pierced through, and his entire body froze. Bai Hao Yisan once again stared with wide eyes, unable to believe his eyes. Could this boy really defeat the heavens? Heavens, please bestow upon me divine power to sweep away demons. Xin Yuanzhou roared as another beam of light descended, shining on his body, causing his aura to once again explosively rise. Numerous clones shining with powerful light surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Now Zhou Xuanji could finally sense Xin Yuanzhou's spirit energy. It was incredibly dazzling. He was even more powerful than the injured Jihuang demon lord, Lu Tiange, and Han Daozi. In fact, he even felt an intense sense of danger. He was now holding the intimidating spirit legendary sword, but he still felt a sense of danger. What did this mean? He did not dare to let down his guard and directly unleashed the Sealing Dream Sword formation. Legendary swords lined up in front of him, pointing at Xin Yuanzhou. In less than 2 breaths of time, the sword formation was completed. Holding Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment, he stabbed out. All of the legendary swords gave off sword chi, which turned into a hexagram of light and shot forward. They hit Xin Yuanzhou's body in an instant, making him unable to move. Heavens, please bestow upon me glory, unhindered by evil energy. Xin Yuanzhou cried out again. Another beam of light descended, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. The powerful aura made Bai Hao Yisan quickly crawl toward the Heavenly Palace's gates. His spirit energy was sealed by Xin Yuanzhou, and he was heavily injured, so he could only crawl. Boom! Xin Yuanzhou suddenly broke free from the Sealing Dream Sword formation and came before the 1,000-hand sword Buddha with a single step. He slammed his palm into Zhou Xuanji's chest. So fast. This was the only word in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, he felt as if his organs were on fire, and the world spun around him. He crashed through the Heavenly Palace's walls and fell down. Xin Yuanzhou was also pushed back by the impact, and he almost flew out of the Heavenly Palace's gates. He mumbled to himself, "World reincarnation is really powerful. Created by a divine lord. No wonder it could reign supreme for countless years." At the same time, Zhou Xuanji steadied himself. He was high up in the sky. Above him was a dark starry sky, mysterious and beautiful. Below him was a sea of clouds, and he could not see the ground. This is... He was shocked in his heart. If he fell like this, would he shatter into pieces? He looked up and saw a stone palace levitating 10,000 meters above him. From the outside it looked simple and ordinary, not as luxurious as the inside. Under his gaze, Xin Yuanzhou walked out from the gates and looked down at him from the stairs. "Zhou Xuanji, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and submit to me, and become the next Tian, and I will let you live." Xin Yuanzhou stared at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "In this era, there were not many good seedlings who could become Tian, let alone a genius like Zhou Xuanji. I'll say it again. I don't believe in heaven." Zhou Xuanji was disgusted by Xin Yuanzhou's tone. He spoke as if he was going to die for sure. Zhou Xuanji activated the other legendary swords and activated the Hades God-slaying formation. At the same time, he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and charged toward Xin Yuanzhou with a roar. Xin Yuanzhou waved his right hand, and a silver saber appeared in his hand. "Since you insist on going about things the wrong way, then die." Just as he spoke, the 5-clawed golden dragon arrived below the Heavenly Palace. The 5-clawed golden dragon was 3,000 meters long and looked incredibly domineering, as if the ancestral dragon had appeared. Martial punishment power. Zhou Xuanji furiously roared. Following this, a layer of blue flames covered the 5-clawed golden dragon, and his speed increased drastically. Xin Yuanzhou slashed out with his saber. In the next second, he was devoured by the 5-clawed golden dragon, and half of the Heavenly Palace was taken away. Bai Hao Yisan also fell down from the sky. "Little friend Xuanji, save me!" He cried out in despair and quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Come! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 300. The 5-clawed golden dragon charged up but was stopped by a formless barrier. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the 5-clawed golden dragon form. With Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment in his hand, he penetrated Xin Yuanzhou's chest and pinned him to the formless barrier. Their eyes met, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. This power, Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment? This sword is a sect treasure even in the upper realm. Where did you get it? Could it be from the Tianxia map? Xin Yuanzhou asked with a frown, as though he could not feel the pain. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Even this could not kill him. He jerked his right hand and activated the 6-path sword shadow before slashing with the sky-dominating divine sword. 5 streams of sword qi collided with Xin Yuanzhou with tremendous momentum, but no damage was done. Xin Yuanzhou was protected by the divine radiance. Other than the heavenly retribution martial punishment on his chest, no other legendary swords or moves could hurt him. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to continue, a formless energy burst out and sent him flying away. Absolute power. Power that surpassed mortals. Even with the power of martial punishment, Zhou Xuanji felt that his body was about to explode. So powerful. If not for heavenly retribution martial punishment, he would have been killed instantly. I'll let you taste the power of heaven, Xin Yuanzhou said coldly as he looked down at Zhou Xuanji from above. Next, countless beams of light shot out from his body and shot toward Zhou Xuanji like a storm. They were so fast that they surpassed the speed of wind and lightning. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword and deflected the beams of light. At the same time, the Hades God-slaying formation was formed. A massive black hole appeared. Deafening roars came from within, making everyone panic. Xin Yuanzhou looked over and recognized this formation. Hades God-slaying formation. I didn't expect you to learn this formation, he said with a deep frown. It was his first time seeing someone who could set up the Hades God-slaying formation alone. A massive skeletal hand reached out from the black hole. Zhou Xuanji glanced at it with his peripheral vision and felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. I hope it's a powerful helper. Soon, a flaming skeleton that was hundreds of meters tall climbed out. Its body was like a human's. Flames wrapped around its body like a layer of armor. There were 2 balls of green flames in its eyes, just like its pupils. It was eerie and frightening as it locked its gaze on Xin Yuanzhou. There was a loud bang. Flaming bones charged directly at Xin Yuanzhou at an extremely fast speed, stirring up gusts of hot wind. Xin Yuanzhou's eyes narrowed, and an arrow-like beam of light shot out, scattering the flames and bones. Countless bone fragments floated in the air like white flowers. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He was killed instantly just like that? Damn it. He looked so impressive when he made his entrance just now. Who would have thought that he was only good for show but useless? Enraged, he used the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha again. It was 600 meters tall, and its 1,000 hands held the sword as it slashed towards Xin Yuanzhou. Facing the 1,000-hand Sword Buddha's torrential attacks, Xin Yuanzhou was quickly suppressed because his attacks were directly reflected by world reincarnation. This was equivalent to him and Zhou Xuanji's combined attacks, and he had no choice but to dodge. Such powerful strength. This kid didn't use his full strength just now? Xin Yuanzhou was inwardly shocked, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. This kid must die. He raised his hands and lightning intertwined in his palms, exuding an imposing aura. Heavenly thunder. With heavenly lightning in his hand, he rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, the thunderclap sword entered the 1,000-hand Sword Buddha's body suddenly. Next, the 1,000 giant golden swords in the 1,000-hand Sword Buddha's hands transformed into thunderclap swords. Heavenly lightning coiled around the blades as they slashed toward Xin Yuanzhou. How can it be? Xin Yuanzhou opened his eyes wide. Although he saw Zhou Xuanji use heavenly lightning, it was not much. Looking at it again, this thunderclap sword Buddha's domineering aura was not inferior to his at all. Zhou Xuanji did not care about his shock and continued to attack wildly. The Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha demonstrated its domineering aura. Its strength could topple mountains and rivers, and its qi could pierce through the sky. No matter how skillful Xin Yuanzhou was, he was beaten into a sorry state. Xin Yuanzhou, you are still far from Tian. Zhou Xuanji mocked with a cold smile, but he was a little puzzled in his heart. Why did the World Full Sword not work on Xin Yuanzhou? Could it be that this guy had really forsaken his emotions? Xin Yuanzhou did not reply but looked for an opening calmly. The Tianxia map provided Zhou Xuanji with endless spirit energy, which allowed him to unleash his full power without reservation. The golden radiance on his body grew more dazzling. At the same time, many humans and demons in the northern wilderness region discovered that another sun had appeared in the sky. The golden radiance shone brightly and seemed to be moving slightly. What's that? Why is there a second sun? It's an ominous sign. Senior, can you go up and take a look? I tried to fly up just now, but I sensed an extremely powerful might. If I get any closer, I will die. What's going on? There wasn't any before. All sorts of shocked voices sounded out on the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not know what was happening below. He only had eyes for Xinyuan Zhou. He must kill this guy today, or else he would die. The Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha raised all of its giant swords. The 1,000 swords merged into one, forming a horrifying legendary sword that was thousands of meters long and slashed out furiously. Xinyuan Zhou could not dodge in time and was slashed by the sword. Boom! A world-shaking explosion sounded out. A powerful radiance burst out, and Zhou Xuanji felt as if the world had lost its color. This slash contained his full power and was extremely domineering. Even if he was facing Jihuang Demon Lord, he was confident that he could kill him instantly with one slash. On the ground below, countless humans and demons were in an uproar. From their point of view, the second sun seemed to have exploded. At Skyfall, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were worried about Zhou Xuanji. Look! Meng Tianlang suddenly pointed in a direction and cried out, which attracted everyone's attention. There was a ball of golden radiance in the sky. It was extremely far away and looked like the sun at first glance. What's that? Daoya Old Man divined instinctively, but he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. On the other side, in the forest, Xian Xianghua walked slowly. Suddenly, she leaped up into the air and looked up. She squinted her eyes and mumbled, "Who's fighting that? This aura?" She was shocked in her heart. Could it be Yang Di? Then who was the other person? When did such a powerful being appear in the northern wilderness region? Could it be the revival of an ancient powerhouse? The Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha stopped. Zhou Xuanji was within its body and panted continuously. That slash just now had exhausted him. If not for the Tianxia map replenishing his spirit energy, he might have fallen straight down and shattered into pieces. His eyes were fixed on the front. The clouds and smoke dissipated, and Xinyuan Zhou's silhouette appeared slowly. Lightning flashed around him vaguely. Xinyuan Zhou was covered in blood, and his white ribs were exposed. He looked miserable and horrifying, like a malicious ghost that crawled out from hell. His breathing was weak, and he was also panting continuously. Zhou Xuanji, you are powerful indeed. You already have the power to fight against a third tribulation scattered immortal. He spoke in a stutter, as though he was at the end of his rope. But, Heaven, please bestow me faith and fear no evil demons. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 301. Hearing Xinyuan Zhou's words, Zhou Xuanji's expression slightly changed. Not good. Just as he was about to make a move, a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on his body. Immediately, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. This guy was cheating. If this went on, how were they supposed to fight? If he kept asking for help from the heavens, wouldn't he be unkillable? Without hesitation, he swung his sword again. Although this sword was not as domineering as before, it was not far off. Dang! A metallic sound came, and Zhou Xuanji's expression froze. Xinyuan Zhou raised his right hand and blocked the sword with his palm. How is this possible? Zhou Xuanji was greatly shocked. Damn, could it be any more ridiculous? Xinyuan Zhou's expression became incredibly cold, and his gaze pierced through the 1,000-hand sword Buddha as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. He said coldly, Zhou Xuanji, you are very powerful, and your talent is not inferior to the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. You indeed have the right to be called the Sword Emperor of the present age. However, you are facing the heavens that created all things. You are not a match for me. Just pray that you don't have the Emperor's chi in your next life. Otherwise, you will repeat the same mistake. After that, he slammed the golden legendary sword into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha and shattered it. The shockwave from his palm slammed into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha and dispersed it immediately. Zhou Xuanji flew back and vomited blood. His body spun and fell to the ground. Xinyuan Zhou grabbed at the air with his right hand, stopping Zhou Xuanji. This sudden stop made Zhou Xuanji feel as if the world was spinning. His internal organs felt as if they were twisted into a ball, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Xinyuan Zhou's gaze became colder and sharper, and a blade of light appeared in front of him, preparing to end Zhou Xuanji's life. At this moment, A figure appeared behind him out of nowhere. It was the heartless great emperor Baihao Isin. His expression was extremely cold, and a diagram of a dragon and phoenix intertwining appeared on his forehead. His right hand shot out like lightning, piercing through Xin Yuanzhou's chest. In an instant, Xin Yuanzhou's body stiffened. Heartless. Xin Yuanzhou's expression changed as he said in a trembling voice. Zhou Xuanji lost his restraints and fell straight down. Blood leaked out of Baihao Isin's mouth as he coldly laughed and said, "Compared to the past Tian, you're too weak, and you still want to kill this emperor? Die." Blue light suddenly burst forth from their bodies. Streaks of light appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Xin Yuanzhou. Zhou Xuanji, who was falling, opened his eyes wide. This guy didn't die from the fall? He did not stop and continued to descend. It would be best if Xin Yuanzhou and Baihao Isin perished together. Emperor Heartless, you are indeed talented. Sadly, you are now a reincarnated body. Xin Yuanzhou did not panic and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then let's die together. The heavens will revive me, but you won't even have the chance to reincarnate." Hearing this, Baihao Isin's expression changed. Before he could say anything, Xin Yuanzhou detonated himself. Bang! Zhou Xuanji, who was on the ground, felt a massive force descending from the sky. His robe was torn to shreds and he coughed up blood again. The speed of his descent increased drastically. Damn! Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart and looked a little terrified. He felt that his bones and tendons were broken, and he had no strength to stabilize himself. If he were to fall like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. At the same time, the northern wilderness region was in an uproar. Looking up from the ground, the second sun first disappeared and then exploded. The scene was rather shocking. Exploded? What the hell happened? Be careful. There might be a natural disaster later. It's a sign of a great calamity. I have an uneasy feeling too. The people discussed among themselves and rumors were born. East of the northern wilderness region, in a small village by the coast, the villagers knelt before a stone platform with devout expressions and fervent eyes. On the stone platform there was an old priest. His face was covered in colorful paint, and he was mumbling to himself as he danced a strange dance. Beside him, there were 3 white pigs and a cow, as well as many fruits. All the villagers were looking at the massive explosion in the sky. May the gods protect us. Please help us slay the demon and return peace to our village. The old priest waved his hands and chanted with his eyes closed. Look! Something is falling. A young man stood up and cried out excitedly as he pointed at the sky. Everyone looked over and saw that something was indeed falling. It was Zhou Xuanji. Seeing that he was about to fall, Zhou Xuanji's heart burned with anxiety. His speed was already at the limit, and if he fell like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. Even with golden invincibility, he could not withstand the horrifying pressure of falling from such a height. Numerous legendary swords flew below him and stacked on top of each other to slow him down. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and used his mind to control the 2 souls of the ancient god sword. Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ruin. The 2 souls appeared and pressed on his chest to slow him down. His speed began to decrease tremendously. Boom! Zhou Xuanji and the legendary swords crashed into a thatched hut, sweeping up a cloud of dust and causing the ground to shake. The instant he landed, Zhou Xuanji quickly stored the legendary swords into the supreme storage. After that, he fainted on the spot. Up in the sky, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. It was Yang Di. Looking at the floating rocks in front of him, he frowned slightly. Because of Xin Yuanzhou's self-explosion, the heavenly palace was shattered, and his and Baihao Isin's corpses were nowhere to be seen. Such a powerful battle aura. There's someone like this hiding in the northern wilderness region? No, could it be Tian? Yang Di mumbled to himself with curiosity on his face. He was not afraid of the mysterious powerful cultivator. Instead, he was a little excited. He had been invincible for 3,000 years and lonely for 3,000 years. With a smile he turned and left. About an hour after he left, a pillar of light descended. Next, Xin Yuanzhou walked out with a pale face. Great Emperor Heartless. Xin Yuanzhou mumbled to himself. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Today's battle had almost killed him. It also made him realize that he should not underestimate those invincible great emperors who had once dominated an era. He took a deep breath and sat down in the sky. He began to regulate his aura. Although he had been reborn, it would take him a long time to recover to his peak. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly. A young face came into his vision. The face was red, and a stream of crystal-clear liquid flowed from his nose. It was very long and was about to drip into his mouth. This is Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. Mucus? What the? Ah! Zhou Xuanji immediately turned his head in fear. He wanted to get up, but his body was in excruciating pain. He could not move at all and could only move his neck. The little boy sniffed and sucked the mucus into his nose. The immortal is awake. He got up in joy and cried out. He hopped out of the wooden hut, leaving Zhou Xuanji to lie on the bed and doubt his life. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. A while later, he came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. I almost died. Fortunately, Bai Hao Isan had a trump card up his sleeve. Sword Spirit, how long have I been lying here? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. He could sense that most of his broken bones had recovered, but he still needed to rest for a while. A little more than a month. The sword owner is already 37 years old. Oh, what did I get? Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 302. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 37 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Flowing Color Piercing Sword, Heavenly Soul Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester Sword, Universal Attraction. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, repeating to him what he had gained when he was 37 years old. 2 divine swords. One of them was a Heavenly Soul divine sword. Apart from that, he also obtained a sword art manual, which was quite generous. Zhou Xuanji's mood improved. Next, 6 lines of small words appeared before his eyes. Sword name. Flowing heart-piercing sword grade. Amethyst description. A sword made from a 10,000-year-old flowing color stone. Once pierced by an enemy, the flowing color poison will invade the enemy's heart and corrode their cultivation. Sword name. Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester level. Heavenly Soul description. Gathers the spiritual chi of the world and can freeze anything, turning it into a world of ice. This sword is extremely powerful, so use it cautiously. The description of the 2 swords seemed to be very powerful and could increase his strength. As for the primal restoration, he did not inherit it. Instead, he pulled out the Holy Light Redemption sword and pierced it into his chest while the blade stood upright in the air. At this moment, a group of villagers rushed in, and when they saw Zhou Xuanji stabbed by the Holy Light Redemption sword, they immediately panicked. Immortal! Someone tried to assassinate an immortal. Be careful, there are enemies. Who did it? The villagers were enraged and were about to help Zhou Xuanji draw the sword. He was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, Don't move! This sword is my magic tool. As soon as he said that, the villagers were stunned and stopped what they were doing. Magic item? Someone's expression changed immediately. Zhou Xuanji did not panic. If anyone dared to act recklessly, he could use his will to control his sword and kill them. However, he found that his storage ring was still there, which meant that the villagers had no ill intentions. An old man with a walking stick walked shakily to the side of the bed. He tried his best to open his murky eyes wide and said, Immortal, please help our village eliminate the demon. If you don't help, our village will be eaten by the demon. Zhou Xuanji agreed immediately. Let me rest for a few days, and I will help you eliminate the demon. If not for these villagers, he might have already been eaten by demons. He could agree to such a small matter. He didn't ask how powerful the monster was. He looked down on all the demons in the world. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's promise, the villagers were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. After that, the group of people tactfully left. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and continued to recuperate. He thought about Jiang Shui and wondered how she was doing. She must still be thinking about him. However, with Daoyi old man around, he believed that no one would do anything rash. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and let the sword spirit pass on the myriad returnants. A large amount of memories forcefully drilled into his mind. After a while, He fused the memories of universal attraction. The universal attraction was indeed a sword technique, but it was not an offensive sword technique. However, its destructive power was not inferior to that of the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. It could absorb all objects and living beings around it and draw closer to the sword master. If one were to stand in front of a city wall, they would be able to directly destroy it. If it was on the battlefield, it could suck all the enemy soldiers in front of it, incomparably domineering. At the same time, this sword technique was controlled by the swordmaster's spiritual power. In other words, he could select the target of absorption. As for the range of the universal attraction, it depended on the swordmaster's cultivation. As long as he was strong enough, he could even suck in the sun in the sky. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and surprise flashed in his eyes. Such a domineering sword technique. If he used the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and universal attraction at the same time, he would be invincible. Even if he did not use the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, he could still crush everything with world reincarnation and universal attraction. Zhou Xuanji's breathing hastened. He knew that his power was going to increase again. However, when he thought about Xianyuan Zhou's power of heaven, his burning heart cooled down again. Universal attraction alone could not defeat Xianyuan Zhou. The most important thing was still his own cultivation. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had a feeling that Xianyuan Zhou would not die just like that. What was the saying? Evil lives for 1,000 years. He stopped thinking about it and focused on recuperating. At Skyfall, Jiang Shui found Daoya Old Man and asked with gritted teeth, "Are we really going to wait?" A month passed. Zhou Xuanji had not returned, and there was no news from him. She was worried every day and could not focus on cultivation. Trust him. Moreover, we can't find him. What if something happens to you when he returns? Daoya Old Man comforted her. He did not have much confidence in himself. His opponent was Tian after all. Jiang Shui left with her head lowered. Her hands were tightly clenched in her sleeves. If Xian Xianghua were here, Daoya Old Man would not stop her. He did not trust Zhou Xuanji completely, but he had no other choice. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She felt aggrieved and terrified. If something happened to Zhou Xuanji, what was the point of her remaining in this world? Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Meng Tianlang were teaching the second-generation disciples. Meng Tianlang walked to Xiao Jinghong's side and asked softly, "Why is Master not back yet? Did something happen to him?" During this period of time, he learned about how terrifying Tian was from Ning Zifeng. He had a bad premonition. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, could he fight against heaven? "He will come back," Xiao Jinghong replied calmly as he wiped his sword. He was not worried about Zhou Xuanji at all. Meng Tianlang was stunned. He wanted to say something but stopped. Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji came this far not because of good luck but because he overcame all obstacles and killed powerful cultivators. He had encountered such a situation before. The moon set and the sun rose. After a day of treatment, Zhou Xuanji could already get off his bed and walk. The spirit energy in his body began to recover, helping him to heal his tendons, inner pellet, astral infant and dantian. If this continued, he would be able to recover to his peak in less than half a month. Other cultivators had to train their spirit energy again after they were severely injured. But he did not need to. The Tianxia map had already stored a massive amount of spirit energy. This morning, a teenager who was a little over 10 years old sneaked into the wooden hut carefully. He had a tiger-looking face and slightly tanned skin. His eyes were filled with cunning. He walked to the bed softly and saw that Zhou Xuanji was still sleeping. He rolled his eyes and knelt down straight away, kowtowing to Zhou Xuanji. "Celestial teacher, can you take me as your disciple? I want to protect my village." His voice was sonorous and full of determination. Zhou Xuanji did not answer him but pretended to be asleep. The teenager did not get up but continued to kneel. Time passed second by second. Until noon. The teenager knelt until his legs were numb. His body trembled slightly and looked like he would fall any time. Zhou Xuanji got up and said unpleasantly, "You are so weak. How can you take me as your teacher?" The teenager looked up in fear. His face was filled with fear and trepidation. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him but at the sky outside the window. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the demonic qi soared into the sky. Interesting. So it's him. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a playful look on his face. The teenager looked back and saw the demonic clouds outside the window. He was frightened out of his wits. That evil demon is here again. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 303. On top of the mountain, Zhuang Huixing sat on a throne with 4 transformed demons standing beside him. His face was cold and stern, and there was a murderous aura between his brows. He was the son of demon monarch Gulen. Back then, when Zhou Xuanji was collecting Northern Valiant Sword, he happened to encounter him entering the kingdom to capture Princess Xuanya. Zhou Xuanji relied on defeating him to become famous across Great Zhou. At the foot of the mountain was a mountain village. Looking in the direction of the village, one could see the boundless blue ocean. At this moment the villagers gathered and knelt in front of the hill, looking up at Zhuang Huixing. Your Majesty, there aren't many virgin boys and girls left in the village. Why don't we use other things to exchange? The old village chief asked cautiously, his face full of fear. He prayed in his heart for the immortal master to act quickly. Zhou Xuanji was still recuperating, so he did not dare to expose himself. Otherwise, if Zhou Xuanji died, their village would be razed to the ground. Zhuang Huixing looked down at him and coldly said, Isn't it merciful to let you have a pair of virgin boys and girls in half a year? If it were any other demon monarch, all of you would have been eaten. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and landed behind Zhuang Huixing. The lightning flashed, causing his face to flicker between light and dark, making him look even more terrifying. I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over a young boy and girl under the age of 6, you can forget about living today. Zhuang Huixing said coldly, his tone impatient. If it weren't for the fact that there were few people along the coast, he would have massacred this village long ago. Yo, the demon emperor's son has quite the temper. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's laughter came, and everyone turned to look. Zhuang Huixing was stunned. Zhou Xuanji walked out of a wooden house with a swarthy young man. He was wearing a new set of white clothes and held the Holy Light Redemption sword in a reverse grip. The blade of the sword cut his arm and stuck to it. It's you. Zhuang Huixing was so frightened that his face turned pale. He immediately got up and prepared to escape. Stop! Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, which frightened Zhuang Huixing so much that he did not dare to move, as though he was struck by lightning. He was trembling with fear. The other 4 demons became afraid as well. Although they did not recognize Zhou Xuanji, to be able to scare Zhuang Huixing to such an extent, he must have a powerful background. The villagers were all dumbfounded. The moment the immortal master appeared, this evil demon was scared witless? Come down, Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Zhuang Huixing turned around stiffly and flew down the mountain trembling. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and lowered his head, not daring to look into his eyes. Once he hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. But ever since Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, Jihuang Demon Lord, and Nether Ghost, he did not dare to be jealous anymore. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would think of such a powerful cultivator again. Otherwise, even his father, Demon Monarch Gulen, would not be able to stop him. Have you fallen so low that you have to eat virgin boys and girls? Zhou Xuanji patted Zhuang Huixing's face and asked with a smile. But his laughter was filled with murderous intent, which made everyone feel as though they were in a cold cellar. Zhuang Huixing was so frightened that he fell to his knees. His face was covered in cold sweat as he gritted his teeth and said, Sword Emperor. I didn't want to eat it. I had no choice. Sword Emperor. The villagers were shocked. They did not know much about the northern wilderness region as they were isolated from the rest of the world, so they could only feel shocked. Zhuang Huixing, who was undefeatable in their eyes, was less than a dog before Zhou Xuanji. The dark-skinned youth clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. How domineering! He had to acknowledge him as his master. Oh, tell me about it. Zhou Xuanji asked. He was not in a hurry to kill Zhuang Huixing. This guy's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of 5th rank. Compared to before, he had great improvements. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he was just an ant that he could kill easily. Even though he had not recovered from his injuries, he could still kill him easily. In order to survive, Zhuang Huixing told the truth. Ever since the demons were defeated, Demon Monarch Gulen had to retreat with his subordinates. They were too close to Great Zhou, and Great Zhou had produced another second in the world. How could they not be afraid? In order to cultivate peacefully, they traveled through mountains and rivers. All the prosperous lands of the demons were occupied by powerful demons. After much difficulty, they finally came to the eastern coastal area. But there was a 9th-rank great demon here who was extremely horrifying. He forced them to collect virgin boys and girls, or else they would either get lost or die. That demon seemed to have obtained some treasure and needed pure yang and yin blood to nurture it. Zhuang Huixing mumbled. Toward the end, his voice became softer and softer, as though he was afraid. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. You want me to kill him for you? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. Zhuang Huixing did not dare to reply. After that, he asked Zhuang Huixing to lead the way. If he killed Zhuang Huixing and the 9th-rank great demon today, there would be other demons to bully this village in the future. He already had a plan in mind. Zhuang Huixing was pleasantly surprised and immediately led the way. Looking at their backs, the villagers were in an uproar. Celestial Teacher is so powerful. What Celestial Teacher? He's the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor? Such a majestic name. Isn't he the most powerful person in the world? Of course. He fell from such a high place and did not shatter into pieces. We are finally saved. The villagers discussed excitedly, and some of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. Those who cried were those who lost their children. The tanned young man looked up and did not come to his senses for a long time. They flew along the way. Standing on Zhuang Huixing's demon cloud, Zhou Xuanji listened to Zhuang Huixing's introduction quietly. The 9th-rank great demon was called Tiger Monarch Fudi. He had been hiding among the demons. After the demons were defeated, he had to retreat to the seaside. Only by staying as far away from the humans as possible could he feel safe. Demon Monarch Gulen had already submitted to Tiger Monarch Fudi. After passing through a forest, they came to a mountain that was thousands of meters tall. The mountain looked like two mountains that were pieced together. There was a depression in the middle, and there were many caves and valleys. Many demon beasts circled in the air, and many shapeshifted great demons were cultivating in the forest. Demonic chi gathered together, and it was hard to see the sun in this area. Later I will pretend. Zhuang Huixing whispered to Zhou Xuanji and was about to tell him his plan. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the thunderclap sword appeared above his head. With a loud whoosh, it slashed toward Zhuang Huixing's words. The thunderclap sword penetrated into the mountain like a bolt of lightning. Dust exploded and countless rocks flew up. All the demons in the mountain were alarmed. All sorts of cries resounded. Enemy attack! What happened? Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle. Who is it? Over there. Countless demons dashed out from the forest toward Zhou Xuanji. Numerous legendary swords appeared out of thin air and slashed toward the demons with extreme speed. Their throats were slit, and their blood splattered across the sky. Their corpses fell to the ground. Zhuang Huixing stood beside Zhou Xuanji, and his heart was pounding. He knew what the second in the world meant, but only after witnessing it with his own eyes did he feel awe. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji's expression was indifferent, he was shocked. I'm afraid that he alone can turn the entire demon race upside down. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 304. Tiger Emperor Fu Di, right? Hurry up and come out. Zhou Xuanji ignored Zhuang Huixing's gaze and shouted. His voice resounded through the clouds and shook the forest, scaring the other demons that rushed over to stop. Looking at the dozens of divine swords wreaking havoc in the air, they were scared out of their wits. So many swords. Could he be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? What? Impossible. Why is Zhou Xuanji here? It's over. The Sword Emperor is here. Quickly run. Even Ji Zun died in his hands. We can't resist. So many swords. Apart from the Sword Emperor, who else has such capability? The demons cried out in shock. All of them were terrified and continuously retreated. not daring to get close to Zhou Xuanji. Within the demon race, Zhou Xuanji's intimidation was definitely the greatest, and he could not even compare to Yang Di. The top 10 monsters of the Northern Wilderness top 100 were all killed by him. It could even be said that Zhou Xuanji had single-handedly destroyed the demon race's top-tier battle power. Zhuang Huixing broke out in a cold sweat. Was this the tyranny of a sword emperor? The moment he opened his mouth, it was enough to make him tremble in fear. Roar! A tiger's roar exploded, shaking the clouds. Immediately after, a gust of demonic wind flew out from the mountain stream on the mountain peak. When the demonic wind dissipated, a man with a tiger head and a human body could be seen. His body was tall and sturdy, and his tiger fur was black, so his tiger head looked extremely baleful. It was the Fudi Tiger Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously but did not dare to say anything. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Zhou Xuanji, what do you want? I didn't offend you." Zhou Xuanji looked at Tiger Monarch Fudi indifferently and said, "That mountain village saved my life. You captured so many young boys and girls. It's time for you to pay with your life." After saying that, all the divine swords shot towards the Fudi Tiger Monarch. Xiu! Xiu! Swoosh! Each of the divine swords had a dragon-shaped sword chi entwined around them, giving off a majestic aura. The Fudi Tiger Monarch was so startled that he took out his twin axes and hurriedly dodged. Zhou Xuanji's hands hung by their sides, his right hand still gripping the Holy Light Redemption sword as he coldly watched the battle. Now 9th stage great demons were nothing in his eyes. Even though he was heavily injured and had yet to fully recover, he was still confident that he could kill him. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was able to make Tiger Monarch Fudi so helpless without even helping, all the demons were in an uproar. Too powerful. Zhuang Huixing swallowed his saliva and began to plan. How could he bury the hatchet with Zhou Xuanji? He thought of the mountain village and suddenly had an idea. In the distance, a green-robed man stood in the forest, followed by dozens of great demons. He was Zhuang Huixing's father, Demon Monarch Gulen. In his human form, he had a scholarly temperament. It was difficult for mortals to tell that he was a demon. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. So powerful. He was quite confused. Zhou Xuanji had cultivated for less than 40 years, so how could he be so powerful? Tianxia map? Talent. Even so, this was too much of a blow. His thoughts were the same as Zhuang Huixing's. They began to plot to eliminate the hatred between him and Zhou Xuanji. At that moment, the ancient god sword released the souls of two powerful beings. Saber Monarch Dong Hai, Demon Lord Ryun. The two great cultivators simultaneously struck out with their palms, striking Tiger Monarch Fudi's chest. Puff! The Fudi Tiger Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the forest. The Cold Abyss Spirit Gatherer sword rotated at high speed and descended from the sky, smashing into the ground. In an instant, a wave of cold air exploded, freezing the forest within 1,000 meters into a world of ice and snow. The powerful Tiger Monarch Fudi was already frozen into an ice sculpture, and could not move. He struggled with all his might to break out of the ice. At this moment, the colorful heart-piercing sword pierced through his chest. Tiger Monarch Fudi cried out miserably, which made all the demons shudder in fear. Zhou Xuanji flew up to him and pressed his right hand on the layer of ice to absorb his demonic energy. Soon Tiger Monarch Fudi stopped screaming. Trapped in the ice, he stared at Zhou Xuanji with hatred. He wanted to tear Zhou Xuanji into pieces. Zhou Xuanji watched him die expressionlessly. After Tiger Monarch Fudi's demonic energy was sucked dry, the surrounding ice dissipated. The forest became wet as though it had just experienced a heavy downpour. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and walked into the mountain where Tiger Monarch Fudi lived. He wanted to see what kind of treasure it was. Zhuang Huixing gritted his teeth and did not follow. Instead, he waited on the spot. Soon his father, Demon Monarch Gulen, flew over. What happened? Demon Monarch Gulen said with a deep voice. Why did Zhuang Huixing bring such a murderous god here? Zhuang Huixing smiled bitterly and told him what happened. He was puzzled as well. Why did Zhou Xuanji appear in this area? At the same time, Zhou Xuanji flew into the mountain stream and quickly entered a cave. He scanned the entire mountain with his mind and found many young boys and girls. There were also countless human corpses. It was like hell on earth. Because of his arrival, the demons in the mountain had already escaped, so he was not in a hurry to save the children. Soon, he came to a cave that was glowing with a faint purple light. There was a flower that was as tall as a human near the cave wall. It was budding and swayed with the wind that passed through the cave. The flower was bright red and extremely beautiful. A faintly discernible aroma wafted in the cave. Zhou Xuanji immediately held his breath and stopped smelling the aroma. Looking down from the red flower, he could see many white bones. Judging from the size of the bones, they belonged to children. He walked up to the red flower and took out the windcutter sword, preparing to cut it down. At this moment, the red flower blossomed suddenly. Its petals turned into a bloody mouth and bit toward him. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Qi Soar straight away. Sword Qi emanated from his body and shredded the flower. He frowned slightly. Could this flower be the extraordinary treasure? He focused his eyes and noticed a fingernail-sized red pearl hovering near the red flower. It was as red as blood. Mortal, I advise you to leave this place and not disturb me. Or else, no matter how many tribulation-scattered immortals you are, I will extract your soul and refine it so that you will never be able to reincarnate. An eerie female voice came. The voice was a little hoarse, as though an old woman was speaking. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, "Tell me your name. You are so arrogant. Are you more powerful than heaven?" She did not even take great tribulation-scattered immortals seriously. Could it be that some ancient powerhouse was hiding here? Heaven? Humph, you are quite knowledgeable. If I was at my peak, even heaven would avoid me. This sovereign's name, if I say it out loud, you will be scared to death. My name is Old Mother One. The eerie female voice came from the blood pearl again, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Old Mother, he was dumbfounded. He had never heard of her before. He could not be bothered to deal with it. He directly activated world reincarnation, and a purple Taiji diagram appeared on his forehead. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the blood bead. As expected, waves of spiritual power surged out from the blood bead and were repelled by world reincarnation. World reincarnation? How is this possible? Old Mother Wani cried out in terror as if she had met her mortal enemy. At this moment, a black silhouette emerged from the ground nearby. He was shrouded in darkness and could not be identified. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and roared, "Let go of my mother!" Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji threw the blood bead over and cursed, "I'll throw your mother away." Chapter 305. Zhou Xuanji's strength was so great that he tossed the blood bead with all his might. The blood bead turned into the sharpest arrow in the world and pierced through the black shadow. The arrow smashed into the cave wall and shook the entire cave. Then he used the universal attraction to suck the blood bead back, and held it in his hand. All of this happened in less than a breath's time. Neither Old Mother Wani nor the black shadow could react in time. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and sucked the black shadow over. No matter how the black shadow struggled, it couldn't break free. With world reincarnation, Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of sneak attacks at all. "Tell me, who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked coldly. This guy looked like a shadow, but he had a corporeal feeling which was very strange. "I'm Old Mother's Ghost General Zhan Yang. I advise you not to act recklessly. Old Mother carries the destiny of the human race. If her soul is destroyed, the human race will collapse and even be wiped out," the black shadow said through gritted teeth. His tone was filled with fear. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. "Trying to scare me? How could an evil spirit like her, who only ate children, inherit the destiny of the human race? Did your mother only teach you to lie through your teeth?" Ghost General Zhan Yang was anxious when he heard that. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent. Old Mother was the princess of the human race's first great fate empire, the daughter of Emperor Xia. She fell into the ghost path for the sake of the human race's providence. Without her, the human race would have long ceased to exist. So what if she ate some children? Come to think of it, I am your ancestor, Ghost General Zhan Yang said furiously, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyes turn cold. Why does that sound like a curse? But was that really Old Mother Wani's identity? He remembered that the first great fate dynasty of the human race was called the Great Xia. This was quite similar to the history of Wuxia. However, the historical background was completely different. The Xia kingdom was born in the era when the demon clan ruled the world. Emperor Xia was the first Renhuang, and it was said that he was also the strongest Renhuang. It was he who led the human clan to dominate the world, establishing the human clan as the overlord of the world. Long ago, the Xia emperor had ascended. If he was still alive, how terrifying would his cultivation be? Even the hegemon sword emperor could use his will to observe the northern wilderness region, let alone Emperor Xia. If he killed old Mother Wani, wouldn't it be troublesome for him to ascend in the future? Moreover, if what Ghost General Zhanyang said was true, killing old Mother Wani would destroy the human race's fate. In the future, Zhou Xuanji might even overthrow the human race. Wait a minute. Why was he thinking so far ahead? Zhou Xuanji's gaze once again became resolute. He asked coldly, since her background is so important, why is she still in the demon race? Isn't she afraid that the demons will destroy her, and then destroy the human race? Don't tell me you think that the most dangerous place is the safest place. The most dangerous place is the safest. The demon clan would never think that the matriarch would be hiding in the demon clan's territory. Ghost General Zhanyang snorted, his tone revealing a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Realization dawned on him. No wonder old Mother Wani had been hiding here for so long. How many years has Xia Kingdom existed? 100,000 years? I'm afraid it's not just that. History could not be completely calculated. It was only known that a long time ago, the first great fate dynasty of the human race was Great Xia. Brat, I can see that your bone age is young, and you have the Tianxia map. You are qualified to be the next human emperor. If you help me revive, I will use the name of Emperor Xia to promote you to the throne. By then, you will surpass the predecessors of tens of thousands of years ago and become the human emperor. As long as the human race is not destroyed, you will never die. Old Mother Wani coldly harumphed. Her tone made Zhou Xuanji think of someone. Dragon-proud flower. The tone of the two old witches was just like that. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, you want to bewitch me? I've already used this trick when I took in sword slaves. After that, he absorbed the soul and the blood bead into the Tianxia map. He suddenly remembered that Huangquan Drake King's soul was still in the Tianxia map. He almost forgot. With a thought, he killed Huangquan Drake King straight away. A man and a woman were alone in the same place. Even though they were separated by the human and demon, Zhou Xuanji was still afraid that they would act recklessly. You killed the matriarch. Ghost General Zhanyang's body trembled. He was so furious that he was about to collapse. Zhou Xuanji said with contempt, that's right. I killed her. What can you do? This guy was quite interesting. He had a serious and humorous temperament. Ghost General Zhanyang was infuriated. I will kill myself. He screamed and chose to self-destruct. Boom! Zhou Xuanji relied on world reincarnation and was unharmed. But the entire cave shook violently. He was speechless, but he did not waste any time. He disappeared on the spot to save the children. Ghost General Zhanyang had the cultivation of great realization. If his soul self-destructed, the entire mountain would collapse. Soon, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the mountain with dozens of children. Just when they flew out, the mountain collapsed. Dust billowed and covered the sky. Demon Monarch Gulan and Zhuang Huixing were terrified. Zhou Xuanji had only gone in for a short while. How did he blow up the entire mountain? Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword. The children behind him cried out loud in fear. Their cries were as loud as an army. He felt a headache as he listened. He stared at the Gulan demon monarch and his son and said, the villages nearby are under the protection of the sword court, including the homes of our disciples. Do you know what to do if you want to dominate the forests nearby? Demon Monarch Gulan and Zhuang Huixing heard him and were excited. Don't worry, Sword Emperor. As long as we are alive, we will not let them suffer. Demon Monarch Gulan patted his chest and promised. Zhuang Huixing nodded as well. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile before turning and leaving with the children. Looking at his back, the father and son did not speak for a long time. A long while later, Zhuang Huixing sighed in amazement. Father, I feel that the future belongs to him and Yang Di. The two of them will definitely fight. Once Yang Di ascends, the world will belong to the Sword Emperor. Demon Monarch Gulan nodded and said, Maybe before Yang Di ascends, the world will already belong to him. To him, Zhou Xuanji's talent was unprecedented and would not be matched in the future. The heavenly might was mighty. Under the billowing thunderclouds, there were many mountains. These mountains were straight like gigantic spikes that pierced into the sky. They covered an area of 10,000 miles like an earth-colored forest. Innumerable swords of all kinds of styles were stabbed into every mountain peak. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. This was once the sanctum of the Swords Way in the northern wilderness region. At the border of the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the man in the woven rush raincoat, who had interacted with Zhou Xuanji before, stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He was still wearing a conical bamboo hat that covered his face. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Shi Shunzong, you are so powerful. You should not have fallen here. I shall grant you a chance to be reborn. Let the name of the Sword Saint resound across the world again and resound through the ages. The man in the woven rush raincoat mumbled to himself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly. A snake-like golden light emerged from his sleeve and turned into a golden dragon. It flew into the sky above the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain and rapidly expanded, turning into a mighty divine dragon. Then it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light that floated down. Boom! Chapter 306. Zhou Xuanji brought the children back to the village. Among the children, 2 came from this village. When their parents saw them, they cried tears of joy. Zhou Xuanji gathered the other villagers and told them about his arrangement. When they heard that Zhuang Huixing wanted to protect them, they were all excited and hoped that Zhou Xuanji could kill him. But when they heard about Fudi Tiger Monarch, they fell silent. Let's listen to Immortal Teacher Sword Emperor's arrangement. After killing that demon, there will be other demons. It's better to let them protect us. Moreover, the one who ate our children was not him but that damned Fudi Tiger Monarch. The old village chief said with a trembling voice as he leaned on his walking stick. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I will teach you a sword technique. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. If you have the power to protect yourselves and want to learn sword techniques, you can come to Skyfall. Remember, to come to Skyfall, you must be at least astral infant, or else you will die on the way. The villagers heard him and became excited. There were blacksmiths in the village who made many iron swords. Although they were ordinary weapons, they were enough for them to practice with. In the next 5 days, Zhou Xuanji taught the vibrant raindrop sword to the villagers as he recuperated from his injuries. The white crane sword technique was too low-leveled. It was not effective in this area. He only asked for 1 person to learn it. The children he saved stayed in the village. He did not have the energy to help them find their way home. This day he was prepared to leave. But he was stopped by a dark-skinned young man. The young man knelt before him again and said with gritted teeth, I want to cultivate. I hope that you can take me as your disciple. If I can't, I can even be your servant, as long as you take me with you. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him. He had an impression of him. This young man was the most hard-working in sword techniques among the villagers. It was a pity that he was not talented in the way of the sword. He smiled and tossed out a blue-covered book. Young man, do you know my criteria for taking in disciples? Only 1 in a million can enter my eyes. Seeing that you are determined to seek immortality, I will give you this internalization of qi. I hope that we will meet again in the future. After that, he turned into a stream of sword light and flew toward the horizon. The dark-skinned young man held the energy technique in his hand and looked determined. Immortal Teacher Sword Emperor, one day I, Su Han, will stand before you and gain your approval. I want to become a powerful sword cultivator like you. Skyfall was to the south of the northern wilderness region, and Zhou Xuanji took half a month to return to Skyfall. He activated the art of concealing qi and turned into a silver sword. He shuttled through the forest and hid himself. Halfway up the mountain, the second-generation disciples were still practicing their swordsmanship. They were very hard-working and he was very satisfied. The 4 mountain guarding kings were dozing off as usual. At the top of the mountain, Daoya Old Man was teaching Jiang Shui the art of divination, but the girl was lost in thought and did not listen. Sai, you can't go on like this. You have to focus. Daoya Old Man sighed helplessly. He wanted to blame her, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, there was a reason for this. Jiang Shui frowned and did not speak. Master is back. Zhou Xiaoqi suddenly shouted. His voice was very excited, and it attracted the attention of all the people nearby. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. How did this guy know he was coming? Zhao Congjian appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoqi out of nowhere and asked in a deep voice. Where is Master? Jiang Shui looked around in surprise, but she did not see Zhou Xuanji. At this moment he was hiding behind a rock and did not immediately jump out. He's not here. Meng Tianlang opened his eyes wide. He instinctively scanned with his divine sense, but he still could not sense Zhou Xuanji's presence. Zhou Xiaoqi mumbled, I clearly felt him. The smile on Jiang Shui's face froze, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing that she was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart and flew out. Swoosh! The silver sword soared into the sky and drew a perfect arc in the air. Zhou Xuanji transformed into his human form and landed in front of Jiang Shui. He opened up his arms and said with a smile, I'm back. Jiang Shui was stunned, and so were the others. Next, she leaped into his arms and started sobbing. The others cheered. Ever since Zhou Xuanji left, the entire skyfall was filled with a deathly aura. Everyone was worried about his safety. If something happened to him, the group would most likely fall apart. After Zhou Xuanji comforted Jiang Shui, he told them about what had happened during this period of time. After knowing that Great Emperor Heartless had appeared, Daoya Old Man was greatly shocked. Only he had heard of the legends of Great Emperor Heartless. Legends say that 90,000 years ago, Great Emperor Heartless dominated the world and had 3 great emperors under him. However, he did not have any desire for power and always traveled the world freely. It's said that in the past 100,000 years, Great Emperor Heartless' power could be ranked in the top 10. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement. He had never thought that such a person would descend into the human realm. 3 great emperors under him? Zhou Xuanji blinked. It seemed that he had offended an incredible person. After that, he continued to speak. When he heard that Emperor Xia's daughter was still alive, Daoya Old Man was shocked again. Old Mother, what? That's an ancient evil demon. She's indeed Emperor Xia's daughter. Because of her identity, the human race could not kill her and could only seal her. She actually escaped. Daoya Old Man's face was filled with terror. Fear was written all over his face, and he shuddered at the thought of Old Mother One. The others looked at each other. Although they had never heard of Great Emperor Heartless and Old Mother One, for Daoya Old Man to be so wary, they must be very terrifying. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Don't worry, I've already suppressed Old Mother One. After that, he flipped his right hand, and a blood bead appeared in his hand. Brat, let go of me or else I. Before Old Mother One could finish her sentence, she was put into the Tianxia map by Zhou Xuanji. The group was stunned. Daoya Old Man was stunned too. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to subdue such an existence. For the next period of time, everyone cultivate well. In a few days, the first batch of disciples will depart, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile as he got up. The appearance of Great Emperor Heartless, Tian, and Old Mother Wani made him understand that the world was going to change. The group had no objections and dispersed to spread the news of Zhou Xuanji's return. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui returned to their huts to be alone. Only after 4 hours did he come out of his hut. He came to the edge of the cliff, took out the bronze dagger, and channeled his spirit energy into it. Soon a shadow appeared. His face could not be seen clearly, but from his figure, he knew that it was Dao Seeker. Why are you looking for me? I have something to tell you too, Dao Seeker asked. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told Dao Seeker about what happened to him. After that, he asked Dao Seeker to analyze the situation of the world. After listening, Dao Seeker fell silent. A long while later, he sighed faintly and said, What a great situation! They want to restore the prosperity of 20,000 years ago. Who's the one planning this? To have such means it's incredible. I'm afraid that even in the upper realm, they're omnipotent. Great Emperor Heartless' reincarnation was too coincidental. It was the same for Old Mother One. If she wanted to revive, she should have done it a long time ago. Why did she do it now? Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 307. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was a coincidence too. Great Emperor Heartless Heaven, Old Mother One 10,000-Year Prince, Tianxia Map etc. All these things happened at the same time. Something was wrong. There was also the fact that more and more experts from overseas had infiltrated the northern wilderness region. There was probably a reason behind this. He suddenly thought of Fengqiu and that man in the raincoat. No one knew what role these two guys played in this. That's right, the Sword Saint has revived. Very soon he will sweep across the world. As the current Sword Emperor, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Dao Seeker said suddenly, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Sword Saint? His expression was strange as he asked. The hegemon Sword Emperor's teacher, Sword Saint Shishenzong? 20,000 years ago, the Sword Saint had a domineering style and dominated the world. He created the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain and created a golden age for the way of the sword. The hegemon Sword Emperor was his proud disciple. For some unknown reason, the Sword Sage committed suicide in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain before becoming a martial emperor. Even though he did not become a martial emperor, he left behind countless astonishing legends. Great Emperor Heartless is easy to deal with. He's a reincarnation, and Old Mother One can't be killed, but what about Sword Saint? They can be revived? Will all the experts in the past be resurrected? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Although he felt that it was absurd, he was a little excited. If he were to defeat all the tyrants in history, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the top of the river of history and become the one and only Sword Emperor? Just thinking about it made him excited. Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "That's not the case. The Sword Saint's death is very special. His body transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, and it's because of his soul and body that the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain can stand for so many years. Anyone who dares to damage the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain will be killed by the countless swords in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain." In other words, the Sword Saint is not dead. He has only transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Their conversation attracted Daoya Old Man's attention. The old man came over and asked, "Shishenzong? Did he revive to become a great emperor and ascend?" Qiu Dao said meaningfully, "He was resurrected by someone. However, with his will, he probably wanted to fight to be the best in the world. In his era, he was already invincible. He was the one who had the greatest hope of breaking the legend of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword." When mentioning Shishenzong, he had too many words of praise that he could use. However, he was now on Zhou Xuanji's side, so he could only help Zhou Xuanji defeat Shishenzong. "With your current strength, you will definitely lose against Shishenzong. Cultivate well and try not to go to the human race," Qiu Dao reminded him. After saying that, his phantom image dissipated in the air. Zhou Xuanji looked at Daoya Old Man with squinted eyes and asked, "Why do I feel like he's trying to provoke me?" Daoya Old Man nodded with a smile. Zhou Xuanji looked forward to Shishenzong's revival. This was because there were no outstanding sword cultivators in this era. Even though Zhou Xuanji was the Sword Emperor, his position in history was not very high. If he could defeat the Sword Saint, his name would definitely go down in history. Thinking of this, he turned around and continued to cultivate. His current cultivation base was only at Mahayana level 1. He was still far from becoming a great tribulation scattered immortal. Daoya Old Man stood at the edge of the cliff, deep in thought. Half a month later, Lin Chang'e led Su Yang and 10 second-generation disciples down the mountain to gain experience. 2 years later they finally returned. And this time they also brought back hundreds of third-generation disciples. There were men and women, and every one of them had a murderous aura. After all, they had killed their way back. In these 2 years, Zhou Xuanji did not leave Skyfall and cultivated in peace. His cultivation base had also reached Mahayana level 2. He obtained 3 legendary swords, but they were all gold-grade legendary swords, which disappointed him. They were the Bamboo Suspension Sword, the Dragon Python Sword, and the Curse Fire Sword. Other than that, he did not even obtain a single sword technique. His luck was extremely bad. Fortunately, the ancient god sword awakened another soul, which was called Emperor Songhai. His strength had also increased by a large margin. This day, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples and gave a motivational speech. All the disciples looked at him fervently. The person in front of them was the world's second, the most powerful sword cultivator, and also the most powerful genius in history. So far, we have 80 second-generation disciples and 334 third-generation disciples. We are very close to establishing our sect. You will all be founding elders, the future pillars of Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His first sentence attracted everyone's attention. Emperor Sword Court. Such a domineering name. He chose this name because Zhou Xuanji was called the Sword Emperor, and because he wanted to imitate Chinese legends. Legend had it that the ancient heavenly emperor created the heavenly court on Buzhou Divine Mountain. And now he created Emperor Sword Court on Skyfall. Wasn't there a deeper meaning behind this? He wanted Emperor Sword Court to reign supreme over the world and become the most powerful sanctum. Its fate would last forever. Emperor Sword Court, what a good name! From today onwards, we are members of Emperor Sword Court. Haha. I'm looking forward to the day we establish our sect. I like it. When can we establish our sect? The disciples discussed excitedly. Even Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Chongming Demon Monarch, Lin Chang'e, and the others were discussing it. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. There's still some time before we establish our sect. In the future, Emperor Sword Court will establish Xuanji Sword Library, 10,000 Swords Behemoth, Skyfall Inner Court, and other subordinate factions to guard energy techniques, swords, and natural treasures. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Different statuses will enjoy different treatment. Cultivate well. Your performance will be watched by Jinghong and the others. They will assign you positions in the future. 1,000 years later, Emperor Sword Court will be like Songhai Ziggurat and Dongyuan Monastery, above the empires. At that time, I will be the top cultivator in the world, and you will be the disciples of the number one sanctum. His tone was impassioned, stirring up everyone's emotions and making their blood boil. Even Xiao Jinghong and the others were looking forward to it. Meng Tianlang held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, I must become the sharpest sword in Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji treated him well and taught him many profound sword techniques. His treatment was not inferior to that of his personal disciples, which made him feel grateful. He had long become a part of Skyfall. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked the second-generation disciples to teach the third-generation disciples sword formations so that they could get closer to each other. Seeing that they began to train, Zhou Xuanji left with his trusted subordinates. Lin Chang'e reported to him at the top of the mountain. The Sword Saint has appeared and stirred up the world. Countless people flocked to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain to cultivate under the Sword Saint. Lin Chang'e said with a deep voice. If he had not become Zhou Xuanji's disciple, he might have gone to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain as well. But now he only felt that things were troublesome, and he viewed Shi Shenzong as an enemy. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly and said, It's okay. Let him continue to develop. The more powerful 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the more Emperor Sword Court will gain from defeating them in the future. The little black snake spat its forked tongue and asked curiously, Shi Shenzong did not cause trouble for Yang Di? He was looking forward to Shi Shenzong beating up Yang Di. Lin Chang'e shook his head and said, Ever since he was revived, he has not left 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He might be recovering his power. After all, he has just been revived. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 308. Restore his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji gave a weird smile. He suddenly looked forward to seeing Shi Shenzong fight against Xin Yuanzhou. He wanted to see whether the legendary Sword Saint or Tian was stronger. Of course, he hoped that all of them would be defeated by him. You should also seize the time to train. Tianlang is about to master the sky-dominating divine sword. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Zhou Xuanji patted Lin Chang'e's shoulder and said with a smile. Having heard him, Meng Tianlang chuckled. Lin Chang'e frowned, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ning Zifeng's expression was the same as his. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Han Shumbua had all been surpassed by Meng Tianlang. Every time they saw Meng Tianlang cultivating, they would feel very complicated. As for Northern Valiant Sword, he was the most hard-working one, but it was a pity that his talent could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch shouted, Isn't it tiring to cultivate all day? Meng Tianlang is enough. Let's just be salted fish. Other than the little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi, No one paid attention to him. Not only them, even a big, small, and small heir did not like to cultivate. They would follow the 4 mountain guarding kings and doze off every day. The 3-eyed drought rodent liked to pester Finyu Dragon King. The Dragon King liked it very much, and under the nourishment of the Dragon King's demonic power, it also started to gain cultivation and gradually became stronger. Zhou Xuanji called Daoya Old Man to the side and told him about the demon's cultivation plan so that he could supervise them. Daoya Old Man's cultivation had already reached his limit. Furthermore, he had too much to do with the mandate of heaven. If he advanced any further, he would definitely be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he was the most idle person. Zhou Xuanji had thought about using the thunderclap sword to help him with the tribulation, but he said that the tribulation he encountered was not just heavenly lightning, so Zhou Xuanji could only give up. The addition of the 3rd-generation disciples made Skyfall even livelier. While they were cultivating, Zhou Xuanji arranged for them to build the mountain gate and mountain pass. It was difficult to calculate how tall Skyfall was. It was extremely difficult to build a path from the foot of the mountain to the top. Zhou Xuanji euphemistically called it cultivation, and the 3rd-generation disciples never got tired of it. These were all merits. When Emperor Sword Court was established, they could brag to thousands of disciples that the Skyfall Mountain Road was built by them. Just like that, Skyfall welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. The 4 mountain guardian kings also called for demons to help. It was rare for humans and demons to fight together. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Countless cultivators stood on the cliffs at the edge of the Divine Ridge. They gazed at the magnificent 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge before them with fanatical expressions. Can you feel it? The aura of a sword saint. He's really strong. His resurrection will probably have an impact on number 1 in the world. Who do you think is stronger, Sword Saint or Sword Emperor? Of course it's the Sword Saint. Even the hegemon Sword Emperor is his disciple. That's right, the Sword Saint can be called the teacher of a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji is still too young and cannot be compared to him for now. The cultivators discussed among themselves as they waited on the cliff. They did not dare to recklessly enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The name of the Sword Saint was simply too mythical. They did not dare to offend him and could only wait here. Naturally, they had come to take the Sword Saint as their master. Who wouldn't yearn to be able to groom a great emperor? At this moment, a black-robed old man flew out from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He had white hair and a youthful face. A diagram of 3 swords clashing was carved on his back. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of the man in the woven rush raincoat. I am the Mountain Lord of 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Shi Hyaming. My ancestor said that if you want to take him as your master, you must pass the test. You will enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain in batches. If you can stay inside for 30 minutes, you will pass the test. The black-robed old man swept his gaze across everyone and said expressionlessly. With this, a commotion broke out. 30 minutes? The 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain was so vast. It was not difficult to hide in there for 30 minutes. But when they remembered that they were facing the Sword Saint, they could not help but feel anxious. Immediately, 300 powerful cultivators flew into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The others held their breaths and waited for the battle. A while later, boom! A horrifying aura exploded from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Next, all the swords on the peaks began to vibrate violently. The sound gathered together and was deafening. Swoosh! 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 The sword soared into the sky and hung high above, covering the thunderclouds. The tips of the swords pointed downwards, and it was impossible to count how many swords there were. 1 million? 5 million? 10 million? No one could count. They were all shocked by the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji asked Ning Zifeng to bring the second batch of second-generation disciples down the mountain. This time he sent out 18 second-generation disciples. He, who was 42 years old, obtained another 6 legendary swords. One of them was glorious gold grade. It was called Desert Frenzy. Sword name: Desert Frenzy grade. Glorious gold description: forged from the heart of the desert. It can draw upon the power of the desert. The larger the desert, the more powerful it is. As for the other 5 legendary swords, the lowest was gold grade. 2 of them were amethyst grade. They were Swift Earth Sword, Evil Blue Sword, Wind Riding Sword, 3000 Turbulent Sword, and Green Mountain Entering River Sword. Up until now, he had 88 godly swords. The ancient god sword awakened the soul of another powerful cultivator. He was called Ghost Emperor Zhongtian, and he was more powerful than the previous souls. What he regretted was that Emperor Hanlin had not woken up yet. Back when he fought Huangquan Drake King, if not for Emperor Hanlin, the outcome would have been hard to predict. He would have most likely perished. So, he had a good impression of Emperor Hanlin. In these 3 years he obtained 2 other sword techniques. They were not very powerful and were not of much help to him in battle, but he still learned them. He would carve them in the future and place them in the sword library. Since he was going to establish a sect, he could not lack sword techniques and energy techniques. The more the better. Only then could he show off Emperor Sword Court's foundation. This day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Meng Tianlang, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Changge, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianqin. Nowadays he rarely taught them personally, so Xiao Jinghong and the others treasured him. Meng Tianlang had already completely mastered the sky-dominating divine sword. His cultivation improved tremendously, and he fully displayed the demeanor of the 10,000-year prince. The others were not discouraged. They continued to cultivate and tried to reduce the gap between them. He was teaching them the secrets of the ancestral dragon sword. Not only them, but the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples were also drooling over the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji only taught the ancestral dragon sword to his trusted subordinates. If the other disciples wanted to learn it, they had to get his permission. This was Emperor Sword Court's signature sword technique. Could not be taught easily. He was looking forward to how long Meng Tianlang would take to learn the ancestral dragon sword. Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng's ancestral dragon sword could already take shape, but they were still far from great accomplishment. To him, even if Meng Tianlang wanted to cultivate the ancestral dragon sword to great accomplishment, it would take him at least 10 years. To reach the level of his ancestral dragon sword, it would take 50 years. As for the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, he did not want to teach it yet. This was his most powerful sword technique. He would only consider teaching it when a more powerful sword technique appeared. After all, as the founding ancestor of Emperor Sword Court, he had to maintain a profound and unfathomable attitude. At this moment, Jingtian Eagle appeared behind Zhou Xuanji and half knelt down, cupped his fist and said, "Master 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain has already recruited 1,000 disciples. The Sword Saint's prestige in the human race has reached its peak. I'm afraid that even Yang Di cannot compare to him." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 309. Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked Jingtian Eagle aside so that he would not disturb the cultivation of Xiao Jinghong and the others. "The Sword Saint still hasn't left the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain?" he asked softly. Every 3 months, he would send the 4 mountain guarding kings out to scout for information. The 4 mountain guarding kings all had their own demon armies, so it was easy for them to obtain information. Jingtian Eagle replied respectfully, "No, Sunlight Emperor didn't go to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain either. We mind our own business." Both the human race and the demon race believed that the Sword Sage and the Sunlight Emperor would definitely fight. With the Sword Saint's personality, how could he not be number 1 in the world? That's normal. The Sword Saint has to recover his cultivation, and the Sunlight Emperor is busy establishing the Great Fate Empire. The 2 of them won't be able to fight each other for now. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had an inexplicable premonition. The Sword Sage would look for him before challenging Sunlight Emperor. Defeating the number 2 in the world, then challenging the number 1 in the world, this was the correct way to show off. After Shi Shenzong defeated the number 1 under the heavens and then challenged the number 2 under the heavens, he would lose his cool. I did not manage to track down the whereabouts of Heaven and Great Emperor Heartless. However, I did manage to obtain some information about the Tanhua sect. Jingtian Eagle continued with a strange expression. Tanhua sect? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He almost forgot that Tanhua sect still existed. Ever since the battle at the fallen immortal Heavenly Lake, the Tanhua sect had fallen apart in his eyes and could no longer cause any trouble. I understand that the Tanhua sect is recruiting disciples in the west of the northern wilderness region. There are rumors that sect master Xian revived the ancient Diablo. Jingtian Eagle continued, his tone a little hesitant. After all, great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint had appeared out of nowhere. It was not unbelievable that the ancient Diablo had come back to life. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Xian Xianghua had not destroyed the ancient Diablo's soul. It was no wonder why the Diablo's soul was able to survive for so long in the fallen immortal heavenly lake. After all, they were father and daughter. However, he had a feeling that the evil king would become Xian Xianghua's puppet, because he could feel the hatred Xian Xianghua had for the evil king. It was the kind of hatred that went deep into her soul and could not be resolved. Yes, is there any other important news? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He was not worried about Xian Xianghua. This old demonic woman had been besieged by the whole world for so many times, yet she had not died. This meant that she was very lucky. Jingtian Condor shook his head. He suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "There is one thing that is strange. I better tell you about it. It is said that the shadow of 1,000 zhang tall golden Buddha appeared in Dongyuan Temple. It lasted for half an hour before disappearing. This is not true. If it is true, it may be disadvantageous to you." He knew that Chief Monk Xuanhe had enmity with Zhou Xuanji, especially with Xian Xianghua. It was an irreconcilable enmity. Dongyuan Temple. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and signaled for Jingtian Eagle to leave. He then rubbed his chin and thought to himself, could it be that Xuanhe divine monk had practiced some kind of peerless skill? He thought for a while and didn't care. His opponents were the sword sage Yang Di Tian and Great Emperor Heartless. Xuanhe divine monk was not qualified. He turned around and continued to guide Xiao Jinghong and the others in their cultivation. 6 hours later, he walked to the edge of the cliff and continued to internalize qi. He was still a distance away from reaching Mahayana level 3, but that did not mean that he had not become stronger. In these 3 years, other than obtaining new legendary swords, he had a deeper understanding of the celestial devil rebirth technique. This technique could not only rebirth but also cultivate a celestial devil. He fused the celestial devil with the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, and created an even more powerful sword technique. Even he was amazed by his own talent. Indeed, he was born to practice the sword. Late at night, he returned to his room and flirted with Jiang Shui for a while. After that, the two of them lay on the bed and chatted. Ever since she started learning divination from Daoya Old Man, her cultivation had improved tremendously. Now she was ready to break through to astral projection. Huang Lianxin, who was initially on par with her, was left behind by her. Xuanji, I heard that grand teacher looked at Shi Shenzong with respect every time he talked about him. Seems like he's really powerful. If he comes to find trouble with you now, are you confident? Jiang Shui asked curiously as she lay on her side and supported her face with her right hand. Unlike Lin Chang'e, Xiao Jinghong and the others, she had not grown up in a sect. She had followed Zhou Xuanji from place to place, and she did not know much about the legends of the northern wilderness region. Even when she heard them talk about Shi Shenzong's legend, she did not feel any reverence. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, he's powerful indeed, but I'm not weak either. Don't forget that he had not become a great emperor before he died. If not for the Hegemon Sword Emperor, he might not have reached such a legendary status. Shi Shenzong became the Hegemon Sword Emperor, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor became Shi Shenzong. It was a pity that their descendants did not acknowledge each other. Until today, the Hegemon Sword Sect and the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain did not have any contact. The two of them chatted until late at night, and only fell asleep. Every month they would have such a relaxing sleep. Even if they returned to their rooms, they would be cultivating day and night. 5 days later, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly. He flipped his right hand and took out the bronze dagger. The bronze dagger was boiling red and was giving off strands of steam. Soon Daoseeker's shadow appeared. Something bad has happened. The 10,000-year prince has appeared. He is the prince of the Great Chen dynasty Chen Bantian, Sunlight Emperor Xuanhe Divine Monk, and heaven will all go to fight for him. You have to snatch the 10,000-year prince before they do. Otherwise it will be detrimental to your future, Daoseeker said with a deep voice. which made Zhou Xuanji's expression turn strange. Chen Bantian was the 10,000-year prince? Meng Tianlang was the one. He did not reveal this point. He had already sealed off the news that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, and not even the second-generation disciples could know about it. You think I can deal with Yang Di and Tian? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He was a little hesitant in his heart. He had an old relationship with Chen Bantian, and wanted to nurture him so that Great Chen could establish a connection with Emperor Sword Court in the future. Should he go and help? Dao Seeker sighed and said, How do you know that Yang Di and Tian will work together? Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. That's right. Tian hunted down people with monarch qi, and Yang Di was also someone with monarch qi. I advise you to go now. If you're too late, the 10,000-year prince will be taken away. After saying this, Dao Seeker's figure disappeared. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered Daoya Old Man Jiang Shui, Meng Tianlang, and the others and told them about this. Everyone was greatly shocked. How could Chen Bantian be the 10,000-year prince? However, Dao Seeker was unfathomable and had a mysterious background. His strength was definitely greater than Han Daozi's. Could it be that Han Daozi had mistaken him for someone else? Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, Meng Tianlang's face became red as he said, Could it be that my talent isn't worthy of my status as the 10,000-year prince? Daoya Old Man stroked his chin and said, It's rare for a 10,000-year prince to appear, and no one can be sure that there won't be two 10,000-year princes. Even if Chen Bantian isn't the 10,000-year prince, his identity is most likely not simple. Thinking about Chen Bantian, that boy, he had endured all sorts of trials and tribulations back then. Evidently, his luck was extraordinary. Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm. Chapter 310. After Zhou Xuanji discussed with the others, he decided to head to Great Chen alone. Back when he was still weak, he had dared to go around recklessly, let alone now that he was number 2 in the world. That day, he stepped on the snakeskin sword and flew north. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Along the way, he flipped his right hand and took out Old Mother Wanyi's blood bead. Do you know anything about the 10,000-year princes? Zhou Xuanji asked. Over the past few years, he would occasionally send Old Mother Wan out to do some ideological work. As time passed, Old Mother Wan calmed down. She had been sealed for countless years. Now that she was in the Tianxia map, her situation hadn't changed. It was just that she had changed places. Thinking of this, she felt much better. 10,000-year prince? Has a 10,000-year prince appeared? Old Mother Wanyi asked in confusion. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, she continued to mutter to herself. Strange, why would the 10,000-year prince appear now? Could it be that the main body's awakening? Before, Zhou Xuanji had asked her about Tian, the Sword Saint, and Great Emperor Heartless. She didn't care about the heavens, but she admired the Sword Saint and Great Emperor Heartless. Although she was sealed most of the time, she relied on the 12 ghost generals that she had trained to gather information and understand every era. Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint Shunzong had left a deep impression on her. After learning about the appearance of these 3 fellows, she was puzzled. Now the 10,000-year prince had appeared. She felt inexplicably uneasy. That's right, they did appear, and there are 2 of them. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said softly, If Chen Bantian was also a 10,000-year prince, then he had to subdue him. With 2 10,000-year princes, how powerful would the Emperor Sword Court be in the future? He wanted to surpass Great Emperor Heartless and nurture a few more great emperors before ascending together to the upper world. Just thinking about it made him happy. You too? How could this be? Could this be the Heaven and Earth epic? Old Mother Wanyi exclaimed, her voice filled with terror. The bead of blood began to tremble, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. What does world epic mean? He asked. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The Heaven and Earth epic is when the main characters of the world change. To put it simply, the human race is about to decline, and a new race will take control of the world. When my father led the human race to rule the world, he had 2 10,000-year princes under him. That must be the case. Otherwise, why would Heaven, Sword Saint, Great Emperor Heartless, Tianxia map, the 2 10,000-year princes, and me appear? It's over, it's over. Old Mother Wanyi's voice was filled with despair. If the human race lost their position as the main character of the world, she would also perish. After all, her fate was connected to that of the human race. The main character of the world was going to be replaced? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that the demon race was going to rise up? But more than half of the demon race's top combat power had died. How could they rise again? Could it be the Ghost Clan? He fell into deep thought. Father, what you said back then was true. The human race can never be the main character of the world forever. Old Mother Wani said dejectedly. Her voice was low and filled with despair. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt quite annoyed and harumphed. The human race hasn't been destroyed yet. Hearing this, Old Mother One felt as if she had been stabbed in her heart, and she cried out angrily. This is the will of the heavens. Neither you nor I can stop it. Even if my father was alive, he would not be able to stop it. Back then, the human race had the will of the heavens, so no matter how bad the situation was, they could rise again. You don't understand how terrifying the will of the heavens is. It's something that mortals cannot change. Not even immortal gods. At that moment, all of her hopes had turned to dust, and boundless terror devoured her heart. The will of the heavens? Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully. I don't believe in the will of the heavens. I only believe that humans can defeat the heavens. Just watch with me here, the human race will not be destroyed. He was not boasting. This was what he thought. After all, he was not a native creature of the northern wilderness, and his soul came from another space-time. As such, he did not believe in the heavens. Old Mother One fell silent, not moved by him. She had lived for countless years and had seen people more arrogant than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji put the blood bead back into the Tianxia map, and thought to himself as he flew. Dao Seeker had said that someone was plotting against him. Now that Old Mother Wani said that the world epic had arrived, he could not help but think about it. He even suspected that all of this was Dao Seeker's doing. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Within a tall mountain there was a gloomy palace. Within the palace, candlelight flickered, making the atmosphere a little eerie. Shi Shenzong was cultivating on a jade bed. His back was straight and he wore tattered black clothes. His face looked ancient, and his hair was a mix of black and white. His entire being gave off a deathly stillness. The man in the woven rush raincoat suddenly appeared in front of him. He lowered his head slightly and did not show his face. Shi Shenzong, what are you waiting for? With your current power you can sweep across the world. The man in the woven rush raincoat asked. His voice was calm, and he did not sound like the legendary sword saint. He did not show any fear either. Shi Shenzong did not open his eyes and said indifferently, why would I care about the future generations? I'm cultivating for the sake of the human race. After that he opened his eyes slowly. His brown pupils shone brightly in the darkness. Why did you revive me during the world epoch? Who are you? He asked as he stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat. His tone was still indifferent, as if he did not fear the man in the woven rush raincoat at all. Who I am is not important. Since you understand that this is the world epoch, you should know your mission to control the human race. Only by uniting can the human race have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you alone will not be able to change the situation. The man in the woven rush raincoat said as he lightly laughed. The man in the raincoat chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly twisted his body, and a sharp sword appeared out of thin air in front of him, almost piercing his sword. Shi Shenzong stared at him, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, you want me to become your puppet? The human race has its own path. If we encounter any changes in the heavenly Tao, I will block them all by myself. Who cares if they are demons or monsters? If they want to take over the human race, they will have to ask my sword first. The man in the woven rush raincoat slowly retreated and shook his head as he smiled and said, Shi Shenzong, you're still so arrogant. Don't look down on the future generations. The current young emperor and sword emperor's talent is not inferior to yours, especially the sword emperor. He became the second strongest in the world at 30 years old, and can fight against great tribulation scattered immortals. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Also, your senior, Great Emperor Heartless, has also come to the northern wilderness region, as well as two 10,000-year princes. Perhaps you will become their stepping stone. He loudly laughed before disappearing into the darkness of the palace. Shi Shenzong was expressionless as he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Great Chen's palace. Within a courtyard, Chan Bantian was surrounded by a group of beautiful palace maids. There was a palace maid sitting on each of his legs, and her hands wandered about. Behind him, there were palace maids massaging him, and in front of him, there were palace maids feeding him fruits, causing him to smile so widely that he could not even close his mouth. Back when I met the Sword Emperor, he was still looking up at the world's top 100. Back then, he was being chased by powerful enemies and met me by chance. I saw that he had decent talent, so I gave him a few pointers. Who would have thought that this boy would have an epiphany and break through on the spot? Chan Bantian sighed as he spoke, his expression filled with nostalgia and happiness. Come. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 311. Wow, Your Highness is so powerful. The petite maid sitting on Chan Bantian's left leg covered her mouth and said. Her face was filled with admiration. The other maids cried out in amazement too, which pleased Chan Bantian greatly. He pretended to be deep in thought and said, Zhou Xuanji is incredible. I predict that he will become the top cultivator in the world. Of course, it's only temporary because I will become the top cultivator in the future. Without my guidance, how can he achieve what he has today? The maids all flattered him, and his heart almost flew into the sky. At this moment, oh, a voice came. Really? Chan Bantian was stunned. He looked around instinctively but did not see anyone else. The maids also looked over. Who dared to interrupt in the royal garden? Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared on a huge tree. He sat on the trunk with his right leg crossed and stepped on the side with a playful smile on his face. Chan Bantian shuddered and stood up abruptly. The two maids on his legs fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Although Zhou Xuanji had matured after 20 years, he could still recognize Zhou Xuanji immediately. He wore a black robe with golden threads. He swallowed his saliva and asked helplessly, Senior Zhou, why are you here? His legs were trembling and even his voice was trembling. The maids were stunned. Senior Zhou? Could it be? They opened their eyes wide and sized Zhou Xuanji up. Wow, so handsome. It was their first time seeing such a handsome man. His confidence made him look like an emperor who looked down on the world. Not only was he domineering, but he was also elegant and had the demeanor of a prodigal son. I'm here to listen to your bragging, Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, which frightened Chan Bantian so much that he knelt down immediately. I was wrong, he said awkwardly. Caught in the act, he had no way to defend himself, so he could only admit defeat. He was not ashamed to kneel before Zhou Xuanji. The person in front of him was already the second in the world. Even if the Emperor of Great Chan knelt before him, no one would feel that it was inappropriate. Ask them to leave. I have something to say to you. Zhou Xuanji jumped down from the tree and walked toward Chan Bantian as he instructed. Seeing how he walked, the eyes of the maids almost turned into flowers. Hurry up and leave. You're not allowed to tell anyone that Senior Sword Emperor has arrived. Otherwise, your 9 generations will be exterminated. Chan Bantian glared at the palace maids behind him and berated them. His heart ached. These girls had never shown such love-struck expressions in front of him. This was too much of a blow. After the palace maids left, Zhou Xuanji sat before the stone table. Chan Bantian stood beside him and poured wine for him. He smiled coyly and said, Senior Zhou, what do you want to say to me? If not for Zhou Xuanji, he would already be dead. Although he was the one who gave Zhou Xuanji the Tianxia map, Zhou Xuanji obtained the Tianxia map by himself. In his heart, he still remembered the favor of saving his life. Zhou Xuanji swirled his wine cup and said, You're in big trouble. Yang Di Tian Chief Monk Xuanhe and other top-tier experts are all coming to capture you. Chan Bantian was stunned. In the next second, his expression turned into one of horror. Sunlight Emperor. Just these 2 words were enough to make his hair stand on end. Senior Zhou, why? I don't have the Tianxia map. Chan Bantian hurriedly asked. Ever since he had awakened the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline, his cultivation had been growing rapidly, and he was now about to break through to the astral projection stage. However, this kind of cultivation was not enough to face top-tier experts in the world. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about the 10,000-year prince's background. After hearing this, Chen Bantian felt both delighted and nervous. He was quite intelligent and said straightforwardly, "Senior Zhou, take me away. When my strength increases, I will come back to inherit the position of emperor. I don't trust Yang Di or Chief Monk Xuanhe. I only trust you." He believed that Zhou Xuanji would not lie to him. If he was captured by someone else, he did not dare to imagine what would happen to him. However, he was not afraid if he followed Zhou Xuanji. After all, he had followed Zhou Xuanji before and knew how he treated people. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I'm here to save you. Go and tell your father first. I'll wait for you here. You'd better hurry. Perhaps Yang Di will descend today." Hearing this, Chen Bantian hurriedly bowed and quickly left. After he left, Zhou Xuanji drank wine by himself, feeling quite at ease. Things were going smoothly and he was in a good mood. It was a pity that good times did not last long. After a while, a familiar voice resounded throughout the royal city of Great Chan. "Amitba, this old monk Xuanhe has come to visit the emperor of Great Chan. I hope that the emperor will allow this old monk to enter the palace." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. The royal city of Great Chan was in an uproar. "Chief Monk Xuanhe? The Lord of the Sanctum is here. It's said that he's the top monk in the northern wilderness region. He made the greatest contribution in getting rid of the Tanhua sect. It's said that he once suppressed the top evil cultivator. What is he doing in Great Chan? Could he be recruiting disciples? Recently, many sects are recruiting, and the Sanctum is no exception. It's possible, but I don't want to be a monk. I'm in a dilemma." The arrival of Chief Monk Xuanhe excited the cultivators of Great Chan. After all, Dongyuan Monastery was above the empire. Zhou Xuanji saw a group of people flying out from the palace to welcome Chief Monk Xuanhe. At this moment, Chen Bantian appeared before him and said anxiously, "What should I do? Chief Monk Xuanhe is already here. If I leave now, I'm afraid that he will make things difficult for my father." Chief Monk Xuanhe had a good reputation, but after escaping he did not trust anyone other than Zhou Xuanji and his companions. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Let's pretend that we have already left and see how he reacts. If your father is in danger, I will act immediately." Chen Bantian nodded. Although Chief Monk Xuanhe was the top monk, he was not the second. He was not even in the top 10 in the world. Zhou Xuanji brought Chen Bantian under the tree and took out a scroll to activate a concealment spell formation. This scroll was made by Daoya Old Man. It could conceal one's body and aura. Each scroll could only be used once and it was extremely costly. Soon they saw Chief Monk Xuanhe's silhouette. He was talking and laughing with the Emperor of Great Chan as they flew into the main hall of the royal palace. Zhou Xuanji did not use his divine sense immediately. He had a feeling that Chief Monk Xuanhe would scan the entire royal palace with his divine sense. Within the time it took for half an incense to burn, a powerful divine sense scanned the entire royal palace. With Daoya Old Man's spell formation, Chief Monk Xuanhe could not discover Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian. "Senior Zhou, what's the situation?" Chen Bantian asked anxiously. His father had treated him very well, and he didn't want anything to happen to his father, especially if it was because of him. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "Don't worry, Chief Monk Xuanhe is nothing. A true powerhouse is here." Chen Bantian's eyes widened, and just as he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji's gaze became cold. He looked back and saw Xianyuan Zhou 10 meters away, staring at Zhou Xuanji. "You really didn't die." Xianyuan Zhou ignored Chen Bantian and said to Zhou Xuanji. His voice was cold and murderous. "Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm." Chapter 312. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xianyuan Zhou without any fear and laughed as he said, "I was thinking the same thing. So you didn't die." Chen Bantian did not know Xianyuan Zhou, but there were not many people in the world who dared to speak to Zhou Xuanji like this. He quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji, feeling extremely nervous. Xianyuan Zhou took a step forward and said, "I don't want to deal with you right now. Give me the 10,000-year prince, and I can let you live a little longer." He already understood Zhou Xuanji's strength. 5 years had passed, and this brat must have become even more powerful. Once they started fighting, they would attract even more experts. At that time it would be troublesome. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully laughed as he said, Xinyuan Zhou, even though you're Tian, your strength is just too great. Do you really think that I'm your only opponent? This brat is fated with me. If it wasn't for me, he would have died long ago, so he can only belong to me. He deliberately provoked Xinyuan Zhou. Heaven did not have a good reputation in the northern wilderness region. Although heaven claimed to only target those with Emperor Qi, every heaven would endanger the peace of the northern wilderness region. Hence, in the legends, heaven was a demon. Once Xinyuan Zhou's identity was exposed, both the righteous and demonic paths would come to hunt him down. This was why Xinyuan Zhou didn't keep a high profile. Even if he came to Great Chan, he would sneak in. Xinyuan Zhou narrowed his eyes and a murderous aura spread out, causing Chun Banshan's body to turn cold. Who can stop me? He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked coldly, Xuanha divine monk? What a joke. He didn't think much of the monk. I can. An indifferent voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji, Chan Bantian, and Xinyuan Zhou all looked over. A man dressed in luxurious golden robes stood on the palace walls. He was like a towering mountain, giving off a domineering aura as if he was looking down on everything in the world. Sunlight Emperor. Number 1 in the world. His grave and stern face was like that of a deity. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, making him seem arrogant and disdainful. The golden robe fluttered, and the hair under the crown also fluttered in the wind. The world became quiet, and it was extremely oppressive. Xinyuan Sovereign and Zhou Xuanji both narrowed their eyes as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't even need to think to guess who this person was. In this world, only that person could have such a bearing. Just by standing there without saying a word, he exuded an invincible aura. It seemed that no one was qualified to stand in front of him. Sunlight Emperor, didn't you claim to be invincible in the world? Why do you still need the 10,000-year princes? Xinyuan Tian coldly harumphed, and Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion. Why do I feel a little sarcastic? Aren't you emotionless? Sunlight Emperor ignored him, stared at Chan Bantian and said, I am the number 1 in the world, undoubtedly the number 1. Since I became the number 1, I have never fallen from this position. Follow me, and I will take you as my disciple. I will take you on the road of invincibility. When this emperor ascends, you will be the number 1 under the heavens. Domineering. No matter how rational Chun Bantian was, his heartbeat quickened. But he did not agree and continued to hide behind Zhou Xuanji, not daring to come out. He muttered in his heart. Can Senior Zhou defeat him? The number 1 in the world and number 2 in the world seemed to be only 1 rank apart, but in reality the difference was like heaven and earth. Just like the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, the gap between Zhou Xuanji and the second place was so huge that it made people speechless. Don't even think about it, he's mine, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. He was eager to try it out. Number 1 in the world. He had wanted to challenge him for a long time. Sunlight Emperor turned to look at him and said, Zhou Xuanji, this emperor knows you. You have great potential, but the 10,000-year prince's identity is special, so it's best if you don't get involved with karma. Since ancient times there have been many geniuses, but not many people remember them because most of them died. His tone was calm, and there was no threat or enmity in it. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent because he had heard such words too many times. Many people pretended to have good intentions, but in reality they were trying to suppress him. However, he did not feel any disgust hearing these words from Sunlight Emperor. After all, after Sunlight Emperor's cultivation reached great accomplishment, he had shocked the world and become the number 1 in the world. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was not Sunlight Emperor. The world was unpredictable. Who could put down everything and focus on cultivation? Today I will definitely take away the 10,000-year prince. None of you can stop me. Xinyuan Zhou could not help but say. Sunlight Emperor ignoring him was the greatest condescension towards him. Sunlight Emperor still did not look at him and instead looked at Chan Bantian as he said, Are you willing? As long as you are willing, this emperor will take you back. No matter how many people come, they will not be able to stop us. Chun Bantian thought about it and asked, If I'm not willing, will you not force me? Sunlight Emperor gave a trace of a smile and did not say anything. Xinyuan Zhou could not take it anymore and stepped out. his aura exploding out. Heaven, please bestow me with divine power. Heaven, please bestow me with glory. Heaven, please bestow me with faith, he loudly cried out, and his voice sounded throughout Great Chen's royal capital, shaking people's hearts. 3 pillars of light broke through the sea of clouds and landed on his body. A terrifying might caused the palace to tremble. Chan Bantian looked at him in shock. What kind of power was this? Sunlight Emperor smirked but still did not say anything. He looked at Xin Yuanzhou, waiting for him to act. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. Back when they had fought, Xin Yuanzhou had not used heaven's power right from the start. It could be seen how important Sunlight Emperor was in Xin Yuanzhou's heart. Xin Yuanzhou did not waste any words and directly rushed at Sunlight Emperor. There was a loud bang. The two of them collided, giving off a brilliant light that covered their bodies. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger and quickly flew away with Chan Bantian. The palace walls shattered, and a terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc within the palace, destroying everything. The Emperor of Great Chen, Chief Monk Xuanhe, and a group of Great Chen's experts all flew up into the sky, looking incredibly shocked. What a terrifying aura! 2 figures leapt up from the powerful light and rushed into the sky. They turned into 2 rays of rainbow light and madly clashed in the air. They were so fast that even great realization cultivators could not see them with their eyes. The powerful aura caused the royal capital to tremble, and the surrounding mountains also trembled, causing countless rocks to fall. Chief Monk Xuanhe suddenly saw Zhou Xuanji and Chan Bantian beside him, and he immediately became furious. Ba, Zhou Xuanji, what are you doing? Chief Monk Xuanhe loudly cried out. After speaking, he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. A golden Buddha rose up from behind him, looking benevolent and holy. It quickly grew and became 3,000 meters tall in the blink of an eye, proudly standing above Great Chen's royal capital. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the entire city. What's going on? A powerful enemy is attacking Great Chen? Zhou Xuanji? The Sword Emperor is here? No, isn't the relationship between Great Chen and the Sword Emperor quite good? It's not just the Sword Emperor. The expert fighting above is most likely not a nameless person either. It's over. Should we run? The cultivators and commoners in the city began to discuss. Half of the royal palace had been flattened, and countless people had died. If the battle spread to the royal capital, it would be a disaster for Great Chen. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 313. Zhou Xuanji, this prince of Great Chen concerns the fate of the human race. You cannot take him away. Chief Monk Xuanhe said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. With the 3,000-meter-tall golden Buddha behind him, his confidence was greatly boosted. Even if his opponent was the world's second, he would still dare to fight him. It just so happened that he had bumped into them today. He was going to avenge his humiliation. Chan Bantian trembled as he looked at the golden Buddha and asked in a low voice, "Should we run?" Facing such a mighty Buddha, he was intimidated. What are you afraid of? Zhou Xuanji laughed with disdain. He was very respectful toward Chief Monk Xuanhe at first. However, this fellow's hatred for Xian Xianghua was too great, and it went against the way of Buddhism. The emperor did not speak, but he was worried for Zhou Xuanji in his heart. It seemed like the rumors were true. Xuanhe Divine Monk's Buddhist art had improved again, and his strength was no longer the same as before. Xuanhe Divine Monk, if I insist on taking him away, what will you do? Zhou Xuanji asked as he smiled. This old fellow was a bit arrogant. He actually dared to challenge the second in the world. Have you forgotten? You were once powerless in front of Xian Xianghua, who was ranked 5th in the world. Xuanhe Divine Monk snorted coldly and said, "If that's the case, then I can only use my strength to keep him here." After speaking, the golden Buddha behind him stretched out its hand and slapped towards Zhou Xuanji. He did not move quickly. Evidently, he wanted to give Zhou Xuanji a chance to give up. I have such golden Buddha statues too. Zhou Xuanji took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment, and following this, a golden Buddha appeared behind him. Zhou Xuanji's body quickly grew until it was 3,000 meters tall, and thousands of arms grew from his back. 5 years had passed, and his spiritual power had increased tremendously. Coupled with the fact that he was using the Heavenly Punishment Martial Punishment, The height of the thousand-hand sword Buddha was no less than the golden Buddha of the Xuanhe divine monk. His 1,000 hands spread out, each holding a giant sword. This made his 1,000-hand sword Buddha look even more majestic to the onlookers. Chief Monk Xuanhe's eyes widened. Chun Bantian was shocked. The entire imperial city was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji also cultivated Buddhism? Zhou Xuanji fused into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's body, and the 1,000-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out, illuminating the heavens and the earth. This is the Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha, and it is the unique skill of the Emperor Sword Court. When the Emperor Sword Court is established, anyone who wishes to learn it can come to the Emperor Sword Court. Of course, not everyone can learn this unique skill. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and earth, extremely majestic. It was a good opportunity to advertise. Chun Banshan's face was filled with admiration, and the Emperor of Great Chun, as well as the other officials and generals, were all in awe. What a domineering technique! In comparison, the divine monk Xuanhe was at a disadvantage. Emperor's Way 1,000-hand sword Buddha? What a mighty name! This is also a sword technique. Emperor Sword Court. Sword Emperor really wants to create a sacred land. The sacred land of swords might change the power structure of the northern wilderness region. Is this really a height that mortals can reach? All sorts of cries sounded out in the city, and everyone's attention fell on Zhou Xuanji and Chief Monk Xuanhe. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Chun Bantian into the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's body, and came to his side. They could experience the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's perspective together. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha raised all of its giant swords and slashed at Chief Monk Xuanhe's golden Buddha. Dang! Dang! Clang! The gigantic sword slashed the golden Buddha's body, creating countless golden sparks. The scene was extremely spectacular. Xuanhe Divine Monk's expression changed drastically. With a thought, the golden Buddha raised its arms and created a layer of golden light shield, blocking all the attacks. However, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's attacks were extremely ferocious. Each wave was more powerful than the last, forcing the golden Buddha to retreat continuously. This brat is already so powerful? Chief Monk Xuanhe thought to himself in fear. The divine ability that he had just learned was suppressed by Zhou Xuanji before it could show its power. He was both angry and fearful. He was indeed not a match for Zhou Xuanji. It was not luck that this brat could climb to the 2nd rank in the world. He suddenly understood why Xian Xianghua was willing to marry Zhou Xuanji. That old demon's eyes were as sharp as ever. Boom! Chief Monk Xuanhe's golden Buddha was shattered by the 1,000-hand sword Buddha. It was incredibly domineering, which made everyone's blood boil. Countless cries sounded out in the royal capital. They were all shouting the Sword Emperor's name. Chief Monk Xuanhe coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. I'm taking Great Chen's crown prince away. I will teach him cultivation and let him lead Great Chen to prosperity in the future. Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the 1,000-hand sword Buddha, sounding solemn and holy. After that, the 1,000-hand sword Buddha disappeared, and a sword light flew toward the horizon. Carrying Chun Bantian, he flew away swiftly on the snakeskin sword. He was already impressive enough for severely injuring Chief Monk Xuanhe. No one thought that he was running away. He was just too lazy to cause more trouble. However, his words excited Great Chen's people. Zhou Xuanji's teaching ability was already renowned across the world. Even the hegemon sword sect's exquisite sword mind was willing to be his sword slave. One could imagine how powerful he was. In the entire Great Chen, no one could compete with Lin Chang'e. Great Chen's people began to look forward to it. At the same time, the battle between Xianyuan Zhou and Yang Di continued. The two flew extremely high up, far away from the ground. At first glance, it looked like two suns colliding with each other in the sky. One could vaguely hear the loud explosions. Who are they? The emperor asked with a frown. No one answered him. Chief Monk Xuanhe looked up, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He had seen Yang Di before, but he had never seen Xianyuan Zhou. Could that person be the Sword Saint? In the current world, other than the Sword Saint, who else could fight with Yang Di? On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew at full speed, ignoring the battle between Yang Di and Xianyuan Zhou. Along the way, Chun Bantian was extremely excited. Senior Zhou, you are so awesome. The top monk in the northern wilderness region is so weak before you. Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha? If I join Emperor Sword Court, can I learn it? Is that a sword technique or a divine ability? Zhou Xuanji was frustrated and reprimanded. Shut up. You're like a girl. If you want to learn it, you have to contribute to Emperor Sword Court. It's the ultimate technique of the court after all. Chan Bantian immediately shut up, but the excitement on his face did not fade away. Contribute? Simple. When he becomes the Emperor of Great Chan, he will throw in money and resources. Who can contribute more than him? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as though he had already obtained the Emperor's Way Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Time passed quickly. A day later, the two stopped by a lake in a forest. He was too fast and Chan Bantian could not take it. Senior Zhou, who do you think will win, Yang Di or Tian? Chan Bantian asked as he sat on the grass and internalized qi to rest. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, "None of your business. Ask me after you enter the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Northern Wilderness Top 100. The will to fight burned in Chan Bantian's eyes. After he knew that he was the 10,000-year prince, his ambition grew. He was not willing to be the emperor of the empire. He wanted to do bigger things. Swoosh! A silhouette leaped out from the forest suddenly. Zhou Xuanji instinctively took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and was about to slash. "It's me." Dao Seeker's voice came. He quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. How come it's him? How did he come here? Could it be that bronze dagger? Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 314. Zhou Xuanji's gaze turned hostile at the thought that there might be something wrong with the bronze dagger. Dao Seeker saw his wariness and explained, "That dagger is the method of communication between us. Naturally, I can sense your existence through it. However, you don't have to think too much. Even without it, I can still deduce your location. In terms of the Tao of divination, your grandmaster is far inferior to me." He spoke very calmly. If Daoya old man was here, what would he think? Chan Bantian looked at Qiu Dao curiously. Who was this person? It also seemed to be very impressive. Zhou Xuanji did not reply and stored Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment into the Supreme Storage. Dao Seeker looked at Chan Bantian and nodded. He is indeed a 10,000-year prince. At the same time, he has the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Among the previous 10,000-year princes, his talent is considered outstanding. If he is nurtured well, he has a chance of becoming a great emperor in the future. Becoming a martial emperor. Chan Bantian's eyes widened as the blood in his body began to boil. He knew very well what becoming a great emperor represented. It represented the pinnacle of the world. It represented ascending to become an immortal. Do you know about the Heaven and Earth epoch? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Having heard him, Dao Seeker looked at him in astonishment. How did you know about the world epoch? Dao Seeker asked with a frown. His words made Zhou Xuanji's smile look even more dangerous. Sure enough, this old fellow was hiding a lot of things from him. He began to hesitate, wondering if he should cut off his connection with Dao Seeker. However, thinking about it carefully, Qiu Dao was attached to him, and the two of them were actually in a cooperative relationship. Each had their own needs, and there was no need for them to meet each other honestly. Zhou Xuanji said, "Don't you know divination? Do the math." Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "I can predict everyone and everything in the world, but you are the only one I can't predict. This is also the reason why I helped you." Chan Bantian was completely bewildered, but he didn't dare to open his mouth and could only listen obediently. Some people say that there's a mastermind behind everything that happens today. What do you think? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. With Dao Seeker around, he was not afraid of Sunlight Emperor or Xianyuan Zhou catching up. If he caught up, it would be a good opportunity to test this fellow's strength. Qiu Dao was not moved. He replied calmly, "In the face of the world's influence, all attempts are futile, even if it's done by immortals." How pretentious. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed before asking, "What business do you have with me? Could it be that you want the 10,000-year prince?" Hearing that, Chan Bantian's body trembled. He quickly got up and hid behind Zhou Xuanji. afraid that Dao Seeker would suddenly attack. I'm just here to make sure you're safe. After all, you're weaker than Sunlight Emperor and Xianyuan Zhou. Dao Seeker's answer made Zhou Xuanji a little displeased. They were looking down on him too much. Let's go. I'll escort you back to Skyfall. Along the way, I can create illusions so that they won't be able to follow us. Dao Seeker urged. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji did not rest and continued on their way, but at a slower pace. News of what happened in Great Chan started to spread. News of Zhou Xuanji easily defeating Chief Monk Xuanhe spread the fastest. Subsequently, the matter about Yang Di Tian and the 10,000-year prince was also exposed. As for who spread the news, no one knew. For a time, the winds and clouds of the world changed again. At the edge of the human territory, Zhou Xuanji and the others suddenly stopped. They were standing on a white cloud, and below them was an uneven mountain range. What happened? Chan Bantian asked anxiously, thinking that another strong enemy had come to attack. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but followed his gaze. He saw a group of people touring the mountains. There were 32 women and 1 man. This man was Great Emperor Heartless by Hao Yisin. The women around him were all as beautiful as flowers. They surrounded him and laughed happily. Just their voices could move any man's heart. Bai Hao Yisin, who was among them, was already lost. He kissed this woman in that one moment and he felt so happy. Seeing this, Chan Bantam became jealous and cursed. This brat is so free and easy. I want to be like him in the future. I want to bring my harem of 3,000 women out to play often. Dao Seeker divined with his fingers and said, So it's Great Emperor Heartless. Only he can be so unrestrained. There were many dangers between the two races. Who would dare to bring so many women to play in the wilderness alone? Zhou Xuanji immediately flew down and landed in front of Bai Hao Yisin. His sudden arrival caused the women to scream out in fear. Bai Hao Yisin looked over and was given a big fright as well. Why is it you again? He cursed. Are you a ghost? You're haunting me like a ghost. 5 years had passed, and he had finally recovered some of his cultivation, only to run into Zhou Xuanji again. He instinctively looked around. Could it be that Xianyuan Zhou had also come? Zhou Xuanji harumphed and said, Why can't you die? Bai Hao Yisin felt quite depressed and said grumpily, If it wasn't for me, you would already be a dead man. Aren't you going to thank this emperor? The 32 women hid behind him and looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. From his appearance, Zhou Xuanji was not inferior to Bai Hao Yisin. They did not know who he was for him to be so handsome. Dao Seeker and Chan Bantian landed behind Zhou Xuanji. Bai Hao Yisin glanced at Dao Seeker and harumphed as he said, What? You're asking for help? Do you think this emperor is afraid of you? Come here. After saying this, he raised his right hand, looking as if he was prepared to fight. I'm very curious, who made you reincarnate? Choosing to reincarnate during the world epoch. It definitely isn't a coincidence, right? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not feel any enmity towards Bai Hao Yisin. After all, they had no conflicts of interest, nor did they have any enmity. Bai Hao Yisin's eyes widened and he cried out in shock, World epoch? Now. He tightly frowned, and his expression began to fluctuate. No wonder that old thing was so attentive to me. He's trying to trick me. Damn, I can't go back now. If I die during the world epoch, this emperor will be too miserable. No, this emperor must hurry. He mumbled to himself, revealing a lot of information. Zhou Xuanji asked, Who is this old thing you're talking about? Bai Hao Yisin harumphed and said, I'm not telling you. If I tell you, you might be scared to death. It's best if you don't know. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became and he gnashed his teeth. Zhou Xuanji harumphed and left. The 3 of them quickly disappeared over the horizon. The beauties crowded around him and asked who Zhou Xuanji was. Bai Hao Yisin was quite frustrated, but he did not vent his frustrations on the beauties. He continued to smile gently and said, He's just a kid with decent talent. He did not want to talk about Zhou Xuanji, as he was afraid that these women would change their minds. By now, he had already understood Zhou Xuanji's fame in the current era. He was the man that all the young female cultivators in the world dreamed of. A while later, Yang Di descended suddenly. He looked at Bai Hao Yisin and asked, Have you seen them? He waved his right hand, and two figures appeared beside him. They were Zhou Xuanji and Qian Bantian. When the beauties saw Yang Di, their eyes sparkled. Such a domineering man. Bai Haoisen felt quite angry when he saw Zhou Xuanji. I've never seen them before, he said unpleasantly. As expected, nothing good would come out of meeting that brat. Looks like you've seen them before. If you don't tell me, don't blame this emperor for being impolite, Yang Di said calmly. Having heard this, Bai Haoisen was quite delighted. You dare to call yourself this emperor in front of this emperor? Are you tired of living? Fourth update. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. I've just announced the strength ranking of the characters in the Legendary Swords storyline. Those who are interested can take a look. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 315. On the white cloud, Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly flew in. Dao Seeker suddenly said, Sunlight Emperor has found Great Emperor Heartless, and the two of them are fighting. Zhou Xuanji had a strange look on his face. Could the current Great Emperor Heartless be a match for Yang Di? If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to defeat Sunlight Emperor. Unfortunately, he was a reincarnated body and had died once before. He lost. Dao Seeker said again. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So fast? He knew that Bai Haoisen would lose, but he had not expected it to happen so quickly. Qian Bantian blinked and asked, Was the Great Emperor from 90,000 years ago so weak? Sunlight Emperor hadn't reached the Dao realm yet, but he had already defeated him in seconds? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, Great Emperor Heartless is now a reincarnated body. Previously, he perished together with the heavens and revived again. However, dealing with you should be easy. Qian Bantian didn't feel humiliated at all. Instead, he clicked his tongue in wonder. The Great Emperor could revive infinitely and couldn't be killed? When he thought of what Dao Seeker had said, that he had the potential to become a great emperor, he felt a burning passion in his heart that not even a heavy downpour could extinguish. Zhou Xuanji looked at Dao Seeker and asked, What stage is Yang Di at now? How is he compared to the Sword Saint? Dao Seeker replied calmly, If it's in his peak state, it's hard to predict his chances of winning. However, Shi Shenzong has just been revived and his cultivation is still recovering. Naturally, he won't be a match for Sunlight Emperor. He's the current number one. Don't look down on him. His talent is not inferior to Shi Shenzong's. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Everyone greatly admired Yang Di, and this made him feel even more expectant. He was looking forward to the day when he would surpass Yang Di and become the top cultivator in the world. The three of them did not stop and continued forward. For days later, Dao Seeker spoke again. Xinyuan Zhou went to find Great Emperor Heartless again. Zhou Xuanji felt speechless. It seemed that he had harmed Bai Haoisen. He asked, How is the battle going? Right now, Bai Haoisen was not a match for Xinyuan Zhou. As soon as he saw Xinyuan Zhou, he immediately self-detonated, taking Xinyuan Zhou down with him. Only a remnant soul was left. Dao Seeker muttered. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji was even more speechless. Qian Bantian widened his eyes. Wasn't this guy a little too tough? Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. Fortunately, he had not forced Bai Haoisen into a corner. At least Xinyuan Zhou wouldn't be able to cause trouble for him for a few more years. But there was also a disadvantage. He would have to face Sunlight Emperor alone. Don't worry. I will inform an old friend of mine and let him restrain Sunlight Emperor. Dao Seeker saw Zhou Xuanji's worry and said softly, Old friend? Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately thought of that mysterious man in the woven rush raincoat. In his impression, only that person could be mentioned in the same breath as Dao Seeker. The tone of the man in the woven rush raincoat and Dao Seeker was extremely similar. They had the appearance of extraordinary experts, and the only one who could compare to them was Feng Kuel. However, Feng Kuel was still a bit lacking. The Tianxia Maps trap had ended up benefiting Zhou Xuanji. He didn't pursue the matter, knowing that it would be useless. Dao Seeker would definitely not answer. Another 5 days passed. Zhou Xuanji and the others hurried to the foot of Skyfall. Looking at the majestic Skyfall, Qian Bantian was stunned. What a mighty mountain peak! It was indeed one of the tallest mountains in the northern wilderness region. Within the clouds, one could vaguely see Fenyu Dragon King's body. It was a spectacular sight. Alright, let's call it a day. I still have other matters to attend to. Dao Seeker left after saying this, and Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. This guy claimed that he did not participate in worldly conflicts, so what was he busy with? Chan Bantian came to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, Senior Zhou, something's not right with this guy. He might be a threat. Although Dao Seeker's attitude toward him was very good and he seemed to admire Dao Seeker, he did not think much of it in his heart. He had a premonition. Dao Seeker would be his greatest enemy. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, What do you know? Chun Bantian felt quite depressed. I'm not a child anymore. I'm the crown prince of Great Chun. I still have my judgment. After this, the two of them flew up to Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted aides and introduced them to Chan Bantian. It was the first time that Meng Tianlang, Lin Changge, and Ning Zifeng had seen Chan Bantian, and they were all very curious about this 10,000-year prince. Different from last time, Chan Bantian appeared very arrogant. He first greeted Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others with a restrained manner. He then looked at Meng Tianlang and the others arrogantly and smiled. I, the 10,000-year prince, have the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon. Please take care of me in the future. Everyone was speechless. Zhou Xuanji could not help but facepalm and said, Don't harm his life. Chun Bantian was stunned. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. Ning Zifeng kicked his buttocks and whipped him with his scabbard. Lin Changge and Meng Tianlang came up as well. The three of them knew their limits and did not hurt Chen Banshan's bones. They only wanted to teach him a lesson. A while later, Zhou Xuanji instructed Ning Zifeng, Take care of him in the future. Although Ning Zifeng was arrogant, he had already integrated into Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji believed that he would not do anything rash. And so Chun Bantian joined Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji taught him the ancestral dragon sword straight away. This guy was a yellow dragon after all, and he was most suited to cultivate the ancestral dragon sword. With the two 10,000-year princes on the mountain, Zhou Xuanji began to look forward to the future. Time passed quickly. 10 years passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji resumed his diligent cultivation. He broke through 2 levels consecutively and reached Great Realization Level 4. In 10 years, he obtained 16 legendary swords. The highest was Heavenly Soul, and the lowest was Silver. There was only one Heavenly Soul legendary sword, and it was called the Great Heavenly Mystic Jade Sword. Sword name: Great Heavenly Mystic Jade Sword Level. Heavenly Soul description: Created from the deep sea mystic jade, it was born at the beginning of the world. It is not restrained by the might of the heavens and possesses great power. The other 15 swords were the Ancient Crane Divine Sword, Ink Jade Sword, Thousand Kill Sword, Phoenix Cry Sword, Suppressing River Sword, Greedy Butterfly Sword, Cold Dust Sword, Evil Blood Sword, Wise Spring Sword, For Fire Sword, Earth Fiend Sword, Dragon Seal Scroll, Cold Fiend Sword, Great Treasure Sword, and Flaming Void Sword. Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords had also broken through the 100 mark, reaching 104. In these 10 years he had also drawn equipment, sword techniques, and cultivation techniques from the Supreme Legendary Sword System. Unfortunately, none of this was of much help to him. He had already mastered the 100 sword style. Although he had yet to master the 3rd level of the World Buddha art, Overlord of the World, he was already on the right track. His Celestial Devil Rebirth art had already reached the 2nd level, and he had 2 chances to be reborn. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing what it was before. He wasn't sure exactly how strong it was. He even felt that he already had the power to fight against Yang Di. He had endured for 10 years. He had never left the mountain. He had been cultivating hard, waiting to become the #1 in the world in the future. Not only was he becoming more powerful, but so were the others. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Chan Bantian, and Han Shumbua had all reached astral projection. The others had their own breakthroughs too. The 2nd-generation disciples had all reached Soul Fountain. The weakest of the 3rd-generation disciples had reached enlightening. After all, these were all geniuses handpicked by Zhou Xuanji and the others. Most of them had already started cultivating before joining Skyfall. This day, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating by the cliff, opened his eyes suddenly. The sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 53 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained. Intimidating spirit. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 316. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained. Intimidating spirit. God Ghost Howl Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Intimidating spirit legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji frowned in delight, but when he remembered that he was already 53 years old, he felt a little sad. Although he had taken the everlasting youth pill and stayed young forever, he still had the memory of his previous life. These days, when he heard the sword spirit's reminder, he felt an indescribable melancholy. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name. God Ghost Howl Grade. Overlord Soul Description. A sword that has absorbed the souls of countless immortals and gods. It is a ghost sword. Once activated, tens of thousands of ghosts will howl, intimidating the enemy. A black sword appeared in his hand. The sword was long and thin. It was 1.5 meters long and only 3 fingers wide. The tip of the sword was much wider and had 2 curved hooks. At first glance, it looked like a ship's anchor. It was ferocious and domineering. The sword guard looked like 2 fangs. Zhou Xuanji fell in love with the God Ghost Howl at first sight. A very murderous sword. What sword is this? He seems very powerful. Jiang Shui moved behind him and asked curiously. Even though she was 57 years old, she was still as beautiful as a young girl. Not only had she eaten the youth-halting pill, but her heart was also young. She had spent all these years in Skyfall, and had not experienced the vicissitudes of life. Zhou Xuanji caressed the sword and said with a smile, "This is the God Ghost Howl, a very powerful sword." Jiang Shui smiled faintly and did not pursue the origin of the ghost god howl. She smiled and said, "Chun Bantian and Meng Tianlang are fighting again. Do you want to go take a look?" 10 years had passed. Chun Bantian could already use the ancestral dragon sword. Although its power was far from perfection, he already had the strength to fight against Meng Tianlang. Not only was he the 10,000-year prince, but he also had the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon. His talent was slightly superior to Meng Tianlang's, and the two of them often fought like Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng. However, they knew when to stop and never killed. Let them be. You seem to be in a good mood. Did you make a breakthrough? Zhou Xuanji stored the God Ghost Howl into the supreme storage. He took Jiang Shui's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Shui cupped his face and kissed it. She giggled and said, "Yes. Grandmaster said that I already have 10% of his power. I divined for Sister Lianxin once and predicted her future. Guess what I predicted?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What did you divine?" He was happy to see Jiang Shui so happy. This lass would always be his little son. "I have divined that she has a pair of ghost eyes, which should be her ghost emperor divine eyes. Her aura is very strong, looking down at the mountains and rivers, very similar to Xian Xianghua. It seems that Sister Lianxin will be very strong in the future. Maybe she will be ranked in the top 100 of the northern wilderness," Jiang Shui said with her beautiful eyes wide open. When this matter was brought up, her face was filled with amazement. The Huang Lianxin she saw was like a completely different person from the current Huang Lianxin. Ghost Emperor Divine Eye? Zhou Xuanji thought about it. Daoya Old Man had a very high evaluation of these eyes. But up until now, the Ghost Emperor Divine Eye did not display any other formidable aspects apart from seeing through things. "Did you find anything else?" Zhou Xuanji pinched Jiang Shui's cheek and asked with a smile. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "I've also divined Little Black. This guy will become a dragon king in the future and rule over countless dragons. That scene is really spectacular. As for the others, I can't calculate them. After all, it's too tiring. I need to rest." "The Little Black Snake will rule the dragon clan?" Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Now was the world epoch, and the next race would replace the human race. Could it be the dragon race? With Little Black's appearance, how could he become a dragon king? He was only a shameless snake. No matter what, he remembered this in his heart. He chatted with Jiang Shui for a while more, and she left to check on the female disciples' cultivation. 3 years ago, the number of third-generation disciples exceeded 1,000. Not long ago, Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian brought another batch of second-generation disciples out, and would only return after 1 or 2 years. Zhou Xuanji began to inherit the primordial chaos sword shadow. He was very interested in the word primordial chaos. It seemed that this sword technique was not simple. A while later, the inheritance ended. He opened his eyes and was astonished. Such a marvelous sword technique. It was not weaker than the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and the Ancestor Dragon Sword. It might even be more powerful. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow could transform into countless sword shadows. When gathered together, it was as domineering as the primordial mountains and rivers. This sword technique already had a divine ability, and it consumed a lot of energy. However much spirit energy one had, one could transform into as many sword shadows. There were 3,000 moves in total. It looked like a lot, but the differences between the moves were subtle. The main thing was to connect the 3,000 moves together. He took out the Dragon Seal Scroll and began practicing. The Dragon Seal Scroll did not look like a sword's name, but it was actually a dazzling legendary sword embedded with rubies and emeralds. When it was swung, it could create wind and gather spirit. Only he and Zhou Xiaoqi were on the mountain top. The others were cultivating in different corners of Skyfall. Daoya Old Man had gone out for business and had not returned for 7 days. Only until late at night did Zhou Xuanji reach small accomplishment in the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. After a night, he practiced the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow 300 times and reached great accomplishment. It was only until noon that he finally reached the sword will state. He immediately activated the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. He swung his sword with his right hand. It was so fast that it left behind afterimages. His spirit energy exploded, and numerous sword shadows appeared above his head. In less than a breath's time, thousands of sword shadows appeared under the starry sky. They were densely packed and looked exactly like the Dragon Seal Scroll. The number of sword shadows increased continuously. Soon there were more than 1 million of them. These sword shadows did not maintain the same height. At one glance they looked like undulating mountains, vast and domineering, like the primordial mountains and rivers in the legends. Zhou Xiaoqi, who was napping, looked up and was so shocked that all his scales stood up. What's this? He cried out in surprise and looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. His back was facing him and his back view was so domineering. Millions of sword shadows were above his head, looking down at the starry sky. Zhou Xiaoqi was almost mesmerized by it. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji replied to the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow and smiled satisfactorily. He could create more sword shadows, but there was no need for it. This was his ultimate trump card. The Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow was not only powerful, but it was also under his control. He could attack wherever he pointed. He suddenly had a bold idea. If he could merge world internalization with the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow, wouldn't he become more powerful as he fought? This idea was genius. He admired himself. However, it was not an easy task to fuse the two techniques together. He stored his sword and was prepared to internalize qi. Wow, you've learned another powerful skill. Xian Xianghua's charming laughter came suddenly. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw that the old demonic woman appeared behind him out of nowhere. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into her embrace. Facing her, Zhou Xuanji did not defend or resist. So he was pulled into her embrace without any warning. He felt something soft on his face and he quickly dodged. With the 8-step sword lunge, he came up behind Xian Xianghua. So fast. Xian Xianghua squinted her beautiful eyes, which were filled with extraordinary splendor. As expected, this brat had become more powerful after a dozen years. She turned around to look at Zhou Xuanji and spoke first. I have a great serendipity. Come with me, my little husband. Come. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 317. What serendipity? Zhou Xuanji asked casually as he reminisced about the wondrous moment just now. Xian Xianghua came up to him and leaned forward. Her eyes curved into 2 crescent moons as she smiled and said, A serendipity that can help you increase your cultivation quickly. I have already recovered with it, and my cultivation is even more powerful than when I was at my peak. Zhou Xuanji heard her and asked curiously, What serendipity? Can you bring others along? Having heard that, Xian Xianghua stretched out her hand and pinched his face. You brat, she snorted. You always think of Jiang Shui when there's something good. Aren't you afraid that I will be angry? As she spoke, she used a little force which made Zhou Xuanji feel a little pain. It seemed that this old demonic woman's cultivation had indeed improved. He shrugged and said, "She can help us if she becomes more powerful. Moreover, this good thing was discovered by you, Sect Lord Xian. You have already enjoyed it. If Jiang Shui discovered it, I will surely think of you." He said it casually, but it was easy to convince others. Xian Xianghua withdrew her hand, rolled her eyes at him and pouted coquettishly. "Glib tongue. Only you and I can go because it's too dangerous. There's a demon that surpasses the 9th rank guarding that place. But you can bring back some good treasures for them to use." Zhou Xuanji heard her and became even more interested. He asked what serendipity it was. Xian Xianghua remained mysterious and refused to say. He did not force her because he believed that Xian Xianghua would not harm him. He immediately gathered everyone together and told them that he was going out. Jiang Shui did not stop him but reminded him, "Be careful and don't force things." Although she was jealous of Xian Xianghua occasionally, she knew that Xian Xianghua would not harm Zhou Xuanji. If he was in danger, Xian Xianghua would probably save him with her life. Before Xian Xianghua left Skyfall, she often taught her cultivation and even taught her the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. However, she did not cultivate it, because the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique required too much spirit energy. If she cultivated it, it would delay her own cultivation. She wanted to cultivate it after her cultivation was higher. After all, she did not have the Tianxia map and could not cultivate it as quickly as Zhou Xuanji. After that, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua left. Chen Bantian looked at Meng Tianlang and cursed, "Brat, let's fight again today." Meng Tianlang felt helpless, while the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch started to jeer. The others shook their heads and laughed as they continued to cultivate. Within the demonic clouds, Xian Xianghua sized up Zhou Xuanji curiously. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, could not take it anymore. He opened his eyes and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Xian Xianghua tilted her head and smiled. "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I miss you." She pretended to act coquettishly, which gave Zhou Xuanji goosebumps. This wasn't Dragon's Proudflower style. "Since there's no one here, why don't we have some fun and dual cultivate?" Xian Xianghua gently pulled open her collar, revealing her snow-white skin, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitch. The next second, she suddenly tightened her collar and laughed. "Ha ha, look at you. You look like a playboy." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Are you crazy? Why did he feel that this old witch had changed and liked to tease him more than before? Okay, back to the main topic. I feel that you have become much more powerful. You should be as powerful as a second tribulation scattered immortal, right? Xian Xianghua sat beside Zhou Xuanji and asked with a smile. Second tribulation scattered immortal? Zhou Xuanji did not care. 15 years ago, I could already fight with Xinyuan Zhou, who was a third tribulation scattered immortal. What about now? Of course, he was not sure what level Xinyuan Zhou was among the third tribulation scattered immortals. Although his cultivation and battle techniques had become much more powerful, he was not a great tribulation scattered immortal after all. His spirit energy was not as powerful as a great tribulation scattered immortal. This was a huge shortcoming. If he was becoming more powerful, Yang Di and Xinyuan Zhou must be there too. Tell me, where are we going? Zhou Xuanji asked. For Xian Xianghua to call it a great serendipity, it must be something extraordinary. Xian Xianghua did not hide anymore and said, I found a palace in the eastern sea region of the northern wilderness region. It's 10,000 meters underwater, and there's an underground spirit spring with colorful celestial fruits. They have been growing for tens of thousands of years, and contain extremely dense spiritual qi. It's a pity that there's a great tribulation demon guarding it. He's extremely powerful, and even I can't deal with him alone. Previously, I only picked up a few colorful celestial fruits near the palace, and I could already increase my cultivation. What do you think will happen if I get the colorful line spirit tree? A natural treasure that had been growing for tens of thousands of years. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. He patted Xian Xianghua's shoulder and said with a smile, Bitch, just you wait. With me here, I will definitely destroy that demon. Xian Xianghua's eyes turned dangerous and asked coldly, Brat, say that again. She reached out to grab his chin and pulled him into her embrace. Her hands turned into demonic claws as she ravaged his face and groped his body. Zhou Xuanji's blood boiled in anger. He immediately cried out, "Stop! Stop! If you act recklessly again, be careful of the enemy's sneak attack." Having heard him, Xian Xianghua gave up and snorted coldly. Both of them had many enemies. An enemy might really appear out of nowhere. To change the topic, Zhou Xuanji mentioned Great Emperor Heartless, Dao Seeker, Old Mother One and the others. He also talked about the world epoch. Xian Xianghua's eyes turned solemn. She did not reply but fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. This old demonic woman had lived for tens of thousands of years after all. Her knowledge must have far surpassed his. Seems like we have to ascend before the Great Tribulation, Xian Xianghua said as she spread out her hands. She seemed very relaxed. Her cultivation could ascend a long time ago. It was just that Tanhua sect had declined, and she was reluctant to do so. But Zhou Xuanji had already matured, and the day of his ascension was not far away. Zhou Xuanji almost fainted in laughter. "This is your conclusion? I thought you could provide some crucial clues," he said unpleasantly. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "You think I know everything?" 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Shi Shenzong stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down. Among the mountains, many sword cultivators were sparring with each other. It was very lively. Mountain Lord Shi Haiming suddenly appeared behind Shi Shenzong. He knelt down respectfully and cupped his fist, saying, "Old ancestor, I have found out the location of Sun Hill and Skyfall. When are you going to move?" More than a decade had passed. Shi Shenzong had finally recovered his peak cultivation. He no longer feared anyone in the world. Within 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, everyone was looking forward to the Sword Saint dominating the world. He said calmly, "I'm not in a hurry. I want to know where Tian and Great Emperor Heartless are." Compared to dealing with juniors, he wanted to challenge seniors more. As for Tian, he had defeated a Tian before. It was a pity that after he fell, that Tian rose up and became the Hegemon Sword Emperor's formidable opponent. Tian is in the Heavenly Palace. He built the Heavenly Palace at a height of 30,000 meters. Great Emperor Heartless roamed the world and is very difficult to find. Chapter 318. Very well. I will go to the Heavenly Palace first, Shi Shenzong said softly. After that he turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. The birth of the Sword Saint would surely shock the world. Shi Haiming looked up with a fervent expression and mumbled to himself, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain is finally going to rise. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain was once the sanctum of the Swords Way in the northern wilderness region. After 10,000 years of depression, it was time to rise again. He turned to look at the disciples below with a gratified smile. These children would be the future of 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. They traveled at full speed for 10 days. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua finally came to the seaside at the east of the northern wilderness region. The two stood on the beach, and the seawater flowed over their boots. Zhou Xuanji wore a luxurious blue robe that was not wet by the seawater. He looked toward the horizon and asked, "Where is that palace?" Xian Xianghua replied, "We will reach it after walking for about 150 miles. But we have to wait for one more person." He found the palace. Zhou Xuanji was curious. Who would go to the deep sea for no reason? In the northern wilderness region, both humans and demons were deeply fearful of the deep sea. About half an hour later, a ball of demonic chi flew over from the horizon and landed before the two of them. The demonic chi dissipated, and an evil-looking man appeared. He had long white hair and wore a black robe. His face was handsome, but his skin was loose and wrinkled. An evil aura emanated from his brows, and his curled lips gave off a cruel and ruthless vibe. Great tribulation scattered immortal. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. There were not many great tribulation scattered immortals in the world. Other than Xian Xianghua, there was no one else in the Tanhua sect. Could it be? "Nephew Zhou, long time no see." The black-robed man grinned. His smile was chilling. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "Diablo, you resurrected indeed. I did not expect you to have the cultivation of a first tribulation scattered immortal." This person was the ancient Diablo, the rival of the hegemon sword emperor. Diablo shook his head and said, "You should know how powerful the celestial devil rebirth technique is. If I had not died for so long, 10 years would have been enough for me to recover to second tribulation scattered immortal." Zhou Xuanji was curious suddenly. How powerful was this guy at his peak? That palace is called the Violet Demon Palace. It has existed for a long time. If I hadn't been seriously injured by Sky and thrown into the deep sea, I wouldn't have discovered its existence. Diablo said faintly. He, who was heavily injured, was naturally no match for the demon guarding the Violet Demon Palace. Otherwise, he could have used the 5-colored immortal fruit to boost his cultivation, and even defeat the hegemon sword emperor. Let's go. With the 3 of us working together, we can definitely defeat that demon. The Diablo looked up at Zhou Xuanji and chuckled. His expression was like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Under his lead, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua quickly flew towards the horizon. After a while, the 3 of them plunged into the sea and used their spiritual power to resist the seawater. Their cultivations were very high, so they were not afraid of the pressure of the seawater. When they had dived for 100 meters, they could no longer see the light. Fortunately, they could rely on their divine senses to continue diving. A distance of 10,000 meters was not far for them. Soon Zhou Xuanji saw a ball of faint light below. When he got closer, he realized that it was the Violet Demon Palace. All sorts of gems were embedded on the surface of the palace, which glowed brightly and illuminated the surrounding underwater space. The Violet Demon Palace was nearly 100 meters tall, and was divided into 2 levels. It was majestic and imposing, and there were 2 demon statues in front of the gate. They had green faces and fangs, and they had 3 heads and 6 arms. That demon's cultivation might have surpassed third tribulation scattered immortals. Even if it didn't, it should have reached the pinnacle of third tribulation scattered immortals. We must be careful, Diablo reminded, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would underestimate the enemy. Xian Xianghua said, "It's not that serious. He can't leave the Violet Demon Palace. If he can't win, he can retreat." Zhou Xuanji heard her, and his eyes were filled with battle lust. This demon was a good opportunity to test his power. He took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Howl straight away and said, "I'll go first. If I can't defeat it, then you guys can attack." After that, he quickly came to the gate of the Violet Demon Palace. The Diablo looked at Xian Xianghua and asked with interest, "How powerful is this brat?" He sighed in amazement in his heart. She lived up to her name as his daughter. She had sharp eyes. He had heard that before Zhou Xuanji entered the Northern Wilderness Top 100, Xian Xianghua had already taken a fancy to this brat. She even offered him the position of Vice Sect Lord. "I'm not sure, but he's more powerful than you anyway." Facing the Diablo, Xian Xianghua appeared cold. The Diablo was not angry but looked toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji kicked open the gate violently. His body turned golden, and heavenly lightning coiled around him. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. Golden invincible form, world reincarnation. In such a state, he was not afraid of sneak attacks. He walked into the Violet Demon Palace. There was a faint green light that illuminated a path that led deep into the palace. The 2 sides were pitch black, as though countless malicious ghosts were hiding inside. Ordinary people did not dare to enter at all. Amazingly, there was no seawater in the palace. It was filled with dense spiritual qi. The ancient god sword appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head. The souls of 8 powerhouses appeared like 8 black shadows. Emperor Hanlin, Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ryuan, Emperor Songhai, Ghost Emperor Zhangtian, Emperor Zhao, Dao Lord Xiantian and Lu Wuji. Emperor Zhao, Dao Lord Xiantian, and Lu Wuji were the 3 souls that had awakened in the past 10 years. Emperor Hanlin had also awakened, but no matter how Zhou Xuanji called out to him, he did not reply, as though he had no consciousness. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came. Next, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was hit by something, and he took a few steps back involuntarily. Roar! A deep roar came from the darkness, as though it came from the underworld. Zhou Xuanji used heavenly light straight away. The darkness was dispelled, and he saw the demon's face. He was 9 meters tall and had a humanoid body. He wore a tattered brass armor, and his hair was as white as withered grass. His face was pale, and his fangs were extremely long like daggers. His eyes had no pupils but were bloodshot and scara. His body was hunched, and his claws were like that of a tiger or lion. His nails were glowing coldly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. His eyes were filled with extreme rage and hatred. Violet Demon Palace is a forbidden ground. Humans are not allowed to trespass. Kill without mercy. The white-haired demon roared and charged toward Zhou Xuanji again. He was so fast that Zhou Xuanji's eyes could not keep up with him, but he still swung his sword to the side with his instincts. Bomb! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying away. His clothes were torn at the chest, and there were 3 claw marks on his golden chest. World reincarnation could reflect spirit energy and demonic energy, but this demon did not use demonic energy and still managed to injure him. In the cultivation world, even physical cultivators would channel their spirit energy into their fists and kicks to increase their destructive power. But this demon did the opposite. However, it was not Zhou Xuanji's first time encountering such an enemy. He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straightaway. The 30-meter-tall Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha swung all of its giant swords at the white-haired demon. The white-haired demon was extremely fast, and the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha could not hit him at all. He leaped up and split into hundreds of duplicates, charging toward Zhou Xuanji from different directions. Tianxia map. The human emperor must die. He roared furiously, which shocked Zhou Xuanji. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 319. Dang. Dang. Clang. Hundreds of white-haired fiendish demons surrounded and attacked the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, catching it off guard. Zhou Xuanji held both swords in his hands, but he could not block the white-haired demon's storm-like attacks. If this continued, he would be torn apart by the white-haired demon even if he had the invincible Vajra body. The heavenly thunder on his body had no effect on this fellow at all. This was the first time he had encountered a monster with such a terrifying body. Looks like he hasn't lost his mind yet, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He immediately activated Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Howl. Woo woo woo, countless cries rang out, filled with resentment, mournfulness, and terror. Zhou Xuanji's body was enveloped by 2 streams of qi, half of which was blood qi and the other half was black qi. Adding on the heavenly lightning, he looked like an ancient demon god, and his aura exploded. The power of martial punishment, the power of gods and ghosts. In his eyes, the white-haired demon's speed suddenly slowed down. He immediately displayed his dual sword intents, the sky-dominating divine sword in his left hand, and the cold wave sound wave in his right. The white-haired demon instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. He started to dodge, but in the end, Zhou Xuanji used universal attraction to pull him in front of him. Zhou Xuanji furiously slashed out with his 2 swords, slashing into his shoulders. No matter how strong his body was, it was still unable to block the sharpness of the intimidating spirit divine sword. The blade sank into his shoulder bone. Roar! The white-haired demon roared hoarsely. 4 arms grew out of his back and struck Zhou Xuanji away. Then 2 more heads popped out from both sides of his neck. His skin turned green, which reminded Zhou Xuanji of the 2 stone statues in front of the gate. So it was him. Outside the palace, Xian Xianghua and the evil king watched the battle through their divine senses. Both of them were shocked. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was much more powerful than before, but they did not expect him to be this powerful. Not even a first tribulation loose immortal can withstand the power of that fiendish demon. Even ordinary second tribulation loose immortals wouldn't dare to fight it head-on. The evil king swallowed his saliva and exclaimed, "Why is this kid's physical body so strong when he's only at the Mahayana realm?" But Xian Xianghua knew that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map to nourish his body every day. Every month, he also used natural resources to refine his body. His body had already reached an extremely horrifying state. Although he was not as good as the white-haired demon, he still had his sword techniques. She suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was not far away from becoming number 1 in the world. There was no need to wait for 1,000 years or even 100 years. She sighed faintly. Why did she feel that Zhou Xuanji's talent was growing? Those two swords of his are definitely not ordinary weapons. Could it be that he has inherited from the upper realm? Xian Xianghua nodded in response. She thought that Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords came from the sky-sundering Sword Emperor and the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Hegemon Jiu was an example. It was the Hegemon Sword Emperor's invincible divine weapon. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji fell into a fierce battle. The three heads of the white-haired fiendish demon actually possessed different mystiques. Originally, it was only his physical body that was strong. Now there were two more mystiques. The eyes of the left head would shoot out two terrifying flames that could break through the defense of the invincible Vajra body. The right head continuously shot out green light arrows from its mouth. Even world reincarnation could not reflect them. It was truly strange. This demon's name is Demon Marshal San Hai. He has guarded Purple Demon Palace for over 100,000 years, and is one of the few that can resist the Tianxia map. An ancient voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was Emperor Hanlin. Sound transmission. What's his weakness? Zhou Xuanji asked as he dodged. Demon Marshal San Hai's cultivation was powerful, and his body was ridiculously powerful. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to defend against him. What was worth mentioning was that Violet Demon Palace was too sturdy. Even when they were fighting in the palace, Violet Demon Palace did not tremble at all. No weakness, unless you reach Fifth Tribulation Scattered Immortal, and suppress him with absolute power. Emperor Hanlin's words made Zhou Xuanji shudder. Fifth Tribulation Scattered Immortal? Even Yang Di might not reach Fifth Tribulation Scattered Immortal. Could it be that I can only retreat? Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and took out his glorious gold and heavenly soul legendary swords to defend against Demon Marshal San Hai's attack. Find the Violet Demon Monarch's heart and fuse it into your body. Violet Demon Palace will recognize you as its owner, and Demon Marshal San Hai will not harm you anymore. Emperor Hanlin continued to speak telepathically. Next, a memory entered his mind. It was the map of Violet Demon Palace. This guy came to Violet Demon Palace before? Without a word, Zhou Xuanji dashed toward the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. Why is this guy running inside? Let's go and help him. Diablo said with gritted teeth. He looked anxious. If Zhou Xuanji died, they would not be able to get the colorful celestial tree. Xian Xianghua stopped him and said, "Don't worry. If he can't win, he will run outside. Don't worry, he might already have a plan." There was a powerful restriction deep within Violet Demon Palace, which prevented their divine senses from penetrating. So they had already tracked Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts. Diablo tried his best to calm his emotions. He wanted to see if Zhou Xuanji could defeat the demon. He heard Zhou Xuanji asking about Demon Marshal San Hai's weakness. Who was this guy talking to? Could it be the soul in the Tianxia map? He fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji traveled swiftly through the corridors. From the outside, Violet Demon Palace did not look huge, but after going deeper it looked like a city. There must be some kind of spatial restriction here. The legendary swords blocked Demon Marshal San Hai, but they could only slow him down. They could not stop him. According to Emperor Hanlin's memory, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to a side palace and broke through the door. Billowing flames came at him, but he ignored them. After passing through the sea of flames, he finally saw the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. It was a heart that was as big as a watermelon. It levitated in a stream of silver radiance, and the meridians on its surface could be seen. Zhou Xuanji came up to the Violet Demon Monarch's heart and asked in his heart, "What should I do to it? What's the price?" He scanned it with his divine sense and sensed that there were no remnant souls, restrictions, or poison. He did not trust Emperor Hanlin completely, but he trusted his own senses. The World Buddha art allowed his senses to surpass cultivators at the same stage as him. He could even sense spirit energy, which was one of his trump cards. Place it on your chest, and the Violet Demon Monarch's heart will merge with your heart automatically. Don't worry. This is not the heart of some powerful cultivator, but a supreme treasure of creation. It was born from the fate of the world. Your physique can barely absorb it, and there will be no side effects. Emperor Hanlin's voice sounded in his ears, which made him hesitate. He remembered that the sword spirit said that all the sword souls in the supreme legendary sword system would not harm him. Even though they had their own thoughts, They were already absolutely loyal to the swordmaster. Since that was the case, then let's give it a shot. He placed the violet demon monarch's heart on his chest. Instantly, a wave of violet radiance shone from the violet demon monarch's heart and illuminated the entire palace. Ruer. Demon Marshal Sanhai appeared at the door and leaped toward Zhou Xuanji with one step. He clawed at Zhou Xuanji. The violet demon monarch's heart quickly entered Zhou Xuanji's chest. Instantly, Demon Marshal Sanhai stopped and was less than 2 meters away from him. Zhou Xuanji felt that his chest was about to explode. It was extremely hot. A wave of energy exploded from the violet demon monarch's heart and wreaked havoc in his body, charging all his vital channels. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 320. Boom. 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 Zhou Xuanji felt the spirit energy in his body continuously explode, and the unimaginable pain caused him to half kneel on the ground. His legendary swords also fell to the ground. He supported himself with his right hand, sweating profusely. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot. His heartbeat was like a war drum ringing in his ears. Everything around him was forgotten, and he fell into a trance. The purple Taiji symbol on his forehead became brighter and brighter, as if it was drawn by lines of fire. Violent Ling power came from the depths of Violet Demon Palace, causing all the halls to tremble. Demon Supremacy Sanhai's eyes shone with blood-red light as he turned around and left quickly. From the outside, the Violet Demon Palace did not seem to be shaking at all. Evil King couldn't sit still any longer. He said in a low voice, "If he doesn't go in now, his life will be in danger." Then, he rushed into the Violet Demon Palace. Xian Xianghua snorted coldly and followed closely behind. She could see through Diablo at a glance. This guy was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would monopolize the colorful celestial tree. As soon as the father and daughter entered the Violet Demon Palace, they were stopped by Demon Lord Sanhai, and a great battle broke out. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was already surrounded by spiritual qi. He was in the whirlwind, but he was still half kneeling on the ground. His cultivation was rising steadily. Not far away, the souls of 8 powerful beings hovered above the ancient god sword. At this moment they were actually communicating. Interesting. The owner of the Tianxia map actually obtained the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. This is unprecedented. Legend has it that if one obtains the Tianxia map, they can obtain the world and become the human sovereign. However, they obtained the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. Could it be that their fates do not conflict? You guys really didn't die. Why didn't you say anything before? TSK. Lu Wuji, I didn't expect you to fall as well. I grew up listening to your legends. Emperor Hanlin? The younger generation will surpass us in time, even going through the Violet Demon Palace. Unfortunately, he's still the same as us old fellows, only leaving behind a remnant soul, struggling at death's door. These powerhouses all knew each other. Of course, it was only one-sided because they came from different eras. Zhou Xuanji did not notice their conversation. He was enduring extreme pain. Not long after, his cultivation had broken through to Mahayana level 5. The violent power was like a torrent pouring into a well. Not only did it cause his physical body to feel tormented, but even his will was being tormented. But as time passed, he began to get used to the pain. If the extreme pain lasted for a long time, people would become numb to it. His consciousness became slightly clearer. He could feel the meridians in his body being torn apart. Even his golden core and nascent soul were shattered, but they did not collapse. Fortuitous encounter. This is a great opportunity. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised in his heart. It was as though he saw a ray of sunlight after being in darkness for a long time. The excitement was indescribable. He immediately activated the World Buddha art. The speed at which he took in qi suddenly increased, but the injuries in his body were decreasing. This speed and trajectory. Could it be the legendary World Buddha art? Demon Lord Ryuan exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of the other 7 mighty figures. World Buddha art. The supreme beings fell silent. Tao Lord Xintian asked in astonishment, "Is the World Buddha art very powerful?" No one answered him. They hadn't even heard of the World Buddha art, so they couldn't be bothered with him. Of course, it wasn't necessarily because this person was weak. There could be other reasons. Time continued to pass. Xian Xianghua and Evil King were unable to defeat Demon Lord Sanhai, and were eventually forced out of Violet Demon Palace. Demon Supremacy Sanhai stood at the door like a guardian, glaring at the two of them. Evil King frowned anxiously. Why didn't this guy capture Zhou Xuanji? Could he already? He asked in astonishment. Although he said that, he had another thought in his heart. Xian Xianghua snorted. Maybe Xuanji has already found the colorful celestial tree. Evil King heard her and frowned even deeper. He was a little frustrated. Violet Demon Palace was a place that he discovered. How could he allow someone else to take it for himself? Even if that person was his son-in-law. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Aren't you afraid that he will take it for himself? He asked with a deep voice. That was the colorful celestial tree. Even the great ancient emperors would be moved by it. So what if he takes it for himself? He's my future husband. Everything I have belongs to him. Xian Xianghua said with a smile, which almost made Evil King vomit blood. However, he did not lose his temper but only gnashed his teeth. Xian Xianghua's eyes were filled with disdain and did not speak anymore. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Great Realization Level 6. His pain had been reduced by half. He was exhilarated. So satisfying. Breaking through 2 stages consecutively was equivalent to 10 years of hard work. And it was not over yet. 2 hours later, he broke through to Great Realization Level 7. But the good times did not last long. The surrounding spiritual qi began to dissipate. The surging spirit energy in his body calmed down gradually. He could still hear his heartbeat, which grew louder and louder. It was like the heartbeat of the earth. It was heavy and powerful like a poem. Zhou Xuanji could move his limbs now. He sat down with his legs crossed and continued to channel his energy. He had just entered Violet Demon Palace and leveled up 3 times consecutively. This made him very excited. The pain he suffered previously was nothing to him now. He began to look forward to breaking through to Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal. At that time he would be invincible in the world. The serendipity was not over yet. There was still the colorful celestial tree deep within Violet Demon Palace. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and focused on cultivation. Numerous purple lines appeared in his body like meridians, which made him look extremely evil. He did not pay attention to his appearance, but he could sense that his physical strength had reached an unprecedented level, which was far beyond what it was before. He even felt that his physical strength was not inferior to Demon Sovereign Sanhai's. Just this alone was enough to increase his power by leaps and bounds. Another half an hour passed. The Violet Demon Monarch's heart completely fused with him, and the violent spiritual qi in the surroundings stopped. He did not manage to break through to Great Realization Level 8, but he was not disappointed. He clenched his fist and felt a sense of power that could destroy everything. He could see that his heart had turned purple and was slightly bigger than before. The Violet Demon Monarch's heart is a supreme treasure that the demon race and demon race fought over. Now that you obtained it, this is an incredible serendipity. Congratulations. Emperor Hanlin's voice came from behind. The 8 souls levitated in a row and looked at him. He got up and looked back. May I ask if the Violet Demon Monarch's heart has any other uses other than strengthening one's physique? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He could sense that the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was extraordinary. Because of it, his sword master Haki became many times stronger. Emperor Hanlin said ambiguously, "You need to comprehend it yourself." After that, he and the other 7 souls dispersed and entered the ancient god's sword. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think. He had a feeling that the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was not simple. He planned to keep this a secret. Of course he would still tell Xian Xianghua, but he must keep it a secret from Diablo. He looked around the palace and did not find any other treasures, so he walked toward the gate of Violet Demon Palace. At the same time, Diablo was like an ant on a hot pan. His heart was burning with anxiety. It had been so long, but Zhou Xuanji had not come out yet. Don't tell me that brat swallowed all the colorful celestial fruits. Come. Wonderful book house. Chapter 321. You're really not anxious? Diablo could not hold back his restlessness and asked Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua's eyes were indifferent and ignored him, which made him furious. Following her gaze, Demon Sovereign Sanhai was still guarding the gate. He stared at them furiously and did not move. Strange. Why is this guy guarding the gate? He was not like this before. Could he be protecting Zhou Xuanji? Xian Xianghua thought in astonishment. She was sure that Zhou Xuanji had some serendipity. But it should not be the colorful celestial tree. That treasure was connected to the spirit fountain after all. If it was uprooted, there would be a huge commotion. Of course, there was another possibility. That was, Zhou Xuanji was eating the colorful celestial fruits one after another. But with her understanding of Zhou Xuanji, he would not leave her to eat alone. Just when the two were thinking, Zhou Xuanji appeared behind Demon Sovereign Sanhai. The two opened their eyes wide. Demon Sovereign Sanhai turned around and knelt before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He felt that he had some kind of connection with Demon Sovereign Sanhai. It was as though he was facing his own servant. He somehow felt that Demon Sovereign Sanhai would obey him. Move aside. Don't hurt them, he instructed immediately. Demon Supremacy Sanhai immediately retreated into the darkness and disappeared. He smiled satisfactorily and turned to Xian Xianghua and Diablo. Come in, he said with a smile. It seemed that Demon Sovereign Sanhai had some special relationship with the Violet Demon Monarch heart. He could not understand this, so he could only ask Emperor Hanlin in the future. Or maybe there was an answer deep within the Violet Demon Palace. Xian Xianghua and Diablo came up to him and stepped into the palace carefully. Nephew Zhou, what's going on? Diablo asked gently, but his heart was filled with anger. This guy must have some serendipity. He could make such a powerful Demon Sovereign Sanhai submit to him. He was really jealous. If he could do the same with Demon Sovereign Sanhai around, he would surely be unrivaled in the world. Zhou Xuanji had already prepared an excuse. He shrugged his shoulder and said with a smile, back then he was chasing after me. I hid in a side palace, but strangely, the demon did not dare to come in. I found a bead in the side palace which looked like an eyeball. Before I could react, the bead entered my body and then this happened. Using the eyeball to represent the Violet Demon Monarch's heart, he did not believe that the Evil King would be able to guess correctly. Evil King came to a realization, and his heart bled. If he had known earlier, he would have given it a try back then. This was a great opportunity not inferior to the 5-colored celestial spiritual tree. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. However, facing Zhou Xuanji, he still had to maintain a smile of admiration. Xian Xianghua hooked her arms around Zhou Xuanji's neck and said with a charming smile, "My little husband is so awesome." She ignored the ancient Diablo beside her and began to tease Zhou Xuanji as though no one else was around. The three of them chatted for a while and walked deeper into the Violet Demon Palace. From the beginning to the end, Demon Lord Sanhai did not jump out of the darkness. When we leave, see if you can bring that demon out with you. It's a powerful force. She sighed in her heart. This brat's luck was truly heaven-defying. He felt that no matter where he went, there would be great fortuitous opportunities. Zhou Xuanji nodded, but in his heart, he was not confident either. It would be bad if Demon Lord Sanhai suddenly went berserk and attacked the people around him. The three of them moved ahead quickly in search of the 5-colored celestial tree. The Violet Demon Palace was bigger than they imagined. They traveled for a long time, but they still could not find the 5-colored celestial tree. But they were not discouraged and continued their search patiently. They dispelled all the restrictive spell formations along the way. Above the sea of clouds, the scorching sun shone brightly. Mountain peaks emerged like reefs in the sea. The man in the woven rush raincoat sat on a mountain peak. He who was cultivating suddenly raised his head slightly. Why is there a change in the situation of the world? He mumbled to himself with a tinge of fear. Normally, the situation of the world would not change. Once there was a change, it would mean the arrival of an existence that surpassed this world. He began divining with his fingers, but he could not divine anything. At this moment, a silhouette appeared behind him. It was Dao Seeker. The situation of the world has changed. Do you feel it? Dao Seeker asked. Having heard him, the man in the woven rush raincoat got up slowly and turned to look at him. The two of them looked at each other in silence. A while later, the man in the woven rush raincoat said faintly, "Dao Seeker, our plan might not change anything. We need more power." Although his tone was cold, there was a tinge of sorrow in it. "Not really. What I'm asking for has nothing to do with the human race." "Why? You suddenly don't believe in Yang Di?" Dao Seeker asked expressionlessly. There seemed to be a tinge of mockery in his eyes. The man in the woven rush raincoat did not reply but turned around with his back facing Dao Seeker. "After Shi Shenzong came out, I suddenly felt that he had a greater chance. Although Yang Di was powerful, his heart was as pure as jade. It would be difficult for him to become an overlord." Sword Saint. Back then, Shi Shenzong was even more outstanding than Yang Di. There were many heroes in that era, and Yang Di might not have Shi Shenzong's status in that era. "No matter what, I believe in Zhou Xuanji. Take care." Dao Seeker left after saying this. Since the man in the woven rush raincoat could not see through the situation of the world, he did not bother to say more. After Dao Seeker left, the man in the woven rush raincoat did not sit down but continued to think. In the long history of the human race, who else could be compared to Shi Shenzong? Other than the great emperors, Yang Zhou with the purple qi from the east, the legendary Lu Wuji. After searching for 2 hours, the three finally found the colorful celestial tree. This tree was actually under Violet Demon Palace. If not for Xian Xianghua discovering a secret door, they would not have found it. Because Violet Demon Palace had a mysterious background and was overseen by Demon Sovereign Sanhai, they could only search for it, and did not dare to destroy it. This was a vast underground space where spiritual qi formed a mist. There was a small lake in front of them that was bubbling with countless bubbles. A colorful tree stood at the center of the lake. Colorful celestial tree. This tree was 15 meters tall and bore many fruits. Each fruit had 5 colors: red, purple, yellow, green, and blue. Most of them were the size of an adult's fist. Diablo's expression turned greedy and walked up quickly. Although Xian Xianghua's eyes were burning with passion, she still walked at a steady pace. Zhou Xuanji was thinking whether he could move this tree to Skyfall. Diablo plucked a colorful celestial fruit and began chewing. Shortly after, he plucked another 5 and sat down to cultivate. Xian Xianghua turned around and shouted, "Hurry up, or this old thing will finish all of them." Having heard that, Diablo's mouth twitched, and veins bulged on his forehead. But for some reason, he did not do anything to Xian Xianghua. He was like a different person from the cruel and domineering legend. Zhou Xuanji walked to the small lake. He waved his right hand and took 100 colorful celestial fruits and placed them in the supreme storage. Diablo could not help but open his eyes and cried out, "Nephew Zhou, isn't this very rude of you?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "If not for me, could you have come in?" There were at least 400 to 500 fruits on the colorful celestial tree. He was already giving face by taking 100 first. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 322. Zhou Xuanji did not have a good impression of the ancient Diablo, even though he treated him well. In his opinion, this old fellow definitely had something on Xian Xianghua, or perhaps he was already Xian Xianghua's puppet, which was why he had such an attitude. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, the Diablo fell silent. Xian Xianghua smiled. With a wave of her right hand, 5 colored immortal spiritual fruits flew in front of her. She meditated on the ground and said, "Let's hurry. When we came here before, I found traces of other people. I'm sure we are not the only ones who discovered the existence of the Violet Demon Palace. Others." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Anyone who could dive 10,000 meters into the sea was definitely not an ordinary person. Could they be Sunlight Emperor or Jiang Wudi's men? Or it could be a force from overseas. Without thinking too much, he grabbed a few more 5-colored immortal fruits and began cultivating. The underground space fell into silence. The three of them cultivated on their own, causing spiritual energy to surge. The colorful celestial fruit contained more spirit qi than Zhou Xuanji had expected. It took him 6 hours to refine a 5-colored immortal fruit. Xian Xianghua and the ancient Diablo were not any slower than him. After all, their cultivations far surpassed Zhou Xuanji's. Days passed by. 8 days later, outside the Violet Demon Palace, a group of cultivators surrounded it. The leader was a bald man wearing heavy armor. He held a tiger-striped broadsword in his hand. His face was ferocious and full of ferocity. It really is the Violet Demon Palace. Legend has it that there is a demon venerable Sanhai in there, and his cultivation has reached the fourth tribulation scattered immortal realm. You are not allowed to enter without permission, the bald man said in a deep voice. He looked at the Violet Demon Palace and greed flashed in his eyes. The legend of the Violet Demon Palace. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. Today he had finally seen it. An elder in a robe cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, before we come up with a foolproof plan, let's not go in. After all, this place is close to the northern wilderness region. If we make too much noise, we will definitely attract trouble." The bald man nodded and laughed. The northern wilderness region should have fallen. It's such a treasure land, but no one found it. How sad. Ha ha ha, I shall fulfill my wish today. His name was Duanyogu, and he came from a sea region. He came to this ocean through the void. Based on his understanding of the northern wilderness region, the current northern wilderness region was not that strong. There weren't even 50 Great Tribulation loose immortals. In the current world, only Yangdi could be considered as a big shot. The other cultivators also revealed looks of disdain. However, they also understood that the people and demons of the northern wilderness had always been in awe of the ocean. After all, there were countless savage beasts hidden in the ocean. Even they had to be cautious. After that, Duanyogu barged into the Purple Demon Palace alone. The moment he stepped through the door, he was found by Demon Lord Sanhai, and a great battle broke out. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he returned in low spirits. He wiped off the bloodstains on his face and glared at Demon Lord Sanhai, who was standing in front of the gate. He scolded, "This demon's body is ridiculously strong, we can't force our way in." His subordinates were secretly shocked. They knew that Duanyogu was a Dharma and body double cultivator, and his cultivation focused on the physical body. His strength was unparalleled in all the sea regions, but they did not expect him to be defeated so quickly. The other side. Beneath the Violet Demon Palace, Zhou Xuanji and the others could feel the ground trembling slightly above them. Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said, "You came so quickly." She looked at Zhou Xuanji. He had already broken through to Mahayana level 8 and absorbed 25 colored immortal fruits. Diablo 832. And his cultivation improved as well. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and muttered, "If so, let's split the fruits. I can take less, but this tree belongs to me." Having heard that, Diablo opened his eyes and looked furious. The value of the 5-colored celestial tree far exceeded that of the 5-colored celestial fruits. Why should it belong to you? Okay. Xian Xianghua agreed without hesitation, which almost made Diablo vomit blood. Adulterer and adulterer, villains in cahoots. He could only curse in his heart but did not dare to say it out. He could not win against Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua in an argument, nor could he win against them in a fight. This was the only way. After that, Diablo and Xian Xianghua each took 120 fruits, while the rest belonged to Zhou Xuanji. Together with the 100 that he took at the beginning, he had the most 5-colored celestial fruits. But Xian Xianghua was biased, so Diablo could not do anything about it. Zhou Xuanji flew to the surface of the lake and uprooted the 5-colored celestial tree single-handedly. The spirit fountain gushed out, shaking the entire underground space. The spring water splashed on his body but was blocked by his spirit energy. To prevent the 5-colored celestial tree from withering quickly, he immediately stored it in the supreme storage. This scene made Diablo's heart bleed. So painful. Zhou Xuanji returned to Xian Xianghua's side and said, "You guys escaped secretly. I want to cultivate here for a while longer." His gaze was locked onto the spiritual spring, reluctant to part with it. Xian Xianghua shook her head and said, "You must leave quickly. If this matter is exposed, all powerful cultivators will target you since you have the Tianxia map and the 5-colored celestial tree." Zhou Xuanji pondered for a while and agreed to Xian Xianghua's suggestion. The three left quickly. Outside Violet Demon Palace, a group of cultivators were getting into formation. Duanyogu stared at Demon Sovereign Sanhai and said coldly, "I don't believe that I can't destroy you. Form the Hades God-slaying formation with all your might. Summon the most powerful hell demon." His tone was impassioned as he roused the emotions of his subordinates. Everyone channeled their spirit energy and gave it their all. At this moment, a ball of demonic chi flew out from Violet Demon Palace toward the surface of the sea with extreme speed. Duan Yogu's pupils contracted. He immediately chased after it with his saber. A stream of sword chi shot out from the demonic chi. It was extremely fast, and Duan Yogu raised his saber to block it instinctively. With a loud boom, he was struck down. When he stabilized himself, the demonic chi was already gone. He frowned and looked down at his hands. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and blood seeped out. It was excruciating. Such a domineering sword chi. A sword cultivator with such power in the northern wilderness region. Sword Saint Shunzong. News of his resurrection spread across the northern wilderness region. There were many spies from overseas in the northern wilderness region, so Duan Yogu knew about it too. The overseas humans all originated from the northern wilderness region. The legends of the Sword Saint were passed down too. Thinking about how powerful the Sword Saint was, Duan Yogu took a deep breath and did not chase after him. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the other two had already flown out of the sea and toward the mainland at full speed. Hades God-slaying formation. TSK. The overseas cultivators are impressive. They can even pass down such an ancient formation. Diablo said in amazement. Xian Xianghua could not help but look at Zhou Xuanji strangely, because Zhou Xuanji knew this sword formation too. Zhou Xuanji looked calm as though he did not see her gaze. He was thinking about Duan Yogu. This fellow was very strong. He was estimated to have the strength of a second tribulation scattered immortal. Who knew what rank he was in the overseas region? Of course, Duan Yogu was no match for him. He hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack. This trip to the Violet Demon Palace had saved him dozens of years of effort. At the same time, his physical body had transformed, and he had obtained the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. It was definitely a great opportunity. If he challenged Yang Di now, could he become the number one in the world? However, he did not know that the northern wilderness region was currently in a huge uproar. Sword Saint Shunzong defeated Sky, and Sky fell from the sky, smashing into an imperial city and dying on the spot. The news spread and shocked the world. The legendary Sword Saint was about to show his power. Chapter 323. When Zhou Xuanji heard about Shunzong defeating Xinyuan Zhou, he had already returned to Skyfall. Along the way they did not stop, so they did not ask for information. When they got close to Skyfall, Xian Xianghua and the Diablo went their separate ways. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about what they were plotting, but that was the Tanhua sect's business, so he did not ask too much. When he returned to the peak of Skyfall, everyone crowded around him. The first to speak was Lin Chang'e, and he told them about Shunzong's recent accomplishments. Ever since Tian had been defeated, Shunzong had gone around challenging experts. His opponents were all in the top 10 of the Desolate North's top 100, and even Zhang Wudi had been defeated by him. TSK, heaven died again? Zhou Xuanji said in amazement. Ever since Xinyuan Zhou had made his debut, this fellow had repeatedly died. However, with the protection of heavenly law, this fellow would most likely come back to life. Lin Chang'e said in a low voice. There's one more thing. Shunzong has challenged you to a battle in 1 year's time. The location is Sword Emperor Canyon, where the hegemon Sword Emperor ascended. This matter has already been announced to the world by the Songhai Ziggurat, and everyone in the world knows about it. Jiang Shui, Chongming Demon Monarch, Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, and the rest all looked terrible. They knew that Zhou Xuanji had fought with the heavens before, and had almost been killed by them. On the other hand, Shunzong was able to destroy heaven by himself. Perhaps only Sunlight Emperor could compare to him in terms of power. Zhou Xuanji did not panic and said, "Spread the word that I will meet you in a year." Hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes and tried to persuade him. After all, Shunzong was a legend, and Zhou Xuanji could ignore him. At most, he would be laughed at by others, but no one would doubt his strength. Daoya Old Man asked curiously, "What realm are you in now?" Everyone became silent. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji had become more powerful again? That's right, didn't he go with Xian Xianghua to look for fortuitous opportunities? It seemed that he had obtained the opportunity. Great Realization Level 8. Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Without waiting for the crowd to speak, he told them about the Violet Demon Palace and ignored the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. He had a feeling that the origin of the Violet Demon Monarch's heart was not inferior to the Tianxia map. Jiang Shui said excitedly, "In other words, we can also improve our cultivation by leaps and bounds?" She was very smart. Her words shifted everyone's attention to the colorful celestial fruit, so they did not think about how Zhou Xuanji stopped Demon Sovereign Sanhai from attacking. Zhou Xuanji nodded and took out the colorful celestial fruits. He gave one each to Jiang Shui, Han Shenbua, Daoya Old Man, Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian, Chongming Demon Monarch, the Little Black Snake, Meng Tianlang, Zhou Xiaoqi, Ning Zifeng and Lin Changge. Other than that, he also planned to give one each to the 4 mountain guarding kings, the 3-eyed drought rodent, Fenyu Dragon King, a big and small heir. As for the 2nd and 3rd generation disciples, he would not give them to them. After all, the 5-colored celestial fruit was rare. In the future, it could be used as a treasure of the Emperor's sword court to attract disciples to cultivate diligently. Daoya Old Man shook his head and said, "I don't want it. After all, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck." Zhou Xuanji did not force them and allowed them to cultivate. He, Daoya Old Man, and Jiang Shui walked to the side. "The 5-colored celestial tree is of great importance. Where do you think we should plant it?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He wanted to plant it on the top of the mountain, but after some thought it would be too ostentatious. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and said, "Why don't we open up a cave beneath our feet and draw in the spirit spring in the mountain to nourish the 5-colored celestial tree with spiritual qi?" He sighed in amazement in his heart. Why was this brat so lucky? He could get whatever serendipity he wanted. Could this brat be the legendary child of luck? The 3 of them acted immediately. Lin Changge left Skyfall and was prepared to spread the news that Zhou Xuanji accepted the challenge. Since they were going to fight, they should make it big. So what if he was a legend in the sword's way? Within 10 days, the news that Zhou Xuanji accepted the challenge spread across the world. The Sword Emperor indeed. He has guts. The most talented person in the sword's way today versus the most talented person in history? Shi Shenzong is so domineering. Can Zhou Xuanji stand up to him? It's difficult indeed. Even Tian was slain by him. The previous Tian gave the hegemon Sword Emperor and Diablo a headache. Sword Emperor Canyon, I must go. Haha, no matter who wins, I must go. This is a great opportunity. The 8 sanctums and 7 empires were all discussing this. If Zhou Xuanji defeated Shi Shenzong, he would surpass the legend and become a great emperor for sure. If Shi Shenzong defeated Zhou Xuanji, his next target would be Yang Di, and he would become the top cultivator in the world. Most people thought that Shi Shenzong would win. After all, even Tian was killed by him. However, Zhou Xuanji was already a legend in the world. All kinds of achievements were spread across the northern wilderness region, and he had won over countless believers. Soon a war of words broke out. Great Shang Chaoga Royal City. Yang Xindi gathered all the officials in the court. They were discussing the battle at Sword Emperor Canyon. They wanted to support Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji's life was in danger, they could stand up for him. This emperor feels that only the Sword Emperor deserves to be the top cultivator in the world. If he dies, it will be a misfortune for the human race. He has done so many good deeds over the past few decades, and he has never asked for anything in return. This emperor cannot let him fight alone, Yang Xindi said with a deep voice. He was only 1 word away from Yang Di, but their power was worlds apart. However, his boldness was not inferior to Yang Di's. Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map, and he was the target of everyone in the northern wilderness region. He dared to step forward, and this earned the admiration of the officials. However, they also had their own concerns. Yang Zhongqian stepped out and said, "I'm afraid that even if all of our experts come, it will be difficult to stop Shi Shenzong from killing him." Although this sentence was a slap in the face, it was the truth. Yang Xindi nodded and did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. Instead he said, "Let's ask Great Zhou and Great Chun for help. This is also an opportunity. Tell them that if Emperor Sword Court really becomes a holy land in the future, it can also protect us. However, if Sword Saint leads 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain to become a holy land, He will not protect us. With Shi Shenzong's leadership, the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain would definitely become a holy land. The civil and military officials nodded and began to discuss how to persuade the two dynasties. Meanwhile, Great Zhou and Great Chun were also discussing this matter. The two dynasties all had the same idea, wanting to unite the three dynasties' power. Within the vast desert, the black-clothed Shi Shenzong slowly walked through the sandstorm. He had a treasured sword at his waist. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were sharp as he stared straight ahead. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the front. A few hundred meters away there was a wooden hut. Dozens of women were singing and dancing. Bai Hao Isin was lying on a wooden bed, and beautiful women were lying beside him. All of them were charming, which made him feel extremely happy. Suddenly he saw Shi Shenzong's silhouette and frowned. His heart trembled violently. Such a sharp aura. He had a bad premonition. "What's the matter, sir?" he asked loudly. Ever since he encountered Zhou Xuanji, his luck had been bad. It was as though he had run into evil spirits. He had self-destructed a few times and was about to collapse. "Great Emperor Heartless, let's see who's stronger today." Shi Shenzong's voice came and his tone was cold. "Bai Hao Isin." "Come. Wonderful book house." Chapter 324. Bai Hao Isin stood up from the pile of beauties and sighed. His body blurred, and he appeared 30 meters away from Shi Shenzong. "Must we fight? Can this emperor admit defeat?" His expression was unsightly as he said faintly. Right now, he only had the power of a first tribulation scattered celestial. How could he be a match for Shi Shenzong? Even though he didn't know who Shi Shenzong was, he knew that this person was very powerful. He was too lazy to ask. He just wanted to let it go. "I've always wanted to experience the power of a great sovereign. Even if you've reincarnated, you should still have the power of a great sovereign. Let's fight in the sky, lest we implicate the innocent." Shi Shenzong said calmly, causing Bai Hao Isin to narrow his eyes. "Sigh, do all of you think I'm a sick cat? To think that back then this emperor suppressed the ancestors of your ancestors." The more Bai Hao Isin thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He leaped up and flew 100,000 feet into the sky. Shi Shenzong leapt up as well. As he flew up, he drew his sword. "Today, I'll show you what this emperor is capable of." Bai Hao Isin's lips curled up into a condescending smile. Immediately after, he shook his arms and self-destructed. There was a loud bang. He turned into a bright sun that gave off a resplendent light. Shi Shenzong, who was quickly rising into the air, was unable to dodge in time. His eyes widened as his body was inundated by the light. On Skyfall, a training ground had been built halfway up the mountain. Thousands of third-generation disciples were practicing the 100-star sky-covering formation. Zhou Xuanji stood on the cliff and looked down at them. His face was expressionless, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or worried. Chan Bantian suddenly appeared behind him and asked excitedly, "Court Lord, I heard that you brought back a special fruit. Where is mine?" Previously he was training nearby and fighting demons, so he missed the time for Zhou Xuanji to split the fruits. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Didn't you say that the 10,000-year prince is invincible? Why do you need the colorful celestial fruit?" Chan Bantian panicked. He immediately slapped his own mouth, his face full of regret. "Courtmaster, I was wrong," Chan Bantian said sincerely, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was unmoved. "How about this? If you can take one of my palm strikes, I'll give it to you. I won't use any spiritual energy," Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. Hearing this, Chan Bantian immediately felt quite nervous. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was a body cultivator. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he was no longer who he was in the past. He might not even be able to withstand a single palm strike, right? He gritted his teeth and said, "We agreed that it would only be one palm. You can't use spiritual power." After that, he channeled the spirit energy in his body and faced Zhou Xuanji nervously. Zhou Xuanji smiled slightly and took a step towards him. He struck out with his right palm, which was as fast as lightning, and landed on his chest. Bang! Chan Bantian's eyes could not keep up with Zhou Xuanji's hand speed at all, and he felt as if he had been hit by a massive mountain. He coughed up blood as he flew back, and in the blink of an eye, he leapt over the cliff and fell into the sea of clouds. Zhou Xuanji was not afraid that something would happen to him. After all, the forest below was dense, and adding on his cultivation, he would not fall to his death. It was a good opportunity to suppress him. This brat had become more and more arrogant in recent years. If this continued, he would develop a conceited personality. Seeing Chun Bantian being knocked down the mountain by Zhou Xuanji, many disciples on the training ground were given a big fright. Martial Uncle Chun was sent flying by the patriarch. He must have offended the patriarch. That's right, he's too proud and condescending. Ha ha ha, serves him right. How powerful do you think the patriarch is now? A year later, he will fight with the sword saint. Who will win? The patriarch will surely win. The disciples whispered to each other as they trained. Ning Zifeng, who was standing at the front, cried out coldly, "Whoever gets distracted again, I will punish him to walk up and down the mountain 100 times. The disciples heard him and shuddered in their hearts. No one dared to whisper to each other anymore. They looked up again, but Zhou Xuanji was no longer there. In the next period of time, many cultivators at the border of the northern wilderness region headed toward the Sword Emperor Canyon. The northern wilderness region was vast after all. Many people spent years and still could not traverse it. Ordinary people could easily die on the way. Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry. To him, Skyfall was not far from the Sword Emperor Canyon. With his speed, he could reach there in half a month. He continued to cultivate to get used to his body after merging with the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. And so, Fenyu Dragon King Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng became his training targets. The demon and the human were in a miserable state. Zhou Xuanji could catch them off guard without using any sword techniques. Universal attraction could suck them toward Zhou Xuanji, and then attack them with punches and kicks. It was very uncomfortable for them, as though they could not withstand even one punch. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Great Realization Level 9, with the help of the colorful celestial fruits. If he consumed all of them, he could break through to Level 10. But he did not do so because he wanted to help others. To him, the difference of one stage was not a big deal. If he could break through to Great Tribulation Scattered Immortal directly, it would be a different story. With the colorful celestial fruits, most of his trusted followers broke through one stage, while those at the Great Realization stage could break through 1 or 2 stages. The spirit energy they needed to break through was far less than Zhou Xuanji's. According to Zhou Xuanji's estimation, he needed 10 times more spirit energy to break through at the same stage. This process could make his foundation more solid. This day, Jiang Shui broke through to Astral Projection Level 7. She had already eaten 5 colorful celestial fruits, and no one dared to object. There were dozens of colorful celestial fruits in the supreme storage, but Zhou Xuanji did not reveal them. The two sat in the secret cave. There was a small lake in front of them, and the colorful celestial tree stood at the center. All sorts of gems were embedded on the walls, illuminating the secret cave. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said with a smile, "At this rate, you can break through to spirit refinement in a few years." He was shocked in his heart. Jiang Shui absorbed the colorful celestial fruits faster than Zhongming Demon Monarch, Huang Lianxin, Beixiao Wangjian and Han Shambua. Of course, she was still inferior to the 2 10,000-year princes. Having heard that, Jiang Shui opened her eyes and stuck out her tongue. "It's all because you favor me. Or else how could I break through so quickly?" The two of them had been together since they were young. She did not reject the colorful celestial fruits. She could only protect herself after she became more powerful. And Zhou Xuanji could do other things more freely. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Come read the fortunes of the others. Let's see what you can divine with your improved cultivation." Jiang Shui immediately closed her eyes and began divining with her fingers. She did not try to divine Zhou Xuanji, Meng Tianlang or Chan Bantian because she had tried, but it was useless. This time she chose Chongming Demon Monarch. After a while, she frowned and opened her eyes, saying, "Why can't I even divine the old bull?" Daoya Old Man once said that there were 2 outcomes that could not be predicted. The first was that the opponent was much stronger than him, and the second was that the opponent was about to die. The difference between her and Chongming Demon Monarch was not huge. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji chuckled. "Looks like he's going to die. His tone was relaxed because he did not believe in fate. Knowing the future meant that one could change it. Jiang Shui refused to believe it and began to deduce other people. She was shocked to find that she could no longer predict the future of the people she had predicted before. She panicked and quickly brought Zhou Xuanji to find Daoya Old Man. Come. Wonderful bookstore com. Chapter 325. After hearing Jiang Shui's words, Daoya Old Man fell into deep thought. Your cultivation base has already increased by leaps and bounds. You shouldn't be unable to divine it. There is only one possibility. The future has changed and they are all going to die. He said in a deep voice, and his expression was a little ugly. After all, they had been relying on each other for decades. Didn't this mean that there was an extremely powerful existence that wanted to kill them all? Thinking of this, he also began to calculate. The next moment, puff, Daoya Old Man spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered on the ground. This attracted the attention of Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin, who were practicing their swordsmanship not far away. Jiang Shui quickly supported him so that he didn't fall down. Zhou Xuanji was speechless and asked, Old Man, can you do it or not? I feel that your divination ability is getting weaker and weaker. He had never seen Jiang Shui vomit blood, but Daoya Old Man would vomit blood from time to time. It's over, it's over. The death calamity enveloped us. I knew that we would all die, but I didn't expect that the ending would not change. Except for you, we might all die. Daoya Old Man smiled bitterly. It was a sad feeling of man proposes but God disposes. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Could it be that someone would attack Skyfall while he was challenging the Sword Saint? He thought of his enemies. Sunlight Emperor. Oh my God. Bai Haoisen. There were also countless experts coveting the Tianxia map. It was indeed possible. He frowned. Could it be that he was going to bring his trusted aides to the Sword Emperor Canyon? If that was the case, who would guard Skyfall? Daoya Old Man sat up straight and began to heal himself. Jiang Shui comforted him. Xuanji, don't think too much. It might not be now. It might be after you ascend. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation speed was simply too fast. Even though he had said that he wanted everyone to ascend together, everyone knew that Zhou Xuanji would most likely ascend before them. He could not allow them to delay Zhou Xuanji for thousands of years or even longer. Zhou Xuanji heard him and felt that it made sense. However, he was still a little worried. Do you want me to get Xian Xianghua to come back and protect you for a while? Zhou Xuanji asked, but where could he find Xian Xianghua? Daoya Old Man shook his head and said, I just calculated it again. We will still be here in 3 years, but the future that cannot be calculated is 100 years later. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji felt at ease. 100 years. It seemed like he had to urge everyone to cultivate well. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 54th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 54 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Gold Silent Observation Sword. Tri-Sun Blazing Qi Robe. That's it? Zhou Xuanji, who was teaching Chan Bantian, frowned. Just a gold-ranked divine sword and a robe? This was the worst luck he had had in 20 years. The Tri-Sun Blazing Qi Robe is not bad. It's hard for anyone below the Great Tribulation loose immortal realm to damage it. Even if it's damaged, it can recover rapidly. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. It seemed to have sensed Zhou Xuanji's disdain. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji immediately returned to his wooden hut and prepared to try it out. After Chan Bantian saw him leave, he scratched his head awkwardly. He thought that he had done something wrong and made him angry. After a while, Zhou Xuanji walked out of the wooden hut. Chan Bantian glanced over, and his eyes widened in shock. Zhou Xuanji was wearing a white robe with many flame patterns on it. His shoulders and back each had a crimson sun imprinted on them, and within each sun was a fiery bird. They looked so lifelike as if they could fly out at any moment. After wearing the Tri-Sun Blazing Qi robe, he looked even more majestic. Moreover, he was wearing the Tyrant Emperor ring, which made Chan Bantian feel like a god was walking toward him. Zhou Xuanji was pleased with Chan Bantian's expression. He looked toward the horizon and muttered, It's time to depart. The battle at Sword Emperor Canyon would be an opportunity for him to soar. Of course it could also plummet. But he was confident. That evening, Zhou Xuanji rode on Zhou Xiaoqi and left. The others stayed behind to guard Skyfall. Zhou Xiaoqi was a fire qilin after all. Now that it was 6 meters tall, it looked mighty and domineering. Using it as a mount naturally made it look cool. The little black snake came along with him. Zhou Xuanji did not want to bring it along, but he could not resist its coaxing and pestering. It was only a meter long and coiled on Zhou Xiaoqi's head, so it was easy to overlook it. Master, I think we must be on the right track for this battle. We will only appear when everyone thinks that you are afraid to fight, the little black snake suggested. Its cultivation had already reached 6th rank and could transform into a human form, but it still preferred its current form. Its nimble movements could lower the enemy's guard. We'll see when the time comes, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He looked into the distance. The horizon under the dusk looked like it was on fire. It was a poignant scene with a murderous aura. Sword Emperor Canyon. It was located in the north of the central region of the Northern Wilderness region. The surrounding 10,000 miles were undulating wastelands. Countless canyons crisscrossed the land, looking like the cracked skin of the land. The Sword Emperor Canyon was dozens of meters wide and unfathomably deep. On both sides of the canyon stood a stone sword that was hundreds of meters long, looking extremely domineering. Legend had it that before the Hegemon Sword Emperor ascended, he had an epiphany. With one slash he created a canyon that was tens of thousands of meters long and unfathomably deep. It was the Sword Emperor Canyon. The stone swords on both sides were not created by the Hegemon Sword Emperor, but by the Hegemon Sword sect to commemorate this. After 10,000 years, the Sword Emperor Canyon had become an extremely famous place in the Northern Wilderness region. Cultivators often came to watch and admire the glory of a great emperor. Currently, there were already tens of thousands of cultivators cultivating on both sides of the Sword Emperor Canyon. They came from different factions and were all here to watch the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Saint. Looking behind them, there were people rushing towards the Sword Emperor Canyon from all directions. Some walked on foot, some rode on their enchanted artifacts, and some rode on their mounts. It was a majestic scene. Great Zhou's carriages had also arrived. Zhou Chengxin sat on his horse and looked ahead as he said in amazement, "In this world, there are not many heroes with such prestige." There was still a month before the final battle, and yet so many people had already arrived. It was difficult to imagine how many people would be watching the battle. Princess Xuanya sat on a banana leaf and levitated in the air, keeping pace with Zhou Chengxin. She asked curiously, "Imperial brother, do you think Xuanji can defeat the Sword Saint?" Because of the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, the people of Great Zhou had heard of the legend of the Sword Saint since young. The teacher of a great emperor, the most amazing genius in the way of the sword, and so on. All sorts of titles fell on Shi Shenzong's head, and they were no less than the Hegemon Sword Emperors. In fact, he was even more legendary. Shi Shenzong's death was due to him committing suicide. As for the reason, no one knew. "I'm not sure. After all, the Sword Saint is an ancient expert who could kill Tian. However, as long as Xuanji performs well, even if he loses, it will increase his fame. After all, he is not even 100 years old, while the Sword Saint cultivated for 10,000 years before he died," Zhou Chengxin said. He spoke conservatively. No matter how talented Zhou Xuanji was, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Shi Shenzong. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 326. Hearing that Zhou Chengxin was not sure if Zhou Xuanji could win, Princess Xuanya curled her lip. She really hoped that Zhou Xuanji could win. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji was her younger brother and Great Zhou's greatest pride. Because of Zhou Xuanji, this generation of Great Zhou felt an unprecedented pride. They felt that Great Zhou was the most powerful Great Zhou, including her. If Zhou Xuanji lost to the Sword Saint, she would be disappointed. After a while, Great Zhou's carriages stopped 1,000 meters away from Sword Emperor Canyon, far away from the crowd. Seeing Great Zhou's military flag, many cultivators began discussing and pointing at it. However, Great Zhou was not the first empire to arrive. The Hunyuan Empire had arrived long ago. There were hundreds of soldiers with powerful cultivations. They had already set up tents. Divine General Tang, one of the 4 divine generals, was looking at a map in his tent. Those who did not know would think that they were going to war. Divine General Tang placed his hands on his waist and frowned. His tower-like figure gave off an immense pressure. No one spoke in the tent. Shi Shenzong chose to fight at Sword Emperor Canyon. It's definitely not that simple. Back then, the Hegemon Sword Emperor had an epiphany here too. There must be some unknown secrets in Sword Emperor Canyon. You must survey the surrounding terrain for me. When the Sword Emperor and Sword Saint fight, there will surely be a heavenly phenomenon. Divine General Tang said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Ever since Yang Di wanted to establish the Great Fate Empire, the Hunyuan Empire had been ridiculed. After all, the Hunyuan Empire's goal had always been to establish the Great Fate Empire. If Yang Di beat them to it, their bragging for thousands of years would become a slap in the face. Yes, the soldiers replied in unison. Not only the Hunyuan Empire, but the other factions also had their own goals. This decisive battle became complicated and confusing. Above the white clouds, Dao Seeker flew on the clouds with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm. "Come out. You have been following me for so long," he said suddenly. After a while, a figure appeared beside him. It was Feng Kuo. Feng Kuo looked at Dao Seeker with a complicated expression and said with gritted teeth, "Who are you? Why are you investigating Zhou Xuanji?" Ever since Zhou Xuanji obtained the Tianxia map, he had been paying close attention to Zhou Xuanji. But he realized that there were others investigating Dao Seeker as well. One of them was even more powerful than him. It had not been easy for him to track Qiu Dao. He did not know how strong this person was, so he could only tail him. Dao Seeker glanced at him and said unhurriedly, "You and I are on the same path. It's a pity that your divine abilities are inferior to mine. I advise you to give up on your delusions about Zhou Xuanji. He's already mine. If you want to participate in this game, you can find someone else." Hearing this, Feng Kuo felt incredibly angry. "I was the one who discovered the Tianxia map. And I was the one who set up a trap to lure others to take the Tianxia map. In other words, I nurtured Zhou Xuanji. And an expert like you likes to steal the fruits of others' labor? Can't we cultivators talk about reason?" He did not continue speaking. He was also afraid of angering Dao Seeker. "You're wrong. You don't understand Zhou Xuanji at all. His greatest reliance is not the Tianxia map," Dao Seeker said as he shook his head. His tone changed and said coldly, "If I see you scheming against Zhou Xuanji again, don't blame me for not holding back." Feng Kuo was so angry that his entire body trembled, but he didn't dare to say anything. He already felt a wave of killing intent. He had never encountered such a killing intent before. It made him break out in a cold sweat and his primordial spirit tremble. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and left. Dao Seeker mumbled, "Mortals must abandon everything if they want to pursue their destiny. You are still far from that." He turned around and continued walking. His destination was Sword Emperor Canyon, Sun Hill. In a courtyard, Yang Di was practicing calligraphy. A child stood beside him. It was Fu Hao, who Lin Chang'e was wary of. Fu Hao was the only person who could follow Yang Di. Because he had never fought, he was not listed in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. "Great Emperor, aren't you going to take a look at the battle at Sword Emperor Canyon?" Fu Hao asked. He flew up slowly until he was 1 meter above the ground. He wanted to see what Yang Di was writing. There was only one word on the scroll. "Luck." Yang Di looked straight ahead and said, "What's there to see? No matter who wins, they will challenge this emperor." Fu Hao nodded and said, "No one is a match for the great emperor." He rolled his eyes and cupped his fists, saying, "Why don't you let me take a look?" Shi Shenzong and Zhou Xuanji were not simple. One was the teacher of a great emperor, and the other was the most talented cultivator in history. The battle between the two would definitely be exciting. Yang Di replied softly. Sunlight Emperor replied softly. Hearing this, Fu Hao immediately bowed and left. After Fu Hao left, Yang Di looked up. He glanced at the direction in which Fu Hao left and muttered to himself, "Can't hold it in anymore?" The corners of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. The day of the final battle arrived soon. Hundreds of thousands of people had already gathered at Sword Emperor Canyon. Looking down from the sky, the ground was filled with people. In a corner in the north, a man was surrounded by dozens of women. which attracted many people's attention. It was Bai Hao Yisan. He was lying on a makeshift bed and enjoying the touch of beauties. Although he looked satisfied, his face was pale and bloodless, especially those dark circles under his eyes, which made people feel as if his body had been hollowed out. After that self-explosion, he spent half a year to reform his body. The only thing that comforted him was that the beauties were still around. Compared to those women, they were more conscientious. Maybe the Sword Saint can't come, Bai Hao Yisan grinned. During this period of time, he had been bad-mouthing Shi Shenzong and cursing him, because he had already guessed that the kid from half a year ago was Shi Shenzong. At this moment, a massive aura descended and covered the ground. All the noise quieted down. Everyone looked up and saw Shi Shenzong, who was dressed in black, levitating in the air and looking down at the ground. His face was cold and stern and his eyes were sharp. He was like a high and mighty god, which made people revere him. He seemed to be looking for Zhou Xuanji. After that, under everyone's gazes, he slowly landed on a stone sword that was 300 meters tall and sat down cross-legged. When he sat down, the hundreds of thousands of people became excited. Is he the Sword Saint? So domineering. That aura just now. It's the first time I felt such a powerful aura. I heard that he's the person closest to the great emperor. He's even more domineering than I imagined. I feel that Zhou Xuanji will lose. It's normal for him to lose. The key is how long Zhou Xuanji can last. I can finally witness the Sword Saint's glory. I feel that even my sword is trembling. All sorts of discussions sounded out. Everyone was convinced by the Sword Saint's spirit. Even Great Zhou's side had to admit that Shi Shenzong fulfilled all the requirements of an invincible cultivator in their hearts. Just by sitting there, he made them revere him as if they were looking at a great mountain. Far away, Fu Hao sat on a giant rock and swung his feet. Such a great Sword Saint. He has already stepped into the ascension stage and can ascend at any time, he said in amazement. Everyone's ascension stage was different. The earliest was the emperor, who could ascend at the great realization stage. Normally speaking, one could ascend after reaching second tribulation scattered immortal. And Shi Shenzong's cultivation was higher than second tribulation scattered immortal. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 327. After Shi Shenzong descended, the atmosphere around Sword Emperor Canyon became quite lively. Hundreds of thousands of people were shaken by Shi Shenzong's boldness, and they were quite curious about how powerful he was. With their current senses, they felt that no one could defeat this Sword Saint. Time continued to pass. More and more people arrived. In less than 3 days, the number of cultivators present exceeded 1 million. Princess Xuanya stood on a banana leaf and looked around as she said in amazement, "So many people. And they were not ordinary people. If it was her, facing so many cultivators, she would not dare to act." Zhou Qingxin also felt quite amazed. The Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji's rallying power was simply too great. Before, Shi Shenzong had challenged other powerful cultivators, but he did not have such a great commotion. At that moment, Yang Xindi and Great Chen's emperor walked over, surrounded by their own subordinates. Seeing them, Zhou Qingxin hurriedly got up and went to greet them. The 3 emperors had already formed an alliance through letters, and after Zhou Qingxin invited them into the tent, they started to chat. The topic was naturally Zhou Xuanji. 20 years have passed, and Zhou Xuanji is definitely not the same as before. "Everyone, don't worry too much," Zhou Qingxin said as he lightly swirled his wine cup. Zhou Xuanji's most terrifying aspect was his talent in the way of the sword and cultivation. It had been so many years since he became the world's second, and no one could imagine how powerful he was now. However, Shi Shenzong was too godly. In the hearts of the northern wilderness people, he was synonymous with invincibility. Even if he died, he would die at their hands. Yang Xindi nodded and said, "The Sword Emperor's talent is undeniable, but he's too young. In time, he will definitely surpass Shi Shenzong. If he encounters any trouble, our 3 empires can help him." Even though the 3 empires did not have top-tier experts, they had their foundations. If they all went up together, it would not be too difficult to save Zhou Xuanji. After all, the Sword Saint cared about his reputation. If he killed the most talented member of the younger generation, would he not be afraid of being condemned by others? Great Qin's emperor nodded. He did not want Zhou Xuanji to die the most. His son still needed Zhou Xuanji's guidance. The three emperors started to discuss the rescue plan. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. There were more than 2 million cultivators gathered around Sword Emperor Canyon. At a glance, the ground was filled with people. There were also many mighty-looking mounts and demon pets. Most people would occasionally glance at Shi Shenzong, who was standing on the stone sword. Shi Shenzong sat there, his treasured sword resting on his legs. He waited patiently, not even batting an eyelid. The Hegemon Sword Sect and the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain sent many cultivators to observe. The two factions were not too far away from each other, and they often had conflicts with each other. However, because Shi Shenzong was present, they did not fight. Sect Master, the Sword Emperor wouldn't dare to come, right? A disciple of the Hegemon Sword Sect asked carefully. The Hegemon Sword Sect Master glared at him and scolded. Shut up. Lin Chang'e had already become Zhou Xuanji's disciple, and if Zhou Xuanji was humiliated, Lin Chang'e would also be humiliated. As his father, he would also lose face. As such, no matter how much he disliked Zhou Xuanji, he had to support Zhou Xuanji. The Hegemon Sword Sect Master turned to look at Shi Haiming in the distance and could not help but grit his teeth. In the past, when he faced Shi Haiming, he always held his head high. Ever since Shi Shenzong had revived, their attitudes had been completely reversed. Feeling his gaze, Shi Haiming glanced back at him disdainfully. He was so angry that he almost rushed over. It was not just them. The other cultivators who had come to observe also felt quite annoyed. If Zhou Xuanji was afraid to fight, wouldn't they have come for nothing? Could it be that the Sword Emperor doesn't dare to come? If I was him, I wouldn't dare to come either. Impossible. He said that he would come to fight. Can't he go back on his word? Isn't Zhou Xuanji said to be fearless? Despicable, I've been waiting here for half a year. The cultivators all whispered among themselves. Because there were so many people, the heavens and earth were filled with noise. At that moment, Shi Shenzong suddenly opened his eyes and looked in a direction. Bai Hao Yisan, who had been enjoying the gentleness of a beauty, sat up and looked over with narrowed eyes as he muttered. This boy's growth speed is a bit ridiculous. The beauties around him looked at each other, not knowing what he was talking about. A legend of the way of the sword. Now that I've seen you, you're indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that you're going to be defeated by my sword. Zhou Xuanji's heroic laughter suddenly sounded throughout the sky, causing the 2 million cultivators to feel incredibly excited. He's here. It was finally here. Zhou Qingxin Yang Xindi, the Emperor of Great Chan, Princess Xuanya, the Hegemon Sword Sect Master, Shi Haiming, and the others all stood up and waited in anticipation. A ball of fire appeared on the horizon at an extremely fast speed. When the flame came close, everyone stared at it, and their eyes widened. What a divine fire qilin! Zhou Xuanji stood on Zhou Xiaoqi's back and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He smiled, and his tri-sun flame qi robe danced in the wind. His black hair danced recklessly, and his eyes were wild and arrogant, looking down on the world. The cultivators were shocked to find that Zhou Xuanji's aura was not any weaker than Shi Shenzong's. Both of them had an aura of invincibility. Zhou Qingxin Yang Xindi, Princess Xuanya, and the others felt incredibly dazed. They had not seen Zhou Xuanji in a long time, and they felt as if everything was unreal. Was this guy already this strong? The Hegemon Sword Sect Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. He had to admit that Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed him. Even before they fought, he knew that he was not a match for Zhou Xuanji. No wonder my son worshipped him as his master. How brilliant! Thinking about that, he felt quite pleased. Now he and Zhou Xuanji could be considered allies. As long as they were not enemies, the stronger Zhou Xuanji was, the better. Zhou Xuanji leapt up and landed on another 300-meter-tall stone sword. And he looked at Shi Shenzong. Zhou Xiaoqi flew far away to avoid being accidentally injured. The Sword Saint and Sword Emperor looked at each other, 300 meters apart. The clash of their gazes caused everyone to fall silent and hold their breaths. A historical legend against a current legend. Before the two of them had even fought, all of the spectators felt their blood boiling. You're not bad. A look of approval appeared in Shi Shenzong's eyes as he said softly, However, his voice traveled clearly into everyone's ears. Zhou Xuanji smirked and gave a confident smile as he said, "Sure, Shenzong, you're not bad either. However, I'm going to become the Sword Emperor, the most powerful Sword Emperor since ancient times. I want people in the future to only think of me when they mention the Sword Emperor and not anyone else. As such, losing to me is not a humiliation for you." Arrogant. Everyone felt worried for him. Not only had this fellow humiliated Shi Shenzong, but he was also going to trample on the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword? Was he not afraid of losing? Shi Shenzong suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was very cold, but it did not contain any killing intent. "Looking at you reminds me of myself in the past. However, your cultivation is too weak and is only at Great Realization level 9. No matter how powerful your cultivation in the Way of the Sword is, you will not be a match for me." After laughing, he said calmly. However, these words caused the spectators' expressions to change. The Sword Emperor had already reached Great Realization level 9? Heavens! Come! Wonderful Book House. Chapter 328. Clang! Shi Shenzong drew his sword. His sword was 3 fingers wide, and its blade was slightly black. The 2 sides of the blade were silver, and it was incredibly sharp. Many strange black words were engraved on it, giving off a heavy sense of history. As soon as this sword appeared, the temperature in the heavens and the earth fell by many degrees. A gust of cold wind swept out, causing all of the spectators to shiver. "This sword is called the Divine Way, a saint among swords," Shi Shenzong said coldly. When swordsmen fought, they naturally had to introduce their swords first. The Divine Way was ranked extremely high in the Northern Wilderness sword records, and it was even higher than some Sword Emperor's swords. The Hegemon Sword Emperor's Hegemon Jiu was below it. The spectating sword cultivators all looked on with desire, and some people's breathing became ragged, looking fervent. Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand and took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment as he said, "This is Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment, a sword of the heavenly law." Following this, he flipped his left hand and took out God Ghost Howl. This sword is called God Ghost Howl, a ghost sword that can make immortals and gods howl. He continued to take out other legendary swords, which floated behind him. This sword is called Ancient God Sword. This sword is called Sky Extinguishing Sword. This sword is called Great Heavenly Dark Jade Sword. This sword is called White Dragonbone Sword. All of the legendary swords above gold grade were taken out by him. They appeared out of thin air one after another and floated behind him. Everyone fell silent and stared at him taking out legendary swords one after another. Those who admired Zhou Xuanji became incredibly excited. The Sword Emperor was so domineering. Just in terms of introducing swords, he had already surpassed Shi Shenzong. At least with these words, Zhou Xuanji sounded more imposing. After Zhou Xuanji spoke, he did not wait for Shi Shenzong to speak and directly activated Swordmaster Haki. In that moment, all of the cultivators' swords in the surrounding 100 kilometers started to violently tremble. "This is my sword. What's going on? Why can't I control my sword? Could it be the Sword Emperor and the Sword Saint? 10,000 swords resonating, such a realm in the Way of the Sword." The cultivators exclaimed one after another. 70 to 80% of the cultivators carried a sword. Not all of them were sword cultivators, but many spells could be performed with a sword. Moreover, the sword had the air of a gentleman, so very few people would hate it. "In front of me, all swords bow down. If I don't become the sword sovereign, who will?" Zhou Xuanji said as he proudly laughed. As he spoke, all of the cultivators' swords flew out of their sheaths and shot towards Shi Shenzong. Shi Shenzong narrowed his eyes and did not attack. This was because the swords stopped very quickly. They were dozens of meters away from him, arranged in all directions, with the tips of the swords pointed at him. Everyone was shocked. In their eyes, Shi Shenzong was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of swords. It was a majestic scene. The sect master of the Hegemon Sword sect and Shi Haiming had ugly expressions on their faces. Their swords also flew out of their control. The disciples of the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain were extremely embarrassed. Their swords were actually pointed at their ancestor. This was simply disgraceful. "This kid," Bai Hao Yisan stood up with a serious expression. If he was not wrong, this was a type of divine art. the ability to summon swords. He inexplicably thought of someone, and fear flashed in his eyes. Shi Shenzong's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said word by word, "Zhou Xuanji, I acknowledge you as the sword sovereign. You are qualified to be my opponent." As he spoke, he swung his sword with his right hand, and sword chi swept out. Hundreds of thousands of swords were sent flying back to their owners. Such a method was not inferior to Zhou Xuanji's. The cultivators all leapt up to catch the swords. They had a mental connection with their swords, so they naturally would not be mistaken. Now everyone began to look forward to the fight. Zhou Xuanji did not seem to be any weaker than Shi Shenzong. The two of them looked at each other and leapt up at the same time. In that instant, the two stone swords that were 300 meters tall directly shattered. Seeing this, the sect master of the hegemon sword sect felt his heart shatter. The two of them turned into sword light and shot into the sky. Woo! Waves of ghostly wails sounded throughout the sky. Zhou Xuanji directly activated Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Wails. Facing the legendary sword saint, he did not dare to be careless. The two of them quickly clashed together, and sword light exploded like fireworks, illuminating the sky. Zhou Xuanji used dual sword wills, the sky-dominating divine sword and heavenly lights. His right hand was heavy and powerful, while his left hand was ever-changing. Facing his barrage of attacks, Shi Shenzong did not fall into a disadvantage. He easily blocked Zhou Xuanji's two swords with just one sword. His sword speed was simply too fast. It was Zhou Xuanji's first time encountering such a swift opponent. As expected of the sword saint, his reputation is well deserved. Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled as he thought to himself. He began to use his full strength. Shi Shenzong was a little shocked in his heart. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to have such exquisite sword techniques. He used two sword techniques at the same time. They did not clash, but they were extremely compatible. Genius! Although he admired Zhou Xuanji, Shi Shenzong did not go easy on him. Such a genius was worth defeating. At this moment, Shi Shenzong suddenly sped up. A faint white light appeared on the surface of his body, and his gaze became sharper. Sword will. The Saint Path sword turned from a gale to a tempest in his hand. The sword chi was like a tsunami, sending Zhou Xuanji flying back. Shi Shenzong stayed where he was and quickly swung his sword. A blazing sun appeared behind him out of nowhere. The blazing sun expanded rapidly, and its diameter reached hundreds of meters. It was a shocking sight. A massive sword might envelop the heavens and earth, making everyone feel extremely suppressed. They even felt a sense of suffocation. Zhou Xuanji activated the Ancestor Dragon Sword straightaway, and transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon. His body was 3,000 meters long and looked majestic and domineering. His entire body shone with a divine golden radiance. Shi Shenzong narrowed his eyes and slashed out. The blazing sun behind him leaped over his head and slammed into the 5-clawed golden dragon. Boom! A world-shaking explosion suddenly sounded out, causing the ears of the spectators to ring. The 5-clawed golden dragon was restrained by the blazing sun, and dragon roars could be heard continuously. The scene was so shocking that everyone was dumbfounded. This, so powerful. I think they are all qualified to become the top cultivator in the world. The Sword Emperor is so powerful. He's on par with the teacher of a great emperor. Mighty. Who said that the Sword Emperor would lose? So exciting. This trip was not in vain. The cultivators were all incredibly excited and continuously cried out. The 5-clawed golden dragon powerfully tore apart the blazing sun, but Shi Shenzong quickly rushed over and tore apart the 5-clawed golden dragon with a single strike. Zhou Xuanji was not heavily injured. He gripped his two swords and unleashed universal attraction. Shi Shenzong felt a powerful suction force, and his body could not help but slow down. To Zhou Xuanji this was enough. He turned and unleashed 10,000 ultimate steps. Shi Shenzong flipped his hand and blocked Zhou Xuanji's 10,000 ultimate steps. Their gazes met. Their gazes were cold and sharp, and they could both see the shock in each other's eyes. They were both shocked by their respective abilities. Zhou Xuanji continued to swing his two swords. Shi Shenzong received the swords, but he was sent flying back. Following this, every time the swords clashed, he would be sent flying back, causing his face to become more and more pale. He suddenly laughed and said, "So it's like that." After saying this, he once again closed in on Zhou Xuanji. This time he did not circulate his spirit energy. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 329. After Shi Shenzong saw through world reincarnation, he could rely on his physical strength and sword techniques to contend with Zhou Xuanji. Gradually, he started to use different sword techniques, which were ever-changing. Zhou Xuanji could not switch sword techniques either. The two of them began to compare their sword techniques. Their bodies continuously moved about, and sword flowers flashed as all sorts of abnormal signs appeared. There were many powerful experts among the spectators, and they were completely mesmerized by this. Both of their cultivations are so powerful, they can switch between so many sword techniques so smoothly and smoothly. In other words, Zhou Xuanji is not inferior to the sword saint. It's not just strength. It's also the foundation of the way of the sword. Indeed, legends say that the sword emperor can develop a sword will from a high-grade sword technique in a day. In other words, the sword emperor is more powerful than the sword saint because he's simply too young. I support Zhou Xuanji. He killed so many great demons for the human race, and his contributions are even greater than Yang Di's. Look at Shi Shenzong. When he was alive, did he ever contribute to the human race? You might say he did, but that's the hegemon sword emperor. However, even after becoming a great emperor, he did not destroy the demon race. As they watched the battle, they discussed among themselves. Zhou Xuanji's support grew louder and louder. A legend was a legend in the end, and it was too far away from them. Zhou Xuanji was a top-tier hero in the world. Who did not want to surpass their predecessors? However, many people still felt that Shi Shenzong was more powerful. Both of them have the potential to become great emperors. Bai Hao Yisan muttered to himself with a serious expression. He had seen countless geniuses, and both Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong were among the top. He had seen countless geniuses, and Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong were both at the top. He had seen countless geniuses, and both Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong were among the top. If these two people were 90,000 years ago, it would be difficult to imagine what heights they would have reached. Clang! 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 Zhou Xuanji and Shi Shenzong quickly clashed, turning into two rays of sword light that danced above the sea of clouds. This fellow is becoming more powerful. Zhou Xuanji inwardly felt quite shocked. He had used the power of two intimidating spirit legendary swords, and even though he could make up for the difference in cultivation, he could not suppress Shi Shenzong. He had underestimated Shi Shenzong. This person was truly powerful. Shi Shenzong felt even more shocked. This boy only had great realization realm level 9 cultivation, and he was able to fight evenly with him. One should know that his strength was enough to defeat a third tribulation bodiless immortal. Even Xianyuan Zhou was no match for him. This child's talent surpassed his. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's arms shook as he unleashed sword qi soar. Countless traces of sword qi burst out from his body, forcing Shi Shenzong back. He immediately used the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha. A golden Buddha that was thousands of meters tall appeared behind him. Thousands of arms grew out from the back of the golden Buddha, each holding a giant sword. Crackle strands of heavenly lightning coiled around the thousand-hand sword Buddha, gathering together to form a thunderbolt. Golden light illuminated the earth. The high and mighty thousand-hand sword Buddha was like an unparalleled deity overlooking the earth. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of divine ability was this? Shi Shenzong was also stunned. He looked up at the thousand-hand sword Buddha like an ant looking up at a mountain. This is the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha. Sword Saint, give it a try. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Following this, his body entered the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Sword intent state. He was the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha was him. The thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, and two beams of light shot out. Then, a purple taiji symbol appeared on its forehead. A buzzing sound sounded out, as if a great bell had rung. A vertical purple taiji symbol appeared behind the thousand-hand sword Buddha. It was even bigger than the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and it looked like a holy Buddha's halo, causing the thousand-hand sword Buddha's aura to become even more powerful. The Buddha in my heart does not appear in times of prosperity, but in times of chaos, to save the world from disaster. I will not use my own selfish desires to disturb a clan. In the current world there are no true Buddhas, only Buddhist cultivators who want to slay demons. They also have an undeniable responsibility for the chaos in the human race. As such, I created this sword technique to give the world a bright and peaceful world, to expel impurities and suppress evil. This is the Emperor's way, thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, as if a holy Buddha was creating all things. Everyone was shocked, and they immediately thought of Dongyuan Monastery. The conflict between the righteous and demonic sects had always been driven by Dongyuan Monastery. When the human race was in chaos, Dongyuan Monastery could not do anything. Soon they started to think about other things. On the ground there were also Dongyuan Monastery's monks. Hearing this, their faces became red. Even though they were furious, they could not help but think about it. Were they really doing the right thing? Shi Shenzong laughed. He raised the Saint Path sword, and the blazing sun once again appeared behind him. It was as tall as the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Sword Emperor, you are indeed powerful. Sword will is incredibly easy for you, but you are still a bit lacking. You should know that sword will is not the end of the way of the sword. Today I will show you what is above sword will. Shi Shenzong said as he coldly harumphed, his tone filled with pride. He was the sword saint, the saint of the way of the sword. How could he allow a junior to surpass him? As he spoke, the blazing sun behind him rippled. The thousand-hand sword Buddha narrowed its eyes and did not immediately act. Zhou Xuanji had heard the sword spirit say that there was a realm above sword will. Could it be that Shi Shenzong had already reached it? He wanted to see what it was. The 2 million spectators held their breaths, not daring to even breathe loudly. Clang! The Saint Path sword in Shi Shenzong's hand violently trembled, giving off a clear ringing that was incredibly piercing. Traces of intense flames flowed out of the Saint Path sword, looking like smoke rising up from a chimney. Soon the intense flames reached a height of 3,000 meters and fused with the blazing sun. Shi Shenzong's entire right arm was wrapped in flames. At a glance, the blazing sun seemed to be connected to him, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. A might that surpassed a third tribulation scattered a mortal. In the distance, Fu Hao opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. Sword Soul! The blazing sun on Shi Shenzong's body became more and more corporeal, and the top turned into the upper body of a human. It was incredibly majestic and domineering, and it was not inferior to the thousand-hand sword Buddha at all. Zhou Xuanji could sense that there was no sword chi in the sword soul of fiery flames. Instead, it was formed by gathering the world's spirit chi. Apart from that, there was also an indescribable power. In contrast, his thousand-hand sword Buddha was made of corporeal sword chi. Even though the two looked majestic, they were fundamentally different. Shi Shenzong raised the Saint Path sword slowly with an icy expression and said, Sword Emperor, I hope you can withstand this sword strike. Just as he spoke, he slashed out with extreme speed. The sword soul on his body turned into a fiery longsword that disappeared in an instant. Before Zhou Xuanji could react, the thousand-hand sword Buddha was cut in half. Boom! Shi Shenzong was blasted back by his own power, and blood spurted out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon and smashed into a tall mountain. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Silence! The heavens and earth fell silent. Zhou Xuanji levitated in the air, his hands trembling. A stream of blood flowed down from his forehead and dyed his handsome face red. He frowned. His gaze was cold, but his heart was in great shock. That sword strike. His world reincarnation could not completely block it. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 330. More than 2 million spectators were dumbfounded, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Shi Shenzong had made it sound so powerful, and the raging flame sword soul was incredibly shocking. Its might caused them to tremble in fear. They had thought that the two of them would have a soul-stirring, peerless battle or that Zhou Xuanji would be heavily injured. But he never expected Shi Shenzong had destroyed the Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha with a single swing of his sword. But he had still been forced to kneel? The 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge's master, Shi Huanming, was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Primogenitor, Shi Huanming's entire body trembled. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. The hegemon sword sect master did not mock him. He was also shocked. Could it be the world Buddha art? How old is he to be able to cultivate world reincarnation? Bai Haoisen swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in his eyes. He had once witnessed the power of the world Buddha art. That person was the human emperor at that time. Although he was no match for the Renhuang, he was still stunning. If the Renhuang was given another 10,000 years, the one who would be defeated might be the Renhuang. Boom! The whole place was in an uproar. Everyone was talking excitedly. Oh my God! What did I see? The Sword Emperor is mighty. Too domineering. Is the Sword Saint dead? That's it. As expected of my belief. Now, who still dares to say that he isn't a Sword Emperor? I knew Zhou Xuanji would win. He's undefeatable. The millions of voices converged together as if they were about to overturn the heavens. Zhou Chengxin, Princess Xuanya Yangxindi, Great Qin's emperor, and the others all excitedly cheered for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xiaoqi was bouncing on the spot, almost causing the little black snake to faint. High in the sky, Zhou Xuanji tried his best to stabilize his body, making it look like he was fine. In fact, that sword strike had already injured him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had fused with the Violet Demon Monarch's heart, if he had fought Shi Shenzong in the past, he might have been instantly killed by Shi Shenzong's sword. No wonder Xinyuan Zhou died at his hands. So that was how it was. Was this the power of the sword soul? Fast to the point of being unpredictable, tyrannical to the point of shattering mountains and rivers. His heart was burning with passion. He must cultivate a sword soul. At this time a figure quickly flew over. It was Shi Shenzong. He was covered in blood, but his eyes were still sharp and clear. With the Saint Path sword in his right hand, he locked onto Zhou Xuanji. The Tianxia map continuously provided Zhou Xuanji with spirit energy, and he once again unleashed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The majestic Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha quickly danced, wildly slashing at Shi Shenzong. Shi Shenzong swung his sword to block. Although the Sage Dao sword was far weaker than the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's golden sword, its power was not inferior at all. It was like a grain of rice striking a roof beam. Sword Saint, your attainments in the way of the sword are indeed impressive, but you are no match for me. Zhou Xuanji loudly laughed. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's power became stronger and stronger, and with the support of heavenly lightning, Shi Shenzong's body became more and more bloody. Your time has passed. As he shouted, the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha used the sky-dominating divine sword. The 1,000 swords merged into one and slashed down furiously. Clang! Shi Shenzong was blasted down and smashed through the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The surrounding 10 kilometers collapsed, and countless cracks spread in all directions, looking like a spider web that wanted to cover the ground. Puff! Zhou Xuanji coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his arms slightly trembled. The sword soul's might was too powerful and had injured his internal organs. Now that he had used his full strength, he naturally suffered a backlash. However, he did not care. He had to defeat Shi Shenzong. The heavens and earth fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's domineeringness. He looked down at Shi Shenzong and said coldly, "Sword Saint, do you still want to fight?" Rumble roiling flames blasted away the dust and rose up from the massive crater like a volcano erupting, rushing into the sky. Shi Shenzong used the intense flames to rush into the sky. His eyes were cold as he stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I won't lose." He had his pride. He would either die or win. There was no such thing as losing, nor would there be a tie. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha once again slashed out. It was also the sky-dominating divine sword, and it gave off unstoppable momentum. Shi Shenzong unleashed the sword soul, and intense flames flashed as a massive sword that was as long as a mountain range slashed out, came quickly and disappeared quickly as well. After colliding with the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha's golden sword, it exploded and turned into a sea of flames. Shi Shenzong once again fell. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying, but he managed to stabilize his body in time. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, gushing out like a fountain. God damn it! This fellow really doesn't want to live. Zhou Xuanji inwardly swore. Since Shi Shenzong did not want to live, he would go all out. He did not believe that he could not win. Legendary swords appeared above his head. And with a thought, the legendary swords quickly got into formation, casting the Sealing Dream Sword formation. A violet pillar of light descended from the sword formation, smashing into the ground incredibly quickly, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble. A sandstorm rose and swept across the land, startling the nearby cultivators into hiding. Within the violet light, Shi Shenzong gripped the Saint Path sword and disregarded his injuries as he forcefully stood up. I am the Sword Saint, invincible in the mortal realm, why should I lose? His sleeves exploded, and he bent his legs as he forcefully broke through the Sealing Dream Sword formation, and once again rushed at Zhou Xuanji. Was this fellow using a cheat to explode his seeds? He still did not die. Zhou Xuanji was infuriated and madly used the power of God Ghost Howl and Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment. Countless howls filled the heavens and earth, creating a chilling scene. Even with his powerful physique, the surface of his body started to crack, and blood flowed out. The pain was like a blood-red flame. The violet Tai Chi diagram on his forehead gave off light, and he let go of the legendary swords. He raised his right hand and suddenly swung it downwards. Boom! All of the legendary swords rushed up. The two intimidating spirit legendary swords were at the front, followed by the Heavenly Soul legendary sword, followed by the Glorious Gold legendary sword, and the Amethyst legendary sword. All of the legendary swords exploded out with their own power. All sorts of lights gathered together, forming a sword of light that descended from the sky. Shi Shenzong gritted his teeth and once again unleashed the Sword Soul. This time he used all of the spirit energy in his body. In that moment, a massive sword of intense flames flashed and collided with all of the legendary swords. A deafening explosion sounded out, and intense light exploded out, causing everyone's vision to become white. The sound disappeared. It was as if their eardrums had been torn. It was like the explosion of the beginning of the world, causing everything to lose its color and noise. Zhou Xuanji almost fainted. He felt as if his body no longer belonged to him, and he could not control himself as he fell. He gritted his teeth and desperately used the Tianxia map to provide him with spirit energy. Only with great difficulty did he manage to stabilize himself. The intense light dissipated, and the bright world became dim. Dust covered the ground, covering the sky and covering the sun. It was impossible to see anything. Zhou Xuanji deeply breathed in. He could sense Shi Shenzong's aura. He immediately flew over. Right now he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and his flying speed was very slow. Only after a while did he come before Shi Shenzong. Within the massive crater, Shi Shenzong half knelt on the ground. He gripped the Saint Path sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground, helping him stabilize his injured body so that he did not fall. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said calmly, "You have lost." Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 331. Shi Shenzong didn't tremble, nor did he pant. His life force was about to be used up, and his body was stiff, unable to move. He could not look up and could not see Zhou Xuanji's expression. He said with difficulty, "I can still." Zhou Xuanji frowned. This old guy was a sore loser? Since it's a spar, there's no enmity between us. Do you really want me to kill you before you stop? Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Seeing Shi Shenzong like this made him feel quite disappointed. As a Sword Dao Grandmaster, he should be able to let go of things. Where there is life, there is hope. I am already a dead man. Shi Shenzong closed his eyes and said calmly, how could he still have the face to walk in this world after losing to a junior? Since he had already died once, he might as well die again. The wind and sand billowed. The two of them seemed to be in the middle of chaos. They couldn't see anyone else, and no one could see them. You have no regrets? Zhou Xuanji asked. Shi Shenzong was very powerful, and if such an expert died, he would have one less opponent. There weren't many people in the world who could be his opponent. Shi Shenzong did not reply. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Io still not replying. See if I don't beat you to death. Do you know what the greatest regret of your descendants is? He asked in a melancholy tone. Shi Shenzong asked in confusion. What? Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, your disciple, the Hegemon Sword Emperor, succeeded in becoming a great emperor, but you were just a step away from becoming a great emperor. Isn't that your greatest regret? It's not that the world wants to doubt you, but we believe that you will definitely become a great emperor. Don't tell me you didn't have such regrets before you died? As a man, you already know that there is a higher sky. Don't you want to go and take a look? Besides, you lost to me today. Don't you want to defeat me again? The emotions in his tone fluctuated, and it was extremely provocative. Shi Shenzong lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. I don't understand what you've been through, but I've always walked on the path of failure. How many times have I wandered from place to place? How many times have I run from my life? I can even say that I've been a failure since I was born. If I were like you, unable to accept defeat, I'm afraid you wouldn't have lost. Towards the end, Zhou Xuanji's tone became calm. Of course, he knew in his heart that he had won by a large margin. In a one-on-one fight, unless the opponent's realm far surpassed his, he had never lost. Shi Shenzong slowly stood up. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. What the hell, this guy was recovering his stamina and was listening to his nonsense on purpose. Shi Shenzong raised his head, his gaze as sharp as when he was fighting. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Another fierce battle? Although he was a little flustered, he appeared calm on the surface. If he could defeat Shi Shenzong once, he could defeat him again. He was only afraid that he would be seriously injured and give someone with ulterior motives an opportunity to take advantage of. I'll wait for you in the upper realm, Shi Shenzong said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji, causing him to feel quite stunned. Upper realm? Bang! A pillar of light broke through the billowing dust and landed on his body. He slowly rose up. Ascension. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He ascended just like that? He had originally wanted to take this fellow as a sword slave. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He wanted to ask, could he be given a chance? Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed more powerful than me. I admit my defeat. From today onwards, I will treat you as my greatest opponent. I will wait for you in the upper realm. Next time we will fight again. I will wait for you. Shi Shenzong looked down at him and said word by word. A violent gale blew up the dust around them. One was in the sky while the other was on the ground. Both of them were covered with wounds and were covered with blood. They only had eyes for each other, and they could sense each other's battle intent. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. This is good too. This is the best result, he mumbled. There were not many powerful cultivators that he acknowledged, and Shi Shenzong was one of them. At this moment, Shi Shenzong's voice suddenly came, sounding domineering and proud. Today I, Shi Shenzong, admit my defeat to Zhou Xuanji wholeheartedly. In my heart he is the Sword Emperor, and he will become the most powerful Sword Emperor. I will wait for him in the upper realm. One day I will defeat him. Because I am the Sword Saint. Rumble! Everyone looked up. Even though the sky was covered by the sand and wind, they could still see the light of ascension. Everyone's face was filled with shock and admiration. They were shocked that Zhou Xuanji could win. They admired Shi Shenzong's carefreeness. Such a sword saint was fully deserving of the title. As Bai Hao Yisan shielded the beauties from the wind and sand, he muttered, Shi Shenzong. Interesting. Looks like you're going to turn the higher realm upside down. As for Zhou Xuanji, he did not want to comment on him. He always felt that he and Zhou Xuanji were fated to clash. Yang Xindi sighed emotionally and said, I'm afraid we have all greatly underestimated the Sword Emperor. He couldn't help but recall the World Hero Conference. Looking back, he realized how wise he had been. What he said to Zhou Xuanji back then could be exchanged for 10,000 years of peace for Great Shang. The other spectators also came back to their senses. This is too exciting. This battle will be recorded in the annals of history. The Sword Saint lost in strength, but he didn't lose his name. I really want to go to the upper realm to see their next battle. Zhou Xuanji is so young and won't ascend for thousands of years. Let's wait and see how long it will take for them to become number one in the world. Isn't that the best in the world? Can Sunlight Emperor defeat the Sword Saint? The Sword Saint ascended, and after everyone admired him, they began to imagine Zhou Xuanji's future. As long as Zhou Xuanji did not die prematurely, his future would be unimaginable. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and began circulating his qi to heal his injuries. The light of ascension was still illuminating the dark heavens and earth. Shi Shenzong could no longer see him, but he did not look away. Zhou Xuanji, you might be the person he was talking about. Shi Shenzong smiled slightly. After he figured it out, he did not feel down. Instead, he felt good. Today's battle would be unforgettable for him. Clap, clap. A round of applause came and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. He saw a boy hopping toward him. He was clapping as he ran. He had an innocent smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Numerous legendary swords appeared out of nowhere and protected him. Those who could come to the Sword Emperor Canyon were not simple. Since this boy dared to look for him at this time, he must have come with ill intentions. He thought about it seriously and immediately thought of someone. Lin Chang'e said that there was a boy with Sunlight Emperor who had unfathomable power. Could it be him? Sword Emperor, you are really powerful. Even the Sword Saint was defeated by you. If you continue to grow, the human race's fate will flourish forever, right? Fu Hao giggled. His eyes turned into two crescents. He flipped his right hand, and a dark green dagger appeared in his hand. He still had a harmless smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, the people around Sunlight Emperor are so lowly. It seems like Sunlight Emperor is not a hero. Whether Fu Hao represented Sunlight Emperor or himself, Zhou Xuanji felt disdain. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 332. Facing Zhou Xuanji's mockery, Fu Hao was indifferent. He laughed and said, you're right, but no matter how much the dead know, it's useless. He stomped with his right foot and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. The ancient god sword condensed the souls of 8 powerful beings, and they all attacked. Just when Fu Hao was about to touch Zhou Xuanji, he was blown away by a powerful gale. He was not injured. Instead, he smiled mockingly and said, Zhou Xuanji, why resist? This will only increase your pain. Bang! A berserk aura exploded out from his body, and his body seemed to be covered in a layer of faint blue flames. His body blurred and appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head. His body flipped, and his right leg smashed down like a whip, carrying with it a tremendous force. The souls of the 8 great cultivators used their own techniques and sent him flying again. This time, Fu Hao didn't dare to lower his guard. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the souls of the Almighties and asked with a smile, are these the souls in the Tianxia map? Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Ignorant child, he only knew about the Tianxia map. Fu Hao took a deep breath and his eyes became sharp, as if he wanted to end the battle quickly. If the sandstorm around him dissipated, he would expose himself. Zhou Xuanji's reputation leaned towards benevolence and righteousness. If it was discovered that he had killed Zhou Xuanji now, it would greatly affect Yangdi's reputation. It might even obstruct the establishment of the Great Fate Empire. He charged at Zhou Xuanji again. He split into 3 clones and attacked Zhou Xuanji from different directions. The dark green dagger was thrown out by him. Because the distance was too close, the 8 souls could not stop it in time. Puchi, the dagger stabbed into Zhou Xuanji's chest. It did not pierce through, but the blade pierced into his flesh. Zhou Xuanji's expression did not change, and he coldly harumphed as he activated world reincarnation, sending the dark green dagger flying back. Fu Hao quickly took over the dark green dagger. A vertical eye opened on his forehead and stared at Zhou Xuanji. 3 bolts of lightning shot out and turned into dragons and snakes, landing on Zhou Xuanji's body instantly. Lightning flashed, but Zhou Xuanji was not affected. He possessed the power of heavenly thunder, so how could he be hurt by lightning? Fu Hao frowned. He did not expect the heavily injured Zhou Xuanji to be so difficult to kill. Xiu! An ear-piercing sound was heard. Fu Hao's scalp went numb and he jumped away subconsciously. The Saint Path sword descended from the sky and landed before Zhou Xuanji. Fu Hao looked up in shock. He had never thought that Shi Shenzong would act. He immediately turned around, burrowed into the soil and disappeared. The Divine Path sword rose up and disappeared in the billowing dust. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. The Sword Saint had quite a character. Then his eyes turned icy cold. In the exchange just now, he had a clear understanding of Fu Hao's strength. He was probably at the peak of the Mahayana realm, which was nothing to be afraid of. However, Fu Hao's background forced him to think more. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi ran over with the little black snake. They were very excited and surrounded Zhou Xuanji, chattering nonstop. Zhou Xuanji did not reveal anything about Fu Hao. He felt that there was something fishy about this. If Sunlight Emperor was really despicable, why would he send such a weakling to kill him? At the edge of the forest, Fu Hao appeared on the cliff and looked at the distant sky covered by the dust storm. His lips curled up. Zhou Xuanji, don't disappoint me. He turned around and was about to leave when he stopped in his tracks. A figure walked out of the forest. It was the man in the raincoat. He stood under the shade of a tree and asked, Fu Hao, are you still the same you? Fu Hao did not panic but replied with a smile. You don't belong to this world. Don't tell me you want to break your vows and attack me? He continued ahead. The man in the raincoat continued. If I tell Sunlight Emperor about this, what will he think? Fu Hao walked to his side. Without looking at him, he lowered his head and said with a smile, he has never trusted me or you. What's the point of this? Just when he was about to walk away, he seemed to have thought of something and continued, oh yeah, you should think about what your plan will be if Zhou Xuanji defeats Sunlight Emperor. With that, he laughed out loud and walked into the forest without the slightest scruple. After he left, the man in the raincoat walked to the edge of the cliff. How can a kid like you understand the schemes of a tribulation executive? His tone was mocking. His voice drifted in the air and disappeared with the wind. The sandstorm dissipated gradually, and Zhou Xuanji was still recovering from his injuries. Groups of cultivators gathered around him, and each of them looked very excited. The ones closest to him were Great Zhou, Great Chan, Great Shang, and the hegemon sword sect, just in case someone ambushed him. And Shi Shunzong had already left the northern wilderness region. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji decided to tell them about Fu Hao's sneak attack. He projected Fu Hao's appearance with his spirit energy before asking about his identity. Soon, someone recognized that Fu Hao was Sunlight Emperor's servant. He pretended to be surprised before saying with disdain, this kid ambushed me just now. If not for the Sword Saint, I might have been even more injured. Such a lowly person doesn't deserve to be the great emperor's servant. With this, the cultivators were in an uproar. Sunlight Emperor's servant ambushed Zhou Xuanji? Their imagination started to run wild. Could this be Sunlight Emperor's idea? Definitely. Sunlight Emperor is the top cultivator in the world. Now that the Sword Emperor defeated the Sword Saint, the next step is to challenge his throne. Impossible. Sunlight Emperor doesn't look like such a lowly person. Then what do you think? Sunlight Emperor only brought Fu Hao with him. Could the Sword Emperor be lying? The Sword Emperor is an upright person. Why would he lie? Although Sunlight Emperor stopped the war between humans and demons, Jihuang Demon Lord died in the hands of the Sword Emperor. Hearing the cultivators' discussions, Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he felt a little pleased in his heart. After that, he got up slowly and chatted with Zhou Qingxin and the others for a while before leaving. He sent invitations to Great Zhou, Great Shang, and Great Chan in advance. When Emperor Sword Court was established, the three empires must come. The three emperors were delighted. After defeating the Sword Saint, Zhou Xuanji was still not arrogant. He still remembered their friendship, which made them very satisfied. Zhou Xuanji sat on Zhou Xiaoqi's back, and Zhou Xiaoqi left swiftly on a cloud. The little black snake coiled on Zhou Xiaoqi's head and cursed, I didn't expect Sunlight Emperor's servant to be so despicable. With his little power, is he trying to incite hatred between Master and Sunlight Emperor? Fu Hao escaped too quickly. If he insisted on attacking, the Sword Saint would not be able to stop him. After all, the Sword Saint was in the Ascension Light. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, who cares? But Sunlight Emperor must have something to do with this. As the top cultivator in the world, how could Sunlight Emperor be stupid? And Fu Hao is his bodyguard. Sunlight Emperor must know that he came to the Sword Emperor Canyon. He suddenly felt interested. They headed straight toward Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji learned a lot from this battle, so he decided to focus on cultivation. At the same time, the news about the Sword Emperor defeating the Sword Saint and the Sword Saint's ascension spread. Within 3 days, the news spread across the entire northern wilderness region, including the human and demon races. A contemporary legend defeated a historical legend. Shi Shunzong even said that Zhou Xuanji would become the most powerful Sword Emperor. These words carried a lot of weight. He was the teacher of a great emperor after all. Calm, wonderful book house.